Chapter 1708. Whoosh! On the independent battlefield, a stream of light suddenly rose up, as if it had pierced through heaven and earth. In the Imperial Celestial Realm stronghold, the powerhouses who had failed to catch up with Jun Changshao and returned dejectedly saw this, and their eyes lit up. The mineral vein has appeared. Gather, everyone gather. In an instant, the stronghold became lively and restless. Then, tens of thousands of martial artists flew out in unison, heading toward the light that had pierced through heaven and earth. The light soared into the sky, and the mineral vein appeared. This was the experience summarized by the powerhouses of the Imperial Celestial Realm, and it had never been wrong. Therefore, when they rushed over this time, everyone had already prepared elixirs and sharpened their weapons, ready to fight the spirit mastery race. Elder Lin, one of the powerhouses, said, "This stream of light is huge. The mineral vein is probably not small." "That's right." The old man called Elder Lin nodded and said, "At least a large mineral vein." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. A large mineral vein contains at least a few billion spirit stones. If the Imperial Celestial Realm occupied and mined it, it would definitely be an unimaginable amount of money. "Everyone," Elder Lin said seriously as he flew, "the stream of light is closer to the stronghold of the Imperial Celestial Realm. When we arrive, set up a defense line, and never allow the spirit mastery race to rush in." "Okay." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, tens of thousands of martial artists led by Elder Lin walked to the periphery of the stream of light, and then quickly pulled apart the defense line. Hundreds of array masters even found a place to work together to set up various defensive arrays. The appearance of the stream of light indicated the birth of the mineral vein, but it would take some time, so the only thing the Imperial Celestial Realm could do was to set up a formation to prevent the spirit mastery race from seizing it. East set up. West set up. One after another, people reported the situation of the defense line. From the extremely nimble movements, it was obvious that they had experienced a lot. Strange. A martial artist who set up the formation in the north stood in front of the scorched black pit and wondered, "Why is there a pit? Why is there a hole?" "Senior son, is it not done yet?" "Soon, soon." That person did not bother about the pit, but chose to go around it. He skillfully inserted array flags and linked them together with the array masters nearby, forming an array system that covered an extremely wide range. It would only take 15 minutes. The originally ordinary and desolate land was now covered by all kinds of formations, turning into an indestructible military fortress. The Imperial Celestial Realm did not let down their guard. They began to arrange personnel to take up the necessary positions. The people of the Imperial Soul Realm had yet to arrive, but the atmosphere was already tense. Swish, swish. All of a sudden, streams of light flew over from afar. There were so many of them that they looked like a swarm of locusts. "He's here." Elder Lin's expression was grave. The tens of thousands of warriors of the Imperial Celestial Realm did the same, but no one was afraid, and no one retreated. Those that dared to enter the independent battlefield all hoped to obtain spirit stones. Now that a large mine was about to appear, even if they died in battle, they wouldn't give it up. Whoosh, whoosh. The dense streams of light stopped outside the defensive array formation. When the light scattered, tall and sturdy martial artists appeared. From their appearances, they looked extremely similar to the Spiritas, especially their eyes that shined with a strange luster. That was right. This was the Spirit Mastery Tribe. There were many women who came this time. Although they were not necessarily beautiful, their aura was very similar to that of rows of flowers. In summary, the Spirit Mastery Tribe was related to the Spiritas. Jun Changshao just described himself as the son-in-law of the Spirit Mastery Tribe. These people were either his brothers-in-law, or sisters-in-law. The leader of the coarse middle-aged men sneered. The Imperial Celestial Realm came quite quickly. Elder Lin said with a fake smile, Compared to 2 years ago, you're still a little lacking. 2 years ago, a medium-sized mine appeared near the stronghold of the Imperial Soul Realm. When the people of the Imperial Celestial Realm rushed over, the defense line was already 800 miles away. In my opinion, the coarse middle-aged man said, our races have been fighting for the mine for years. It's too damaging. Why don't we negotiate peacefully? Bah! An expert said coldly. The Imperial Celestial Realm occupied the best position in advance, and the Imperial Soul Realm started to negotiate. Do you have any shame? Besides, why didn't you negotiate when the mine appeared 2 years ago? All right. The coarse middle-aged man shrugged and said, since the Imperial Celestial Realm doesn't want to negotiate, the Imperial Soul Realm can only use force. To be honest, he really didn't want to bring people over. After all, the other party occupied the best position and set up a heavy defense line. They would definitely suffer heavy losses if they fought. Come on. The expert of the Imperial Celestial Realm said, who's afraid of who? TSK. The coarse middle-aged man snorted. He didn't bring his subordinates to attack immediately. He stood quietly outside the defense line. The martial artists of the Imperial Celestial Realm also didn't plan to attack. They had to fight, but they had to wait until the flowing light disappeared. Because only then would the mine be completely unearthed. Otherwise, if there were any accidents, the ground would be affected, and it was very likely that all their efforts would be in vain. The total number of martial artists of the two planes had exceeded 100,000. They were in a stalemate, and the killing intent was getting stronger. Unsurprisingly, after the mine appeared, this place would become a cruel slaughterhouse. Killing for resources, dying for resources. This was the most common scene in the martial arts world. It was also the law of nature that best reflected the law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest. Time passed slowly. Once it was gone, it would never return. Whoosh! 2 days later, the flowing light that pierced through heaven and earth came to an abrupt stop. This area first regained its usual peace, and then it was shrouded in intense killing intent and hostility. Kill! Kill! Tens of thousands of martial artists of the Imperial Soul Realm roared angrily and rushed toward the defensive formation like a flood of beasts. The flowing light disappeared and the mine appeared. They had to break through the layers of defense as soon as possible. Fight! Elder Lin shouted. Hum! Hum! The 4 connected formations in the north, south, east, and west began to operate. Layers of barriers quickly condensed, and the defensive strength increased by several times. A fierce battle was about to take place. Boom! However, before the experts of the Imperial Soul Realm could rush over, the defensive system of the northern region suddenly suffered a violent internal impact, and a huge gap immediately appeared. What's the situation? Elder Lin shouted. The Imperial Soul Realm was about to attack. If the defensive line suddenly collapsed, it would definitely affect the other systems, and thus become a tofu dregs project. Elder Lin! A powerhouse exclaimed. Someone rushed out. Needless to say, Elder Lin also saw it. That was an extremely fast-flowing light. After breaking through the defensive line of the northern formation, it quickly disappeared into the sky. Elder Lin's spiritual sense barely managed to keep up with the speed of the car. Seeing that it was the man and woman who broke into the stronghold earlier, he said in shock, "Why are they inside?" Boom! Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and it quickly collapsed and caved in. The surrounding formations were quickly destroyed as the carriers twisted and changed. Then, they stopped operating, and the barriers were quickly extinguished like candles. Boom! Boom! The ground shook for a long time, and the dust it stirred up covered the sky. The experts of the Imperial Soul Realm were all dumbfounded. We haven't even started to break the formation. How did it disintegrate from the inside? The heavens are helping me! The coarse middle-aged man shouted. Charge in with all your might. Kill! Kill! The ground stopped shaking. the dust in the sky completely dissipated. The murderous aura that gathered in the air disappeared without a trace. This was because the experts of the Imperial Soul Realm and the Imperial Soul Realm didn't fight. They hung in the air in a friendly manner, and each of them was dumbfounded. Below, everything was clearly visible. There was a very, very deep pit. It looked very much like a mine, but there was nothing inside. There wasn't even the slightest bit of heaven and earth attribute that was so dense that it would explode after the birth of a mine. There were more than 100,000 martial artists in the two planes. At this moment, they all had question marks on their faces. Where was the mine? Where were the spirit stones? Could it have been taken away by a dog? Chapter 1709. That's right. The warriors from the two realms guessed correctly. The spirit stone vein that was revealed after the collapse was indeed taken away by the dog, and there was nothing left. As a matter of fact, Jun Changshao was definitely related to the sudden rise of the light and the appearance of the mineral vein. It was because the large-mouthed beast had accidentally broken through the spirit vein's barrier while it was being chased. That was why the light had soared into the sky. This was fate. Then there was a problem. The vein was triggered by Jun Changshao chasing the big-mouthed beast. Was it wrong to take away all the spirit stones inside? Damn it! How can there be no spirit stones? The powerhouses from the two realms stood in the air. Their expressions were very interesting. According to past practice, as long as there was a natural phenomenon, there would definitely be a vein. In fact, this was indeed the case, but there was only an empty vein left. After confirming that there were no spirit stones, the rough middle-aged man said angrily, "Let's go, let's go." Whoosh! Whoosh! Tens of thousands of Imperial Soul Realm warriors flew away. The Imperial Soul Realm did not stop them. They hesitated in the empty vein for a while and left dejectedly. The two realms were fighting for the vein, but there was nothing in the end, so naturally they would not fight. In this way, Jun Changshao not only obtained a large number of spirit stones, but also resolved a battle and saved countless lives. It could be said that his merit was boundless. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. On a bare mountain peak, Goxing covered his face and laughed like a dog. Because he did not wear a wig, his head looked particularly shiny. Laughing so happily, he must have gained a lot. Although the mining process was not described in detail, in fact, a large vein was dug and billions of first-grade spirit stones were obtained, as well as a spirit stone's mother. Speaking of spirit stones' mothers, they had to talk about mystical stones and Dao stones' mothers. Before Jun Changshao left the upper realm, he brought both kinds of materials that could be bred on the ship, mainly because he was worried that they would be stolen in the Sect. Dog's hit system. After laughing, Jun Changshao raised his head and chest and said, "Do you think it's worth it or not?" The system was silent. Just now, for a magically modified wig, he crazily bombarded the big-mouthed beast. It had complained before, but in the end, he unexpectedly obtained a vein. Sure enough, the professional was slapped in the face, but never surpassed. Tisk! It's just luck! I don't believe the host can find another vein. Thank you. Jun Changshao was instantly excited. With the poison healer in action, they might be able to find another one. Although he had placed all his disciples on the battleship and started the era of space travel, he still had to develop the sect and make them stronger. Therefore, the more martial arts resources he had, the better. What is this little guy? Jun Changshao stretched out his left hand. There was a caterpillar in his palm. This was the big-mouthed beast that had fled in a panic. Due to the shock, its body had shrunk to the size of a peanut. At this moment the little guy was shivering. It was mainly because he had eaten Goxing's wig. He was traumatized by the bombardment. Jun Changshao picked it up and said, "You should have spiritual intelligence and can understand human language. I'll count to 3 to introduce yourself, otherwise, I'm the guardian beast." Without waiting for him to finish, the little fellow took the initiative to confess. His awareness was quite high. Yes. Protect the spirit vein. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Could it be that this was the reason why he was able to find the mineral vein so easily? However, such a cowardly fellow actually knew how to protect the spirit vein. This was simply nonsense. The guardian beast said, "My other duty is to eat spirit stones." Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and said, "In my opinion, you are only responsible for eating, not protecting." As if hit the nail on the head, the little guy was speechless. Jun Changxiao asked, "Can you find the spirit vein?" No, seeing that the human's eyes had suddenly become incomparably cold, the guardian beast hurriedly said, "Yes, I can find it." "Very good." Jun Changxiao put him back into his palm, used his index finger to tease him, and said, "Relax your mind and sign a contract with me." The little guy was dumbfounded. "Don't waste time." All right. The guardian beast was really scared. It immediately relaxed its mind and established a contract with him. At this point, Jun Changxiao's beast library had another member. Although it was destined to be a bystander in the future and not even have a camera, the main point was that it could be used now. F***ck. The system said, "Am I going to be slapped in the face again?" Heaven-defying good luck would not come repeatedly. Now that he had a guardian spirit beast that could search for spirit veins, it would be much easier. For 30 years, the professional poison healer had never been surpassed. Are there any spirit stone veins nearby? I don't think so. If there is, then there is. If there isn't, then there isn't. Why does it seem so? The little guy said weakly. Only within 100 feet of me can I detect the aura of the spirit vein. Jun Changxiao picked it up again and said, "Then what do I need you for?" The area of the independent battlefield was definitely not small, and the spirit stone vein was located deep underground. It could only be seen within 100 feet, so it was completely useless. "Master," the guardian beast said, "the stronger I am, the greater the range of my prying." "How do you become stronger?" "Eat spirit stones." "I haven't found the ore yet, so I have to raise you first?" "Yes." Bye-bye. Jun Changxiao flicked his finger, and the little guy immediately flew out. Night. In a cave in the wilderness. After rows of flowers ate the prepared food, she looked at Jun Changxiao, who was thinking about something, with a sweet smile on her face. In the Sect of all times, she would turn into a virtuous wife who handled internal affairs. Now that she was in the outside world, there were no higher-ups or disciples, so she naturally enjoyed this kind of two-person world. Especially, her husband's brain was so bright. Shua. After thinking for a while, Jun Changxiao took out a spirit stone and said, "Eat." During the day, he had walked hundreds of thousands of miles around the battlefield and confirmed that this place was extremely vast, but he did not find any spirit stone veins at all. He still had to go to the soul mastery realm and did not have time to search thoroughly, so he could only pin his hopes on the guardian beast that could become stronger by eating spirit stones. "Thank you, master." The little guy did not stand on ceremony. Its body expanded slightly and opened its mouth to swallow the spirit stone. It felt like it did not even chew. "Finished eating?" "Finished eating." The expression on Jun Changxiao's face was wonderful. Even if he was using cheats, it would take time to absorb spirit stones. This guy finished it in one bite. It was a bit too exaggerated. This was normal. Special beasts naturally had special abilities. "Has your strength increased?" "No." Clang. The immortal sword was unsheathed and placed under its mouth. The little guy stammered, "Moss? Master, one spirit stone can't bring me too much energy." "Then how much do you need?" "At least 100,000. Bam! The little guy hit the stone wall and then slid down. Jun Changxiao roared, "Your appetite is so big, eat shit." If he wanted to make the guardian beast stronger, 1 or 10 was definitely not enough. He had to increase his appetite. Sigh. After thinking for a night, Jun Changshao still took out a few hundred spirit stones and said, "Hurry up and eat them to make me stronger." The two of them had already established a contractual relationship, so this guy would definitely not lie to him. In order to find more spirit veins as soon as possible, he had to take a gamble. Munch, munch. The guardian beast opened its mouth and swallowed without hesitation. Jun Changshao watched with pain in his flesh, teeth, and nerve endings. However, another problem had appeared. Although the guardian beast ate spirit stones quickly, it could only eat 10,000 a day. If it continued to eat, it would not absorb any energy. F***ck. Jun Changshao picked it up and roared, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Husband," Rose of Flowers said, "since it can only eat 10,000 a day, why don't you bring it to the space-time secret realm?" Jun Changshao said happily, "That's right." Chapter 17:10. That's strange. Why is it a vein that has been dug out? At the Imperial Celestial Realm's stronghold, the martial artists who had been to the spirit vein were still discussing, their faces full of doubts. In the main hall, Elder Lin and the other top experts were also discussing. "In my opinion, a man with a buzz cut guessed. It's very likely that the man and woman who broke into the stronghold dug it out." Elder Lin shook his head and said, "No one can enter the mine when the flowing light phenomenon is present. Besides, even if they have a way to enter, how can such a large vein be dug out in a day or two?" "Makes sense." Everyone agreed. In fact, Jun Changshao could enter the mine because of the guardian spirit beast. Humans could not enter, but it could. As for digging, there were naturally professional mining machines. "By the way," Elder Lin said, "have you confirmed the identity of that man and woman?" "Yes." A powerhouse said, "These two are not martial artists of the Imperial Celestial Realm. They sneaked in from outside, fought with Gong Baiyu and the others, and then forced their way into the independent plane." "No wonder," Elder Lin said in relief. "I've never seen them before. That woman is from the Spirit Mastery race." "Oh." Elder Lin was surprised. A powerhouse analyzed, "In that case, they should be using the entrance of the Imperial Celestial Realm to return to the Spirit Mastery Realm." He guessed right. Sigh. Elder Lin sighed and said, "I was going to wait for them to walk into the trap, but it seems that's impossible. To go to and from the Imperial Celestial Realm, one had to pass through the stronghold. Since that guy broke in, he would definitely go back, so they planned to wait for him. But now? Since that woman was from the Spirit Mastery race, she had probably returned through another vortex." Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound of collision came from outside, and it shook the hall to the point it creaked. "What's going on?" Elder Lin and the others' faces changed. "Elder Lin." At this moment, a hurried shout came from outside. "Someone broke in." Boom! Before the voice fell, another loud collision sound came. The main hall and the ground shook as if it would collapse at any time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Elder Lin and the others flew out quickly. However, just as they stabilized their bodies, the defensive barrier above the stronghold instantly shattered into nothingness. Swish! A stream of light shot over and merged into the pitch-black vortex before Elder Lin and the others had a chance to react. Then, a voice sounded, "Sorry to disturb you." Everyone was dumbfounded. "It's that guy." Elder Lin barely managed to keep up with the speed of the car. When he saw the man and woman who were still discussing just now, he almost vomited blood on the spot. It was just a moment ago that he was still wondering whether they would return to the stronghold after heading to the soul-tampering realm, but in the end, he had been slapped in the face. "Damn it! You think this is your home? You come and go as you please." In the dark vortex of the Imperial Celestial Realm, Jun Changshao rushed out of the battlefield with rows of flowers in his arms. He easily bypassed the fortress and flew all the way to the sky. He needed to return to the Eternal Ship as he did not have the space-time secret realm with him. "Hold on tight." Jun Changshao said, I'm going to speed up. If it was difficult to get in, it would definitely be difficult to get out. Rows of flowers reached out and hugged him. Her face was pressed against his chest, and she could clearly feel his heart beating faster. Boom! At this time, Jun Changshao had already collided with the plane barrier. The flickering light was like a burning flame, and the warriors in the entire plane could clearly see it. That guy, Gong Baiyu said, is he leaving? He was a little disappointed. After all, it was not easy to meet a powerful sword cultivator. Whoosh! After the friction and collision, Jun Changshao passed through the space barrier and disappeared from the sight of the warriors in the Imperial Celestial Realm. The ripples in the sky also began to return to normal. After the news reached the stronghold of the independent battlefield, Elder Lin said helplessly, the Imperial Celestial Realm is completely disgraced. I thought they were going to the Soul Mastery Realm. Now it seems that they are just passing by and taking a stroll around the independent battlefield. That guy who claimed to be from the Tang of the East could intimidate Hong Tianyou and the others. His strength is not to be underestimated. Since he has left, let him go. He said this as if he could stop Jun Changshao. On the Eternal Ship, Jun Changshao was back. The first thing he did was to enter the spacetime secret realm and take out a large number of spiritual stones. Eat as much as you can. Yes, master. The little guy did not hold back and began to eat crazily using the time acceleration. According to its estimation, 100,000 first-grade spiritual stones could increase its strength. With the spacetime secret realm's acceleration, it would not take long for it to finish eating. Keep eating. Jun Changshao continued to take out spiritual stones. He planned to cultivate the guardian spiritual beast at all costs just to earn more resources. Since it was a gamble, then he would gamble big. Gulp, gulp. In the spacetime secret realm, the guardian spiritual beast ate one spiritual stone at a time and was very happy. However, only 2 or 3 days had passed in the outside world, and its physique and perception had significantly improved. Not enough. Keep eating. Jun Changshao would often come in and throw out even more spirit stones before he left. The disciples of the sect of all times occasionally came in to cultivate. Seeing the caterpillar-like little guy opening its mouth several times bigger than its body to eat resources, they were so envious that they almost cried. 10 days later, because of the time limit, the guardian spiritual beast was forcibly sent out. The effect of the high-grade spacetime secret realm is a 100-fold acceleration. This guy has experienced 1,000 days inside. It eats 10,000 spiritual stones a day. 1,000 days is... Jun Changshao clutched his chest and said with heartache, my 100 million spiritual stones. Master. The guardian spiritual beast said, do you still want to eat? Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Continue. He was not in a hurry to return to the independent battlefield. He planned to wait for the cooldown to reset and continue to feed the guardian spiritual beast. 1 month. 2 months, as long as the cooldown of the spacetime secret realm was over, the guardian spiritual beast would go in to eat. It ate for a whole year and consumed 100 million spiritual stones. 100 years of consumption and finished in a year. How terrifying! F***ck. Jun Changshao roared, why haven't you changed? After eating so many first-grade spiritual stones, the guardian spiritual beast still looked like a caterpillar. This made him feel like he had been cheated. Master, the little guy said, if I revert to my original form, this ship won't be able to accommodate me. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. He then adjusted his collar and said, let's go to the independent battlefield. Wait a minute. After the cabin door opened, he stopped and shouted, Ren Shan, follow me. Yes. Ren Shan ran over. All right. The system said, the independent battlefield is finished. One could search for spiritual veins, and the other had the koi attribute. This was definitely a golden pair. They definitely would not give the mine and the martial artists of the two realms any chance of survival. Let's go. Jun Changshao picked up the rose of flowers and flew towards the imperial celestial world. As for Ren Shan, he was enveloped by his own attribute and hung behind like a kite. Because the speed of the car was too fast and the fluctuations were too big, he had already begun to roll his eyes and foam at the mouth. Zong. Patriarch. Slow down. Pfft. Independent battlefield. Because there were no mines in this year, the martial artists of the two realms were resting and developing peacefully. Especially on the side of the imperial celestial world. They gradually forgot about Jun Changxiao's forceful entry and exit. Boom. In the night, a loud explosion came from the quiet stronghold. Elder Lin and the others were awakened and flew out in their pajamas. When they saw Jun Changxiao carrying the rows of flowers and attacking the defensive barrier, they all turned into roaring emperors. Why is he here again? His own home. Of course, he could come and go as he pleased. Chapter 17:11. The experts of the Imperial Celestial World had just forgotten about the embarrassing incident a year ago. Who would have thought that Jun Changxiao would come again? He really treated this place as his home. Fine. He could take charge. They were powerless to stop him and could only accept it. But, big brother, why are you always hugging a woman? Needless to say, Go Xing had been hugging the rows of flowers for several times. If they didn't know him well, they might have thought that he was deliberately taking advantage of her. Sorry to disturb you. After breaking the formation and flying out of the stronghold, Jun Changxiao's voice came. In fact, he was also helpless. If the Imperial Celestial World cooperated and didn't set up all kinds of barriers in the stronghold, why would he bother to break in? Disturb your ass. Elder Lin, who was rather well-mannered, couldn't help but curse. Breaking into the stronghold consecutively was simply slapping his own face again and again, trampling on the face of the Imperial Celestial World. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. What are you waiting for? Elder Lin turned around and shouted, Set up the formation again. Elder Lin, what should we do if that kid breaks in again? An expert said with an ugly expression. Repairing the stronghold's formation didn't cost resources, but it would definitely take manpower and time. Who could bear to go back and forth? Elder Lin thought for a while and said, Then don't set it up first. The stronghold's formation system was used to guard against the attacks of the Spirit Mastery race. Now, because of Jun Changxiao, they had to give up on it. It was really a sin. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar was heard. Because the stronghold didn't have a defensive barrier, Elder Lin and the others heard it clearly. What's going on? A demon beast appeared? Let's go and take a look. The experts of the Imperial Celestial World quickly flew out of the stronghold. When they came to the area where the sound came from, they were all stunned in midair, and their eyes gradually widened. In their field of vision, there was a huge demon beast standing in the open space. Because its body was in sections, it looked like a large caterpillar. Other than its body, there was only one mouth on its face. Those who liked it would find it cute, and those who didn't would find it ugly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Heaven and earth attributes visible to the naked eye gathered in front of the big guy, as if it was breathing clouds and exhaling. Elder Lin was experienced and knowledgeable. He exclaimed, Guardian Spirit Beast! Oh my God! Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. There were not many monster beasts in the independent battlefield. Most of the monster beasts that came from the two realms were almost completely slaughtered. The Guardian Spirit Beast was one of the breeds. Because it was timid by nature and liked to burrow underground, it was not taken seriously by the martial artists and was able to survive. Now, this one had grown too big. Roar! The 1,000-foot-tall Guardian Spirit Beast roared out once more. Sound waves visible to the naked eye rippled outward. Although it wouldn't cause any harm to the martial artist, it still interfered with the nature of the world around it, forcing them to surge forth like billowing clouds. More attributes condensed, creating a huge scene. Elder Lin and the others were dumbfounded. They only knew about guardian spirit beasts and their daily habit. Now that they had encountered such a big one, they had no idea how to understand it. Wait a minute. Elder Lin was stunned. Only then did he shift his gaze to the left side of the guardian spirit beast, to Jun Changshao, who was looking up at him. It's him. Hi. Realizing that someone was looking at him, Goshing turned around with a harmless smile on his face. Elder Lin came back to his senses and angrily rushed to his sea of consciousness, almost rushing out of his Baihui acupoint. Master. At this moment, the guardian spirit beast lowered its head and said, "This is my original body. Are you still satisfied?" Elder Lin, who was thinking about how to capture this person, froze when he heard this. Master? This big guy was his contract beast? It was not uncommon for a martial artist to sign a contract with a monster beast and live and die together in the imperial celestial world. However, signing a contract with a timid guardian spirit beast, was his brain kicked by a donkey? It was undeniable that after eating so many spirit stones, the guardian spirit beast's original body was very big and very visually shocking. However, this kind of monster beast actually had no combat power. Even the roar just now gave people the feeling that it was just a piece of trash. Crazy! Elder Lin thought to himself, that kid must be crazy. There were countless monster beasts in the world, but he had to sign a contract with a cowardly guardian spirit beast. This was really sick. Whether you are satisfied or not depends on whether you can find the spirit vein. Jun Changshao said. Master. The guardian spirit beast said seriously, I just mobilized the heaven and earth attribute and integrated it into the depths of the ground. It is enough to spread over a range of 10,000 miles. As long as there is a spirit vein, I will definitely, at this point it said happily, found it. So fast? Jun Changshao was stunned. Master, please follow me. As the guardian spirit beast spoke, it twisted its body and drilled into the ground. Go! Jun Changshao picked up rows of flowers and used the power of the true spirit to envelop Rinshan, who was vomiting. Without hesitation, he jumped into the tunnel that had just been dug. Chase! Elder Lin hurriedly rushed over. However, just as he reached the area where Jun Changshao disappeared, the hole had already healed itself. Damn it! That guy ran away again. Elder Lin was enraged. Jun Changshao and the guardian spirit beast were talking through telepathy, so he and the experts of the imperial celestial world did not know that he was not running away, but looking for the spirit vein. Ha ha ha! Ah ha 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 ha! Wild laughter could be heard coming from a certain underground mine. The camera panned down. Jun Changshao had one hand on the wall and the other on his stomach. His whole face was distorted with laughter. Why was he laughing? Because the area he was in was an undiscovered spirit vein. The soil was inlaid with bright spirit stones. Even if he just smelled it with his nose, he would feel. Oh my God, it was so fragrant! What? Rinshan vomited. It was not easy to get a camera, and it was finally useful. But after coming down from Eternal, he was hung like a kite. That experience was like riding a roller coaster. Collect all of them. After calming down, Jun Changshao took out the mining machine. Ka. One by one, mechanical miners climbed out of the big box and skillfully dug out the spirit stones. They then transported them back safely. The spirit vein was not big. It was dug clean in half an hour. It was a pity. There were only spirit stones, nothing else. Jun Changshao put the mining machine into the space ring and smiled. I got my money back. This vein was much smaller than the previous one, but there were still nearly 200 million ores stored in it. Made the right bet. Master. At this time, the shrunken guardian spirit beast said, I feel the aura of the spirit vein again. Let's go. Jun Changshao regarded money as dirt and spirit stones as treasures. So, since he could easily find the spirit vein, he would naturally dig it without restraint. Pft! Deep underground, the guardian spirit beast was like a drill, digging frantically in the direction of the aura. Jun Changshao followed closely behind with a twisted smile on his face. Above, the martial artists of the two worlds were completely unaware. They were either cultivating as usual or quietly waiting for the natural phenomenon. Sigh. It would probably be difficult to see a stream of light shooting into the sky in the future. Half a month later, Jun Changshao stood in the newly dug hole and said happily, "This spirit vein is really not small, it actually contains so many spirit stones." Rows of Flowers recorded the number of spirit stones in her book. "How many are there? Including the ones just mined, it's just over 100 billion. Jun Changshao was in a hurry to calculate, so Rows of Flowers was responsible for the statistics. The system said, "It's already in the hundreds of billions, this is crazy." "Only so little?" Jun Changshao was a little dissatisfied. Rows of Flowers said, "Husband, are you planning to dig out all the spirit veins in the independent plane?" "Of course." Jun Changshao straightened his back and said, "This kind of public plane does not belong to the Imperial Heaven Realm nor the Imperial Soul Realm. I have the ability to mine it, so naturally I will take it all away." "Patriarch." Suddenly, Ren Shan's voice came from the depths of the mine. "There's a big stone door here." Chapter 17:12. In the past half a month, Ren Shan had been following the Patriarch to mine the spirit vein. Unfortunately, as the official koi of the sect of all times, because of the existence of the guardian spirit beast, he did not do anything. In fact, Jun Changshao brought him along as an extra layer of insurance. Now that the contract beast could be solved, there was naturally no need for him. However, a koi was a koi. The spirit vein was dug clean, and in the end, a stone door was found. "Did you pee again?" Jun Changshao vaguely remembered that he had discovered a large mineral vein near the green grassland, because he had urinated and defecated everywhere. "No." Ren Shan's expression was very serious. In fact, he did plan to pee. But when he came here and was about to take off his pants, the layer of mud fell off by itself. He was so shocked that he held back his pee. The mud fell off because of the mining of the spirit vein, but coincidentally, Ren Shan was right next to it. This was really a koi, this was really invincible. Jun Changshao patted him and said, "The world is so big, go out and walk, don't stay in the sect all day." With such heaven-defying luck, squatting in the sect was a waste of talent. The camera turned to the big stone door because of the mud falling off. The overall color was dark, which meant that it had been buried for a long time. There were also carvings on the surface and it looked very ordinary. Jun Changshao did not think it was ordinary. In his opinion, since it was hidden in an independent battlefield, it might be a cave left behind by an expert. Creak. He put his hand on the stone door and then it opened. So simple. Jun Changshao walked in, but he always maintained absolute vigilance. After all, who knew if there were any traps? Ga. Just as he walked in, Jun Changshao stopped and his expression stiffened. In his field of vision, a huge spirit stone appeared, with thin threads wrapped around the surface, giving the impression of a spider's nest. The system said, "This is the spirit stone ancestor, several generations older than the spirit stone mother." Ha! Ha 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 ha! Jun Changshao immediately covered his face and laughed. A spirit stone mother could nurture countless descendants, then an even higher spirit stone ancestor. Wouldn't that mean, I'm rich, I'm rich. Patriarch? Are you okay? Ren Shan waved his hand in front of his eyes. Jun Changshao, who was laughing wildly, suddenly came back to his senses. He realized that he was still standing in front of the stone door. Everything that had happened just now was just his imagination. The system could read his thoughts and mocked. "Do you think you're a koi? Any random entry is a fortuitous opportunity? And you call yourself the ancestor of spirit stones? Bah! After being ridiculed by the system, Jun Changxiao's expression was very interesting. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "Step back. I will open this door." Ren Shan hastily dodged. Who? Jun Changxiao took a deep breath and channeled his strength into his fist. Clearly, he intended to force his way out. Creak. At this moment, the large stone door opened. Jun Changxiao was stunned. He subconsciously pinched his face and felt the pain. After confirming that it wasn't an illusion or a dream, he asked in confusion, "Why did it open by itself? The stone door looks ordinary, but it should be made of extraordinary materials. Perhaps it has gained sentience over the years, and in order to avoid being destroyed by the host, it decisively chose to admit defeat." The system analyzed. Jun Changxiao said, "The stone has sentience? Nonsense." Who? Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew in from inside. Jun Changxiao showed the maturity that a patriarch should have. He immediately formed a defensive enchantment in front of him to block the possible poisonous aura. Rows of flowers and Rinshan were also protected. Unfortunately, the wind that blew was a little old, but there was no danger. "Let's go," Jun Changxiao said, "Go in." From the beginning to the end, he didn't remove the enchantment. It could be seen that he was very strong, but he was overly cautious. Step. Jun Changxiao stepped in with one foot. The surroundings flickered quickly, illuminating everything. This was a stone room of a decent size. Not only was there no ancestor of spirit stones, but there was also no side door or side room. It was like a deserted house. "No way." Jun Changxiao collapsed and said, "There's nothing?" Rows of flowers said, "Maybe there's a secret room hidden in it." "That's right." Jun Changxiao became spirited and said, "Look carefully, there may be a big discovery." After that, he began to stroll in the stone room. Buzz. When he walked to the central area, a strange pattern suddenly appeared on the floor under his feet. The whole space began to distort and fold, and he was instantly in the vast universe. Illusion? Jun Changxiao was very calm. He had experienced similar situations before, so he naturally wouldn't make a fuss. At this time, Jun Changxiao found that there was only one plane shining in the universe where he was. There were no stars or meteorites around. It was clean as if someone had swept it with a broom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment there was the sound of wind breaking in his ears. Jun Changxiao subconsciously looked back and saw that in the distance, the starry sky was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, streams of light flew out, emitting an extremely gloomy aura. These streams of light flew past him and even passed through his body. It could be seen that he was indeed in an illusion. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large number of streams of light flew out and then hovered near the bright plane, surrounding it. When the light dissipated, Jun Changxiao's eyes widened because it turned out to be thousands of huge battleships. They were all of the same color, pitch black, and had all kinds of eerie and strange patterns on the surface. Damn! So many? Jun Changxiao, who had 11 battleships, already felt that he was very awesome. However, compared to this black mass of at least 10,000 battleships, he was just like a child. They want to invade? Just as Gulu was muttering to himself, a stream of light flew out of the resplendent dimension and stood in front of the many battleships. It was a middle-aged man in battle armor, with an imposing appearance and extraordinary might. This person, super strong. Jun Changxiao only took a glance and couldn't help but be in awe. In the upper realm, Gu Tianxing had never given him such a feeling when he slashed the Star Spirit Realm battleships. Gu Xianyuan. A gloomy voice came from the main battleship. Do you really plan to fight against the Sky Demonic Emperor who rules the universe with your own strength? This is my home. The middle-aged man raised his hand, took out a sharp sword with full special effects, and said, I won't allow you to humiliate me. Humph. The gloomy voice sounded again. It's nothing more than a first-class plane. For it, you don't hesitate to offend the sky demonic emperor and destroy your tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Is it worth it? You devils who invade and occupy other people's worlds for a living naturally don't understand the importance of home to humans. Gu Xianyuan said. Strange laughter came. Jun Changshao also liked to laugh like this, but compared to the other party, whether it was the tone or the atmosphere, he was absolutely like a dog. You humans have too many feelings. That's why you're restrained everywhere and can't pry into the higher mysteries of heaven. You don't even have the qualifications to touch the path of immortality. Gu Xianyuan said, It's because we have feelings that we're called humans. But you cold-blooded and heartless people are only fit to be devils even if you step into the path of immortality. Chapter 17:13. Jun Changshao, who had entered the illusion, was like a bystander, watching the man named Gu Xianyuan face off against tens of thousands of battleships. Seriously, he admired him. These invading battleships were very strong from the strange aura they exuded. A person facing them fearlessly, just this courage alone was worthy of praise. However, who was the Sky Devil Emperor? What was the road to immortality that he was talking about? A higher level than the divine secret realm? Or was it just a path? In this short conversation, Jun Changshao had a lot of questions. One thing he was sure of was that this should have happened in the past. Someone had deliberately left an illusion in the stone room so that people could witness the history that had happened. Humph! A gloomy voice came from the main battleship again, interrupting Goshing's thoughts. As long as you are strong, it doesn't matter if you are human or demon. Gu Xianyuan said, Your so-called strength is nothing more than endless slaughter and plunder. How many planes have been destroyed, how many creatures have turned into ghosts? I firmly believe that sooner or later, a powerhouse of our human race will rise against the tide and eradicate all of you evildoers who bring calamity to the world. We will return peace to the universe and even change the structure of the upper universe and usher in a new era. Our human race, standing in the vast universe, we will be undefeated and indestructible. The last sentence was sonorous and powerful. Lord Changshao was deeply affected and shaken by this. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, he was a human. There was no doubt about this, so when he heard Gu Xuanyuan's words, his heart could not calm down for a long time. Humph! Humans just like to talk fast. Today, I will let you understand that being undefeated and indestructible requires strength. Otherwise everything is empty talk. Generals, listen to my order. Destroy the Xianyuan realm. Yes. In an instant, the bottom cabins of tens of thousands of battleships opened, and countless warriors with strange auras flew out. There were so many of them that they were like bats flying out of a cave. The scene was terrifying. What caught Jun Changshao's attention the most were the few extremely ugly leaders in front of him. They were wearing excellent equipment and were clearly not human. One look and one could tell that they were up to no good. They are all stronger than the host, the system said. Not only was he strong, but he was also much stronger. If this was not an illusion but real, Jun Changshao would have been scared away by the terrifying aura. As expected, the upper universe is filled with experts. Jun Changshao did not feel inferior. Instead, his eyes were shining. Putting aside the development of the sect, he was also a person who wanted to be strong. Naturally, he wanted to pursue a higher realm and control more power. Intruders! Right at this moment, Gu Xianyuan drew his sword and said with a cold and fierce gaze, "Die." When the last word was spoken, terrifying sword energy swept through the universe and tore the void apart. The scene was unprecedentedly shocking. Poochie! Poochie! Wherever the sword light passed, blood and flesh splattered. That's terrifying. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. With so many people charging at him, Not only was this middle-aged man not afraid, he even burst forth with an even stronger sword intent. Just what level had he reached? Especially that sword. It looked even stronger than the ultimate immortal sword. Ever since he had the system store, Jun Changshao had always been far ahead in terms of equipment. He had even circled the earth several times. Many battles that he could win were either because of magical modifications or because of unstoppable attacks. Today, he was inferior to him. There was no other way. The other party's level was too high. It was understandable that his equipment was strong. Boom! Boom! The sword energy tore through the enemy group and flew up, directly cutting the battleships in half and triggering a series of explosions. Oh my God! Jun Changshao's eyes widened. Gu Tianxing's axe was already powerful enough. This man's sword directly swept away a bunch of them. The scene was hard to describe. Especially, the level of these pitch-black battleships was obviously higher than the star spirit world. Kill! Kill! Deafening roars echoed in the universe. All kinds of lights flickered and illuminated the dark starry sky. Jun Changshao watched in shock. A battle of this level had already exceeded his imagination. After an unknown amount of time, the battle finally ended. The battleships gathered outside the plane turned into nothingness. Corpses floated in the starry sky. Blood gathered together as if turning into a sea of blood. Jun Changshao was silent. In his field of vision, the middle-aged man was covered in blood. His hair was disheveled and he stood with a sword in his hand. Although his face was pale, the will of a powerhouse couldn't be concealed. I'll only say the word strong once. Pft! Gu Xianyuan spat out blood. Although he destroyed all the tens of thousands of battleships, he was inevitably seriously injured. Man! 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 Jun Changshao gave him a thumbs up and gave him the most respectful look. Swish! At this moment the scene in front of him changed. Gosheng left the universe illusion and was in the wild. There were mountains, trees, and water around him. The scenery was pleasant. Plop! The sound of someone falling could be heard. Jun Changshao looked and found that Gu Xianyuan, who was fighting just now, had fallen on the grass. There were still bloodstains on his body, and his face was still very pale. He felt like he was going to die at any time. Master, a young child shouted with tears in her eyes. Gu Xianyuan raised his hand with difficulty and put it on her head. He smiled and said, "Are they all gone?" "Yes." The child said, "They're all gone. You should go too." "Master, I won't leave you." This sword that was tempered by the essence of heaven and earth, the sun and the moon has accompanied me for 10,000 years. Today I will pass it to you. Remember, this sword can only be used by the destined person. When you grow up, don't draw the sword easily, or you will suffer a backlash. Gu Xianyuan threw the sword over and waved his sleeve to send the child into the void. Wah! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Among those invaders, there was no lack of powerful strength. It was already not easy for him to survive until now. My Xianyuan realm is a first-class plane in the upper universe. The heaven and earth attribute is rare in the world. Now that all the creatures have been safely transferred, how can we leave this place to the demonic emperor? Gu Xianyuan tried to get up, put his hands together, and muttered. Gradually, his body began to disintegrate, turning into fireflies and drifting with the wind. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Wherever the fluorescent light passed, the surrounding heaven and earth attributes were absorbed. The trees and flowers lost their vitality and constantly flowed into the ground. Soon, the entire plain turned into a wasteland. Jun Changshao's eyes widened, because the wasteland he saw at this moment was exactly the same as the independent battlefield. He understood. The so-called independent battlefield was actually the Xianyuan realm. I have used 30,000 years of cultivation to seal the heaven and earth attribute. If the destined person finds the eye of the formation and inherits the plane's origin, He will be the master of the Xianyuan realm. Gu Xuanyuan's voice floated in the wasteland, but the more he spoke, the weaker he became, indicating that his time was up. Swish. At this point, the illusion completely disappeared. Jun Changshao suddenly turned around and found that he was still standing in the stone room. A few steps in front of him, there were complicated lines flashing on the ground. In the center of the room, there was a crystal floating with flowing light, emitting a rich heaven and earth attribute. "This is," the system exclaimed, "the plane's origin." Chapter 17:14. Jun Changshao squatted on the ground, holding his head with both hands. "Calm down. Don't get excited." He thought so in his heart, but his mouth gradually widened, and an extremely exaggerated smile appeared. He brought Rinshan to the independent battlefield in the hope of forming a golden partner with the guardian spirit beast, so that it would be more convenient to excavate the spirit veins. In fact, his wish came true. In half a month, the first-level spirit stones alone had exceeded 100 billion. If the system had not been upgraded to the upper realm version, the bound space ring's capacity would have been infinitely expanded, and a normal ring would not be able to hold it. Very cool. Super cool. What Jun Changshao did not expect was that just after the ore vein was excavated, Rinshan accidentally found a big stone door. At first, he imagined that there were materials higher than the spirit stones inside, but he was severely beaten by the system. Now, there were indeed no resources higher than the spirit stones, but there was a plane's origin waiting for him to inherit. Happiness came too quickly, and it caught him off guard. If not for the presence of rows of flowers, Jun Changshao would have run to Rinshan and kissed him hard to express his joy and gratitude. Bringing him to the battlefield was more valuable than bringing the guardian spirit beast. The system entered the play-dead mode, because it had previously said, "Do you think you are a koi? Just going in is an opportunity?" This. Not only was it an opportunity, but it was also a great opportunity. In half a month, although Jun Changshao had dug a lot of spirit veins with the help of the guardian spirit beast, it was definitely a time-consuming and laborious work to dig all of them. Now, as long as it inherited the plane's origin, it would be the master of the plane. Dig a fart, dig a hair. As long as its mind moved, it would all come over. Thinking of this, Jun Changshao got up, calmed down his excited mood, and like the silly son of a landlord, he opened his mouth and said, "Thank you." Fortunately, the system did not have a physical body, or else its face would be swollen to planet Vegeta. Husband, rows of flowers looked at the crystal surrounded by flowing light and said, "Is this thing the plane's origin?" Although she had never seen it, she had heard of it. What's more, the heaven and earth attributes that spread out from the crystal were hundreds of times stronger than the outside world. Origin. The heart of the plane, the source of attribute. Whether it was the spirit veins or the spirit mother, they were all born from this thing. Isn't it the ancestor? I'm not wrong. The system became even more silent. Not bad. Jun Chang smiled and said, "This is the plane's origin. I didn't expect to find it so easily. It's a little hard to believe." Rows of flowers sighed. "Patriarch, madam." Rinshan rubbed his hands and grinned. "This is all thanks to this disciple. Should I be given a special class merit?" Jun Changshao usually did not put on the airs of a patriarch in the sect. He would even joke with the disciples occasionally, so he did not have any scruples when the occasion was not serious. To put it bluntly, this was the atmosphere of a happy family. "Here," Jun Changshao said, "of course." He had helped him find a first-class plane that contained endless spirit veins. Not only would he be rewarded with special class merits, but he would also have to note that it was an SSS grade. Rinshan grinned. "You guys get out of the way," Jun Changshao said. "I'm here to inherit the plane source." Rows of flowers said, "The source is different from the attributes of heaven and earth. There may be danger in inheriting it. Husband, you have to think carefully." The crystal in front of him was not bad, but it was not easy to get it. I've thought about it, Jun Changshao said with a firm gaze. This thing must be inherited. Previously in the illusion, Gu Xianyuan had said that the fated person could inherit the plane source. Since he was here, he must be the fated person. Swoosh. He released his spiritual senses and integrated them into the crystal. Boom. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao's sea of consciousness seemed to explode. He took more than 10 steps back before he could stabilize his body. A look of pain appeared on his face. Ah! The system laughed and said, not fated. Because he had been slapped in the face before, he finally seized the opportunity to laugh at him. Damn it! Jun Changxiao said gloomily, I've already come in. How can I not be fated? Wait. Renshan was the one who discovered the large stone door. Perhaps it was fate. Shan. Jun Changxiao said kindly, use your spiritual senses to communicate with this crystal. If they were fated, he had no objections to his disciple inheriting it. After all, he should keep the goodies within the family. Yes. Renshan began to release his spiritual senses. However, as soon as he touched the crystal, there was a bang and his entire body was directly bounced out and slammed into the wall. Shan. Jun Changxiao exclaimed. Renshan stood up from the ground in a sorry state and said, Patriarch. I'm fine. Jun Changxiao heaved a sigh of relief. Plop. Suddenly, Renshan's eyelids rolled up and he collapsed to the ground like mud. He had completely fainted. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Rose of Flowers was speechless. The crystal had a protective mechanism. Anyone who touched it with spiritual senses would suffer a backlash. Jun Changxiao was strong, so he could only feel pain. Renshan, on the other hand, was not strong enough, so he fainted immediately. Fortunately, it was not a big problem to just faint. What should I do? After confirming that there was nothing wrong with his disciple, Jun Changxiao held his chin and pondered. The system said, someone was thinking too much just now. Now, he can only look but not touch. I'm afraid he will be anxious to death. Get lost. Jun Changxiao scolded. Got it. It can be stored in the space ring. I can't even touch it with my spiritual senses. How are you going to store it? Jun Changxiao was silent. The system said, this plane origin is left by Gu Xianyuan to the fated person. Since the host can't do it, we can only wait for someone else to inherit it. I can't accept this. Jun Changxiao roared in his heart. At this moment, Rose of Flowers picked up a small branch from somewhere above and walked toward the crystal, saying, let me try. Jun Changxiao said in shock, don't mess around, Pa. The small branch reached over and touched the flowing light. It was as if a bubble had been punctured, revealing the original appearance of the crystal. This, Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. Rose of Flowers said, without the flowing light, husband should be able to inherit it, right? Let me try. Jun Changxiao released his spiritual senses again and carefully approached it. As expected, there was no obstruction. Jun Changxiao immediately controlled his spiritual senses to pounce over. Swoosh. After touching the plane origin, his soul was instantly brought into a space that was even more illusory than an illusion. Fated person. You're finally here. Before Go Xing could come back to his senses, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. It's him. Gu Xianyuan. Sure enough, when Jun Changxiao turned around, he saw the mighty man who destroyed tens of thousands of battleships and killed hundreds of thousands of enemies in the void in front of him. He blurted out, Senior, you're still alive? This is formed by a trace of my remnant consciousness. I see. Jun Changxiao was enlightened. Gu Xianyuan said, you can enter the stone chamber and trigger the playback array I left behind, which proves that you're the fated person. You can take the Xianyuan realm's origin. Thank you, Senior. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said. However, Gu Xianyuan said with a solemn gaze, If you inherit the plain origin, you have to take on a responsibility and destroy the celestial demonic emperor. The celestial demonic emperor lives by killing and plundering. Thousands of planes and living beings have been persecuted. Since you're a human and have inherited the Xianyuan realm, you should eliminate evil for the common people. I'm afraid I can't beat him. Jun Changshao also wanted to eliminate evil for the common people, but from what he saw in the illusion, any martial artist with a little status could kill him. It's fine, Gu Xianyuan said. If you can't beat him, you can become stronger. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Gu Xianyuan continued, the Xianyuan realm is a first-class plane with extremely rich heaven and earth attribute. Before I disintegrate, I condensed it into a grain of sand. You can carry it with you or use it as a cultivation ground. Sooner or later, you will be strong enough to fight against the celestial demonic emperor. A grain of sand? He didn't feel it at all. You don't agree? I agree. He had to get the plain origin, so since he had to take on the responsibility, then so be it. Anyway, he had done many things to save the world, so he was familiar with it. Swish. Suddenly, a light flickered in front of him, and a blood-stained armor appeared out of thin air. This is the armor that has accompanied me for tens of thousands of years. It was forged with the essence of heaven and earth, sun and moon. Its quality is extraordinary. Today, I'll give it to you to protect yourself, Gu Xianyuan said. Jun Changshao said weakly, Senior, why didn't you leave that sword here too? I originally planned to give it to my disciple along with the armor, but my lifespan was almost up and I was in a hurry to send her out, so… Gu Xianyuan said, I forgot. Plop. Jun Changshao fell to the ground. It seemed that the armor wasn't deliberately left behind. Remember, Gu Xianyuan said with a solemn expression, this armor is stained with the blood of the celestial demonic and has been corroded for tens of thousands of years. Unless it's a matter of life and death, you must not force yourself to wear it. Otherwise, you will lose your mind and your soul will be destroyed. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Jun Changshao gently held up the blood-stained armor and said solemnly, our human race, standing in the vast universe, must be indestructible. Good. Very good. Gu Xianyuan laughed loudly, and his remnant thoughts gradually faded. Tens of thousands of years ago, the top expert who killed the elite fleet of the celestial demonic emperor by himself had completely turned into ashes today. As for whether the fated person he had been waiting for could fulfill his last wish, how would he know? Senior. Jun Changshao lowered his head, looked at the armor, and said, I have inherited the plain origin today. I have also inherited your will today. Playing was playing, messing around was messing around. Don't take Brother Go's seriousness as a joke. Because, just as Gu Xianyuan said, our human race, standing in the vast universe, must be indestructible. Chapter 17:15. Jun Changshao had told countless lies and done indecent things in his life, but this time, he was unusually serious because he was also a human. That was all. Celestial Demon Emperor. Just you wait. Ah. Suddenly, Jun Changshao screamed miserably. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely gloomy attribute suddenly erupted from his body and was madly attacking his knowledge sea. Although Xiaohua and Little Xie immediately responded, the attribute was so fierce that it instantly broke through their layers of defense. The whole process happened in a short time, but the pain it brought was very intense. Plop! Jun Changshao half knelt on the ground, his face abnormally ferocious. Quick! The system hurriedly said, throw away the armor. It turned out that the attribute that suddenly erupted like a virus came from the armor that was stained with celestial demon blood. Gu Xianyuan said that unless it was a matter of life and death, he should not wear it, but he forgot to remind him not to have any physical contact with it. It was rare for Brother Go to be serious, but he had to pick up the armor. This was really the most fatal way to seek death. The terrifying gloomy attribute was like a hot knife through butter. Even if Xiaohua and Little Xie resisted with all their might, it was useless. Ah! A scream resounded in the stone room. When other protagonists encountered a little setback, the readers would think that the protagonists were abusing the protagonist. My readers were already overjoyed at this point, even beating drums and setting off firecrackers to celebrate. "Husband, what's wrong?" Seeing Jun Changxiao's painful expression, Rose of Flowers' eyes were filled with worry. "Quick, leave," Jun Changxiao spoke with difficulty, his eyes gradually turning red. His symptoms were very similar to Yi Xingqian's. The armor was stained with celestial demon blood, and had been eroded by it for tens of thousands of years, so it was very toxic. So, whether he lost his mind or did something crazy, it was understandable. Could it be that this was the only way to get rid of his single life? Sigh. It was hopeless. "Let's go." Rose of Flowers made a prompt decision. At this moment she was very assertive. If it were anyone else, they would have been at a loss and would have been at a loss. Patriarch Ren Shan originally planned to stay, but he listened to his wife and quickly turned to leave. Inside the stone room, Jun Changxiao was the only one left. What would he do if the fire burned him? Ah! The blood-curdling screams rose and fell one after another, as if they were being played in high pitch. Jun Changxiao's facial muscles gradually hardened as his attributes crazily pounded his mind. Clearly, he had entered the state of activating his stone statue race bloodline. Of course, this was not something that Go Xing had initiated. Instead, it was the eerie attribute released by the heavenly demon blood that resonated with his bloodline. Thus, it was temporarily activated when he gradually lost his mind. To be exact, it was more like a form of self-protection. Hoo-hoo! After the gargoyle race's bloodline was activated, the energy gathered in the sea of consciousness, madly resisting the dark attribute that was trying to take control of the situation. Both sides moved their troops and fought to their heart's content. Ah! Ouch! Jun Changxiao's pain intensified as the two attributes fought against each other. The pitch of his screams changed from high notes to low notes, and from low notes to coloratura. The change in tempo and the strength of his singing made people gasp in amazement. Don't say it. It was quite pleasant to hear. Perhaps after experiencing this ordeal, he would be able to change his tone. A moment later, Jun Changxiao's entire body turned into a stone statue. However, due to the invasion of the external attributes, his entire body was burning hot and his skin had turned blood red. This situation was not similar to Yi Xingqian, who had lost his mind. This was even worse than him. "We're in trouble," the system said. "We have to call Ren Shan in as soon as possible." "No need." Jun Changxiao clenched his fists and roared in his heart. "I can handle it myself." The conversation between the two was thought-provoking. Who? The stone statue race bloodline in Jun Changxiao's body was fully activated, and reinforcements rushed in from all directions. They wore armor and helmets and rushed straight to the battlefield to fight against the invading gloomy attribute. At this moment, no one could help Go Xing. If he wanted to resolve the current crisis, he could only rely on himself. "It's over, it's over," the system said. "The host is going crazy again." Wait, why did I say again? The reason was very simple. Along the way from the lower realm, Jun Changxiao had gone crazy many times, especially after obtaining the stone statue race in the dimensional battlefield. As long as he used it, he would immediately go berserk. Hoo-hoo! The two attributes went back and forth, fighting fiercely in his body. Perhaps the system's mouth worked again. The originally very serious situation suddenly changed, and the gloomy attribute began to weaken, and the painful symptoms were greatly alleviated. Jun Changxiao stood up, and his ferocious face relaxed. As for the stone statue race bloodline and the gloomy attribute in his body, perhaps because of friendship and affection, they began to gradually merge. What's going on? Jun Changxiao was a little confused. the system said. The two are resonating and merging. To be precise, the stone statue race bloodline is devouring this external attribute blood. That's right. What merged into Guoxing's body was not the attribute, but the remaining heavenly demon blood on the armor. So little fire and little Xie were helpless, and the stone statue race bloodline suddenly activated itself. Devour! Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. The system complained. The Xianyuan realm turned into a grain of sand and can enter and leave at will. It's already very tricky. I didn't expect the stone statue race bloodline to have the ability to devour. Jun Changxiao could not be bothered with it, and he looked inside his body. At first, the stone statue race bloodline's merging speed was not fast, but as it continued to devour, it seemed to become more familiar, and its speed also increased. So comfortable. The merging of the stone statue race bloodline and heavenly demon blood brought Jun Changxiao great pleasure, so he closed his eyes and quietly savored it, a bright smile on his face. Just now, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead, but now, he was full of satisfaction. Many readers quietly opened shopping apps and began to cancel their unshipped gongs and firecrackers. Madam, the patriarch is not singing anymore. Outside the stone room, Ren Shan said anxiously. Jun Changxiao's screams just now were sometimes high and sometimes low, and it was a little scary, but at least it proved that he was still alive. Now that there was no sound, could it be? No. Ren Shan said with a serious look. I have to go in and take a look. Rose of Flowers said. My husband's body has obviously been invaded by some kind of element. Once he can't control his thoughts, I'm afraid he will go crazy. If you go in, you will be courting death. Ren Shan broke down. Then what should we do? Wait. Rose of Flowers said so, but she was actually panicking, and she secretly prayed for Jun Changxiao, hoping that he could turn the danger into safety. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, a gloomy aura blew out from the stone room. Rose of Flowers and Ren Shan hurriedly retreated, and they could not help but feel a chill on their backs. Step. A foot stepped out of the stone room. The two subconsciously looked up and saw Jun Changxiao in blood-red armor, walking out with his head down, surrounded by an extremely gloomy aura. If the stone door was compared to hell, he was now a demon coming out. Gulp. Ren Shan swallowed and said with a trembling voice. Patriarch Rose of Flowers frowned. At this moment, she could not help but think that her husband had not stabilized his mind and sea of consciousness, and he had completely lost his mind. Swish. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao looked up. His eyebrows and eyes were blood-red, and his face was full of gloomy coldness, as if he was a heartless, cold-blooded, and ruthless person. Ren Shan and the patriarch only looked at each other, and they were frightened by the gloomy aura and kept retreating. He's possessed. Hua Meigui's mind was in a mess. At this time, she did not know what to do. Swish. At this time, Jun Changxiao slowly raised his finger to Ren Shan, and the gloomy expression on his face was suddenly replaced by a smirk. Am I handsome? Chapter 17-16. The heavenly demon blood that surged into Jun Changxiao's body was all swallowed by the stone statue bloodline. It couldn't be said that it could be considered as helping each other. Since it had fused, it naturally wouldn't cause any harm, so Guoxing was fine. He even put on the armor. Before Gu Xianyuan left, he had warned him that if his spirit in heaven knew about this, he wouldn't know what he would think. Damn it! This guy was cheating. Whoosh! The moment he put it on, a blood-red luster appeared. After it disappeared, Jun Changxiao's eyebrows and eyes turned red. Power, energy, flesh and blood. He said in shock, they've all improved greatly. This is because after completely fusing with the Incen's blood, the stone statue bloodline upgraded to 2.0. What the hell is 2.0? Needless to say, when Jun Changxiao carefully sensed, he found that there were two different kinds of energy in the flowing blood. Among them, the stone statue bloodline was the dominant one. Although his skin didn't look like a stone statue, it was still as hard as iron. Awesome. He stretched his back lazily and a smile appeared on his face. Wait, there was still the plain origin. Jun Changshao walked to the crystal and placed one hand on it, saying, "From now on, I am your master." Swish. The crystal instantly shrank and landed in his palm. In fact, when his soul entered and encountered Gu Xianyuan, who was formed by a trace of remnant thoughts, the origin and him had already merged into one. Congratulations! Go Xing had become the master of the plane. He still remembered that Shi Jingxian was still the child of the plane. Now, compared to her, she was a generation inferior. After taking away the origin, Jun Changshao strode out of the stone room, but because he was wearing the armor, he looked like a demon returning from hell. Oh my God! Ren Shan patted his chest and said, "You scared me to death." After confirming that the patriarch hadn't lost his mind and asked if he was handsome, he immediately relaxed. Rose of Flowers also heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Did you get the origin?" "Yes." Jun Changshao nodded. Rose of Flowers smiled and said, "This trip is quite fruitful. 100 billion spirit stones. Plain origin. Blood-stained armor. Any one of these 3 items could be considered a great opportunity. In the end, all of them were taken by Go Xing. It was as if all the good things were taken by a dog. Let's go. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh. Together with him, Rose of Flowers, Ren Shan, and the guardian spirit beast, they instantly disappeared and appeared in midair above the battlefield. Amazing! Ren Shan widened his eyes. Just a moment ago, they were still in the depths of the mine, but the patriarch came out with a snap of his fingers. With a single thought, he could travel 10,000 miles in an instant, and with a single movement, he could control everything. He was the master of the plane. In fact, as long as a martial artist's realm was still within the range of the heavenly Tao Order's control, it would take less than 0.01 seconds for him to die. Jun Changshao stood in the sky with his right hand by his ear. He closed his eyes and listened to everything in the world. He said, "I can hear the sound of rocks and sand. They seem to be saying that I'm handsome." The system broke down. This guy can only be serious for 3 seconds at most. Jun Changshao could not only listen to everything, but he could also see the mineral veins hidden underground. As long as he wanted it, he could keep it in his space ring with a wave of his hand. Of course, he would not go and take it again, because it had already lost its meaning. "Senior Gu," Jun Changshao said, "this isn't just your home. From today onward, it's also my home. Not only will I inherit your will, but I'll also return this plane to prosperity and even become a transcendent existence that stands above everyone else." The upper realm. It was just a relay station. It was the same for the few planes he had encountered during his interstellar travel. People could not live without a home, just like how he could not live without a female reader. Since he had obtained the Xianyuan domain today, he would settle down here. Luffy, who had always wanted to be the man of One Piece, had only become a regular after obtaining the Golden Mary. Go Xing, who was forced to dominate the universe, had his own dock and his own aircraft carrier today. Eternal Ship. Li Qingyang was seriously designing a sketch, and the wall behind him was filled with all kinds of designs. As the official head of internal affairs and civil engineer of the Sect of all times, his wild imagination and majestic designs were not put into action. Of course, there was also Paige, who slept all day. Because there was no soil, because there was no land to cultivate, she spent her days in a daze. They were waiting for Yen Zhong to go off topic and compete in the universe, so that he could return to the Sect. Kill! Kill! On the independent battlefield, the sound of killing shook the sky. In an area suspected to have a spirit vein, thousands of martial artists from both worlds were killing each other. Their lives dissipated with the explosion of energy. For martial arts resources, it was normal to kill each other. Xiao. Just as the two realms' cultivators were fighting to the death, Jun Changshao appeared in the sky. Jie. In an instant, an aura that could not be disobeyed appeared around him. Nearly 10,000 people were bound, and it was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Martial arts are precious, but the value of life is even higher. Jun Changshao said, "You don't have to kill each other for the spirit vein anymore." His voice sounded calm, but the martial artists who were bound were horrified, because a powerful force that could not be disobeyed pressed down on them, and then, Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. In an instant, the martial artists from both worlds who gathered nearby all disappeared into thin air. When they came back to their senses, they were either in the Imperial Soul Realm or the Imperial Celestial Realm. They looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? Aren't we on the independent battlefield? The martial artists from both worlds did not know that Jun Changshao sent them all home as the realm master of the Xianyuan realm. At the independent battlefield, the Imperial Celestial Realm's stronghold, Elder Lin and the others stood in front of the main hall, feeling the vast aura, and their eyes were filled with shock. The reason? Jun Changshao was hanging in the sky. The Imperial Celestial Realm had dealt with Go Xing several times, so they knew a little about him. But now that they met again, his appearance and aura were completely different, as if he was the supreme ruler. Here. As the master, Jun Changshao was a god. "You guys." Go Xing waved his hand and said, "Go back." Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Elder Lin and the others were sent back to the Imperial Celestial Realm with a horrified mentality. As for the stronghold built on the battlefield, it was instantly erased and restored to its previous barren state. Buzz. At the same time, the dark vortex in the Imperial Celestial Realm that connected to the battlefield began to spin, until it became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. It's gone. The entrance to the battlefield is gone. The vortex had existed for a long time, and it had always existed regardless of rain or shine. Now they were sent back first, and then watched it slowly disappear. The sudden changes made Elder Lin and the others unable to come back to their senses for a long time. The experts of the Imperial Soul Realm were also sent out, and the stronghold of the Imperial Soul Realm was also erased. However, Jun Changshao temporarily kept the dark vortex connecting the two worlds, because after settling the sect, he still had to take rows of flowers to the Imperial Soul Realm to reunite with her family. Xiao. In the starry sky area where Eternal was docked, an inconspicuous grain of sand suddenly trembled, and then Jun Changshao and the others appeared out of thin air. "Damn!" Go Xing said in surprise. "It's really a grain of sand." The system said, "The host has picked up a treasure. In the future, when you encounter danger outside, you can totally hide in it." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's boring to hide such a big plane. After the transformation, it will be restored to its original state, and it will stand proudly in the universe's starry sky as a legend passed down through the ages." Chapter 1717. Xianyuan Realm. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times stood in the yellow sand. Their expressions were wonderful. Jun Changshao had brought Rinshan to the battlefield. They did not know what they had experienced, so they were stunned when they were suddenly brought in. "How is it?" Go Xing smiled. "Our home is not bad, right?" Everyone was still in a daze. "Patriarch," Su Xiaoma said, "although the heaven and earth attributes here are very rich, we can't absorb them at all." Clap! Jun Changshao snapped his fingers. In an instant, the heaven and earth attributes that were originally very resistant to martial artists became docile. "We can absorb them now," Su Xiaoma said excitedly. "Such strong attributes must be stronger than absorbing the Dao Stone." "Dao Stone?" Jun Changshao said disdainfully. "It's already history." Indeed. Just the heaven and earth attributes that filled the Xianyuan realm were enough to kill the Dao Stone in the upper realm. This was all thanks to Gu Xianyuan. Before he died, he hid all the vitality of all living things underground and did something to the origin so that the heaven and earth attributes that were released could not be absorbed by outsiders. The once glorious plain had become a barren land. This was actually a kind of regression. However, because all living things had left, the vitality of all living things was preserved underground. Instead, it continued to operate normally for countless years and even continued to evolve. The most typical example was the wild growth of spirit veins. The upper realm also had mineral veins, but most of the heaven and earth attributes released by the origin had been snatched away by martial artists. Then, it was overexploited. After a long time, it could not keep up with the pace. Qingyang. Jun Changshao waved his hand and pointed at the vast wilderness. Such a big place, you can build it however you want. Li Qingyang was so excited that his fingers were trembling. In addition to practicing martial arts, he often studied all kinds of building blueprints. Today, it finally came in handy. Page. Jun Changshao said again, "There's so much soil, you can eat as much as you want." Roar. Page let out an excited roar. Although the Xianyuan realm looked like a wasteland, its soil contained the attributes of heaven and earth, so it would definitely taste delicious. The more it ate, the stronger it became. At the same time, it could reclaim wasteland for construction. It was killing two birds with one stone. Patriarch. Li Qingyang asked, "Are we going to build a sect here?" "There's no need for such trouble," Jun Changshao said. "I'll go back to the upper realm and move Mount Iron Bone here." The sect of all times was already built well, so there was no need to rebuild it. Of course, Jun Changshao had spared no expense in returning to the upper realm mainly because he had something more important to do, and that was to send all the martial artists from the Falling Star continent into the upper realm. The Xianyuan realm was extremely vast. With 100,000 sects living here, it seemed a bit lonely and cold. The Falling Star continent. He held an extremely high position in Jun Changshao's heart. Therefore, now that there was a plane, the first thing he wanted to do was to bring all the living beings here. Of course, there were also people in the upper realm that Go Xing cared about, such as Zhenren Tonggu, Masato Katano, and the other rogue cultivators. Naturally, he would ask them if they were willing to move. That's great. After learning about the Patriarch's idea, Su Xiaoma cheered excitedly. Although his fiancée Xia Shuiyun had joined the sect of all times and was by his side, her parents were still in Iron Bone Town. If he could bring them over as children, he could also show his filial piety. Li Qingyang and the others also had relatives in the Falling Star continent, so they agreed with the Patriarch's idea. However, only Xiao Ziji was in low spirit. The Xiao family in Liang City was still surviving in the cracks, and their lives were getting worse day by day. However, to him, they were no longer family. There was also Murong Xian. Since fulfilling the 3-year promise, the two of them had not interacted with each other. Thinking about it carefully, Xiao Ziji really had no relatives or friends in the Falling Star continent. No wonder he was in low spirits. "What's on your mind?" Jun Changshao asked. "Nothing," Xiao Ziji said. "Nothing." Jun Changshao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Qingyang and little Mo already have their other halves. Even Xingqian is no longer the Xingqian of the past. You have to work harder." Coincidentally, Elder Wei walked over and heard the Patriarch's words. His expression suddenly became interesting. Did I hear it wrong? Someone with the Patriarch's EQ was giving his disciple a lesson on relationships? Elder Wei. Jun Changshao said, "What's the matter?" Patriarch, although the attributes here are rich, it's all wilderness. Do we need to transform it? We need it very much. Beautiful mountains and clear waters were naturally better than yellow sand. It was necessary to transform the ecological environment of the Xianyuan realm. Elder Wei. Jun Changshao said, "I'll leave this matter to the medical hall. If conditions permit, you can plant herbs and plants." Elder Wei's mouth twitched. It would definitely be a big project to plant herbs in such a big world. However, when he thought of the medicinal herbs everywhere and the fragrance in the air, he immediately said, "No problem." Boom, 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 boom. In an open area, Page dug back and forth with his head close to the ground according to Li Qingyang's design plan. The first city after the Xianyuan realm was sealed would appear here. It was also a place with good feng shui that Jun Changshao had specially chosen. Boom! Boom! Yi Xingqian, Xiao Ziji, and the others were not idle either. They temporarily acted as construction workers and condensed the power of true spirit to build wooden piles. Needless to say, they looked pretty good. This was all thanks to the fact that Li Qingyang would bring them over every time he repaired the Sect. Not only were they good at making wooden piles, but they were also good at modifying beams, interior decorating, repairing nuclear bombs, and even putting film on mobile phones. Whoosh! At this moment, the space in the sky distorted, and 10 battleships were sent in and then quietly hung in the air. The Xianyuan realm was not only the Sect of all time's new home, but it was also a dock for the battleships. The construction of the first city took some time. Jun Changshao did not supervise the whole process and took Eternal back the way they came. As for the disciples, they were either helping out or improving their cultivation in the Xianyuan realm. Husband. Rose of Flowers walked into the cockpit and said, "Since you're going to pick up the people of the Falling Star continent, why don't you bring the Soul Race with you?" "No problem." Jun Changshao had also thought about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Rose of Flowers kissed him on the face. This move was so sudden that Go Xing was caught off guard. It was as if she had poked his chrysanthemum terrace. He jumped up from his chair and said angrily, "What are you doing?" "Of course it's to thank you." Rose of Flowers turned around and left with her hands behind her back like an innocent girl. Jun Changshao rubbed his face that had been kissed and roared, "Rose of Flowers, I'm the Sect Master. Can't you show some respect?" Chapter 17-18. The Xianyuan realm was huge. It was easy to accommodate a living being from a lower realm, so it was not a problem to bring the soul race in. This was related to Jun Changshao. If others wanted to come in, it was impossible. Of course, it was not a wise move to lock the realm in isolation. On the way to the upper realm, Jun Changshao started to think that when the realm developed, he could set up an immigration office to manage immigrants. "You want to become a legal resident of the Sect of all times? Sure, pay up." The system complained, "Host, this is not developing the Sect, this is developing the realm. You might as well change the name to the strongest realm of all times." Bullsh *T. Jun Changshao said, "The Sect of all times oversees the Xianyuan realm. How is it not considered developing the Sect? Furthermore, I've said it. Whether the Xianyuan realm can resound throughout the universe in the future depends on my Sect, right?" The system was speechless. Indeed, the strength of a realm did not depend solely on the attributes of heaven and earth. It also depended on the support of top powerhouses and various forces. The Sect of all times was located here, and its rise and fall would directly affect the rise and fall of the Xianyuan realm. Therefore, it was still a Sect and not a realm. When I have a son in the future, not only can he inherit a Sect, but he can also inherit a realm. He will definitely be a strong second generation. Jun Changshao said. Pfft. The system laughed. An idiot of steel was actually thinking about descendants. He might as well be Li Xingtian. However, thinking about it carefully, with Gosheng's personality, if he really had a son, when he was old and had no more desires, he would probably call his son over and solemnly tell him that he was leaving this sect and this plane to him, and that he was leaving. Even if there was, perhaps it would be another book, another story. He had already thought of the introduction. The little dog was still in swaddling clothes when his father heartlessly abandoned him. It would see how a child woke up his uncle masters, senior brothers, and senior sisters one by one from their deep sleep and led them on a journey to find his father. The title of the book was The Story of a Dog's Father. The Little Dog Finds His Father. What are you thinking about? Rose of Flowers asked. June Changshao, who was deep in thought, blurted out, I miss my son. Swearing an oath was definitely a habitual way of thinking. It was definitely not Gou Xing's original intention, so when he said it, he immediately realized that something was wrong and almost raised his hand to slap his own face. Rose of Flowers froze for a moment, then turned her head and said angrily, Who wants to give you a son? A slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. June Changshao hastily explained, I'm thinking about Constellation's son. What does it have to do with Yi Xingqian? The system roared, even if he has a son, he should be the one thinking about it. Why do you have to think about it? Hungry? Rose of Flowers said, Do you want me to cook for you? Astonished, June Changshao asked, You can cook? This woman was very capable. After all, she used to manage a clan, but Lu Wancher was in charge of cooking in the sect. He had never seen her cook. In the eyes of you men, isn't it natural for a woman to know how to cook? Rose of Flowers said. June Changshao heard the hidden meaning in her words and hurriedly said, For the record, I have no discrimination against you women. Then what are you waiting for? Rose of Flowers said, Hurry to the cafeteria, the food is getting cold. Are you done? Yes. It took time to go to the upper realm, and June Changshao rarely cultivated. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he went to the cafeteria. Because there were no higher-ups or disciples in the battleship, there were only 2 people in the large cafeteria. It looked very empty, but it also looked very romantic. Pa. Rose of Flowers put a dish on the table and smiled. I learned this from Wancher. It's your favorite spicy fish head. Don't say it. The aroma wafted over, and it was very spicy. June Changshao's appetite was stimulated. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up something. He collapsed and said, Big sister, you didn't even scrape off the fish scales? What kind of dish are you making? You still want to scrape off the fish scales? Nonsense, have you ever seen fish scales when you eat fish? I don't eat fish. June Changshao's expression was wonderful. No wonder every time Lu Wanshi made fish-related dishes, she didn't even look at them and ignored them. Forget it, forget it. Since she cooked in person, he had to give her face. After all, as a patriarch, he could not hurt his subordinates' hearts. June Changshao pushed aside the layers of fish scales, picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. He closed his eyes and tasted it carefully. Rose of Flowers looked at him expectantly. It was her first time cooking, and she let her husband taste it, so she was very concerned. Not bad, not bad. After a while, June Changshao nodded and said, The taste is very good. Rose of Flowers had a bright smile on her face. There was no noble temperament on her face, and she looked more like a happy little girl who was praised. God! June Changshao said to himself, This is definitely a hellish dark cuisine. The fish scales were not even scrubbed off. It would be strange if it was delicious. However, Gou Xing had to give a good review at this moment, so as not to hurt her self-esteem. Eat more if it's delicious. Rose of Flowers pushed the dishes over. June Changshao's mouth twitched slightly. On the same day, Gou Xing went to the toilet a total of 36 times. When he came out, he held the wall with both hands, his legs were weak, and he cried, This is not spicy fish head, this is spicy poison. Everyone had shortcomings. For example, June Changshao was tone-deaf and sang out of tune. In particular, Rose of Flowers was not human, so she had no talent in cooking. Even if Lu Wanshi taught her step by step, she might not be able to understand. Come. Sweet and sour carp. Come, 4 happiness meatballs. After receiving June Changshao's praise and recognition, Rose of Flowers was immersed in cooking. On the way to the upper realm, she was in charge of 3 meals a day. Gou Xing looked at the camera and said with tears streaming down his face, Brothers, it's too hard for me. I've been under a lot of pressure recently. The upper realm. After Jun Changshao left with his disciples, it became extraordinarily calm. In fact, before Goxing came, it had been very quiet here. The various waves that arose after that were directly or indirectly related to him. Wait a minute. In the extreme cave abode, Masato Kitano was about to place a piece when he was interrupted by Genrentongu. Genrentongu then took away the piece he had placed earlier and placed it in another position. This was repentance, I said. Masato Kitano looked at him and said, "Can you be a little more shameless? You repentance 120 times yesterday. I've only repentance 103 times today," Genrentongu said disapprovingly. Masato Kitano shattered the chessboard with a palm and said, "I'm not playing anymore. This was destroying the game." "Fine, I'm not playing anymore." Genrentongu stood up and walked out of the cave abode. He looked up at the sky and said thoughtfully, "That disciple of mine, he didn't cause any trouble outside, did he?" "Whether he does or not, you can't take the blame," Masato Kitano said. Genrentongu shook his head and said, "This guy is gone. Although it's very quiet, I still miss him a little." "Master, I'm back." Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. Genrentongu's expression froze. He turned around and saw Jun Changshao squatting on the outdoor chessboard and smiling at him. At that moment, his first reaction was, "This guy didn't cause any trouble outside and deliberately came to me to take the blame, right?" Chapter 17-19. This, inside the extreme cave abode, Genrentongu held his chin as if he was constipated. He was surprised by Jun Changshao's sudden appearance, and even more surprised when he said that he would take him away from the upper realm. Jun Patriarch. Masato Kitano shook his head and said, "We haven't entered the half-step divine mystery state yet. Even if we can leave on a warship, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to survive." The universe was so big, and they also wanted to go out. However, they hadn't reached the third step, and they didn't even have the ability to break through the space barrier. Jun Changshao said, "Senior, don't worry. I'll take care of everything." This, Masato Kitano looked at his old friend and said, "Why don't you go out with your disciple and see the world?" He was already tempted. Playing chess all year round was actually a kind of cultivation. If he had the chance to go out and explore, he might be able to get some inspiration and reach the threshold of the third step. Genrentongu was still constipated and thinking. "All right." In the end, he agreed. "Master, Senior. Relax, I'll send you to a place." "A place?" Genrentongu and Masato Kitano were stunned, but they still followed Jun Changshao's instructions. They felt their vision blur, and then they appeared in the Xianyuan realm. In front of them was a newly completed new city. But the two of them appeared. Yi Xingchen pressed on the magically modified sound system, and a dynamic melody suddenly came out. Yao Menjing sat on the city wall and made a heart shape with her small hands. Then she smiled sweetly at Yu and sang, "Welcome another dawn, brand new air." Elder Wei, who was planting herbs, stood up and continued singing, "The atmosphere changes, the mood stays the same, the tea fragrance is full of friendship. My door is always open, waiting for you with open arms." The charming Li Luochu leaned against the city gate and winked at you. Genrentongu and Masato Kitano's mouths twitched. A bunch of lunatics, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and the others appeared on screen. They were either standing on the mountain peaks or singing in the city, rendering the atmosphere extremely amusing. When the beautiful melody was about to reach its peak, Jun Changshao stood with his back against the city gate tower. He turned around with the rhythm and slowly stretched out his arms. He raised his head and sang, "Welcome you forever, I'll create a new world for you, ah-oh, poo, poo." Genrentongu and Masato Kitano spat out blood on the spot. Actually, the upper echelons and disciples sang quite well, but the moment Goxing opened his mouth, the atmosphere was instantly destroyed. It seemed that his previous torture by the heavenly demon blood did not change his tone deafness. In fact, it was even worse than before. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Genren Tongu squatted at the city gate. His expression changed again and again. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Although the welcoming ceremony just now was amusing, it was undeniable that the heaven and earth attributes in this realm were dozens of times stronger than the upper realm. Old buddy! Masato Kitano was stunned for a long time. He said, "I'm dreaming, slap." Genren Tongu struck first. He swung his hand and slapped his face. He asked, "Does it hurt?" "It hurts. It's not a dream." The two of them were even more shocked. "Master." Jun Changshao walked over and said, "The city has just been built. The internal facilities are not complete, so I'll have to trouble you for a few days." Genren Tongu asked, "Brat, where is this place?" "The eternal world." Jun Changshao said, "My realm." "All right." The Xianyuan realm did not escape the fate of being renamed. However, it was still passable. At least it sounded better than the dog realm. "Your realm?" Genren Tongu and Masato Kitano widened their eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, the two of them suddenly disappeared from the city gate. They floated in the sky, then disappeared again and reappeared in the barren land. "Do you believe it now?" Jun Changshao stood beside them with a smile on his face. Although Genren Tongu and Masato Kitano were not half-step, they had been through a lot. There was only one possibility for him to bring them back and forth freely. He had really mastered the origin of the realm and could manipulate space at will. God! How long had it been since he left the upper realm? What had he experienced? Genren Tongu calmed down and said, "My disciple has a realm. Doesn't that mean—" He paused and said in shock, "He's the master of the realm." "Yes." Jun Changshao looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The pretentious atmosphere had reached its peak. The initial construction of the city was completed. However, due to its large size, it took a lot of time to build the interior. As for Genren Tongu and Masato Kitano, they were already shocked by the rich heaven and earth attribute. They could not be driven away even if they wanted to. "Disciple, can you send the extreme-grade cave abode in? Don't you live in the city?" "I've already jumped out of the 3 realms and the 5 elements." "Okay." Jun Changshao sent the extreme-grade cave abode in and placed it on a mountain peak hundreds of miles away from the city. After he was done, he went to look for the 7 sages of the ethereal world. At first, these people refused. However, after being sent to the eternal world and feeling the rich heaven and earth attributes, they were all impressed. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian walked over and said weakly, "Can you bring my master here too?" When the era of spaceflight began, this woman got on board. However, because her plot was still in the queue, her appearance was almost non-existent. "Okay. Thank you." Unlike Masato Kitano and the others who had a good relationship with Jun Changshao, Gu Hongzhenren was very strange. As soon as Go Xing finished speaking, he said impatiently, "Get out of here. I'm not interested in going out to have a look." Go Xing was a little embarrassed. "Okay. Special circumstances could only be treated differently." "Senior, look at the gray plane." Gu Hongzhenren looked up. Bang! Jun Changshao chopped the back of his head with a hand knife. He suddenly fainted on the ground and was then carried back to the eternal world. It was simple and violent, but the effect was excellent. "What are you doing here?" On a mountain peak, Immortal Qingwei said with a cold face. Jun Changshao, who had just landed, said, "Senior, you helped us when thousands of clans invaded. I'll always remember this kindness. So, in order to repay this kindness, you let me kill my disciple. Senior, you're an experienced and knowledgeable expert." At that time, Empress Lingyao wanted to die. "You should be able to see that, right?" Immortal Qingwei was silent. Indeed, her disciple wanted to die. No one could be blamed for this. I'm here this time to take you to a place that may help you reach the third step, Jun Changshao said seriously. Although Immortal Qing Wei and Empress Lingyao were master and disciple, kindness was kindness, and hatred was hatred. Oh! Immortal Qing Wei was tempted. In fact, she knew that with Jun Changshao's current strength, it was easy to kill her. But speaking as a junior was giving her face, so she agreed. Alchemy Hall. Bai Zhaoyang's eyes widened. You heard right. Jun Changshao, who was sitting at the head of the table, took a sip of tea and repeated, Summon everyone in the Alchemy Hall. I'll take you to a good place. In a plane, there must be no shortage of experts. There must also be elites in all walks of life, especially in the area of elixirs. Bai Zhaoyang said, Jun Patriarch, are you kidding? When he called all the members, when he entered the eternal world and felt the rich heaven and earth attributes, he was sure. He's not kidding. In just a few days, all the martial artists who were involved with the sect of all times were sent to the eternal world. Unexpectedly, readers could leave comments to add, and those who met the requirements would be automatically filled in. Whoosh! After dealing with the matters in the upper world, Jun Changshao boarded the eternal ship and traveled through the void, flying to the falling star continent in the lower world. Aunt Wang, save a bowl of noodles for me. Jun Changshao did not have any relatives in the falling star continent, but after transmigrating, he was saved by Aunt Wang, so he saw her as a relative. If he had a daughter, they would be siblings. Chapter 1720. Jun Changshao returned to the upper world. Just like how he came and went, he only took a group of elites with him. Of course, there were also other clans. The Dragon Clan and the Stone Statue Clan had a close relationship with Goxing after all. The Divine Walker Clan and the Ice Phoenix Clan were also here. The Eternal World was very big. It was not difficult to accommodate dozens of upper worlds, let alone clans. If the Sect of all times was the only one who opened up the wasteland at the beginning, then the other clans would also open up the wasteland because they would not live with humans. East Dragon Clan. West Stone Statue Clan. South Xian Turtle Clan. North Ice Phoenix Clan. Jun Changshao stood in front of the Eternal World sand table. He waved his hand and gave each area to the clans, allowing them to build their own cities, and even providing help unconditionally. Thank you, Jun Patriarch. The leaders of various clans were very excited. They could not absorb the heaven and earth attributes in the upper world because they were not of a high level, so they could only create an independent space suitable for living. But the eternal world was different. The heaven and earth attributes here were not only strong, but also all-encompassing. They could absorb as much as they wanted. Everyone, standing on the undeveloped land that belonged to them, the Divine Walker clan leader could not suppress his excitement and said, This is a great opportunity for our clan to enter the eternal world. The higher-ups nodded in agreement. With such majestic heaven and earth attributes, their clan would definitely prosper in the future if they settled here. Not only the Divine Walker clan. The other clans also thought so and even looked forward to the future. They began to work hard to open up the wasteland and build their own clans and tribes. In the extreme cave residence, Zhenren Tonggu's expression was ugly. Because Jun Changshao not only brought Gu Hong Zhenren and Immortal Qing Wei, but also arranged for their cave residences to be nearby so that they could see each other when they went out. Masato Kitano said, I won't be lonely playing chess in the future. Humph. Gu Hong Zhenren snorted and then returned to his cave residence. Zhenren Tonggu suddenly lost his temper and shouted, You can enter the eternal world because of my disciple. Why are you so arrogant? Bullshit. Gu Hong Zhenren ran out and yelled at the top of his lungs, It's all thanks to my disciple. It has nothing to do with your disciple. This is my disciple's plane. How can it have nothing to do with him? He invited me. The more the two of them spoke, the more their tempers flared up. They rolled up their sleeves and moved closer to each other. In the end, their heads were pressed together, unable to suppress the anger in their bodies. Ba! Ba! Ba ba ba! Ba ba ba! A picturesque and interesting battle between masters unfolded. The falling star continent. Due to the invasion of the star spirit world, the spatial dent had yet to recover. In fact, if Jun Changshao hadn't come quickly and used the terrain remodeling instrument to reinforce it, this plane would have been completely destroyed. AI. In Ironbone Town's Yunlai, Xie Guangquan raised his cup with a frown. Seeing this, Auntie Wang, who was doing accounts at the counter, shook her head and said, "Isn't it just spiritual energy gradually withering? Why does City Lord Xie have to sigh all day long?" Xie Guangquan put down his wine cup and said, "Shopkeeper Wang doesn't cultivate martial arts. Naturally, it's difficult for you to understand our frustration. Ever since Jun Changshao left the falling star continent, due to the destruction of the plane, its attributes were deteriorating day by day. Just yesterday, the Martial Alliance had released an announcement that if the spiritual energy continued to flow, it would be difficult to maintain it for 2 years. In the martial arts world, without the supply of heaven and earth attributes, it was undoubtedly fatal. Therefore, not to mention Xie Guangquan, Taishen Xingzong, world-defying sacred sect, and other forces were also worried. In particular, City Lord Han of the Great Sage Imperial City was so worried that his hair turned white. In the Martial Alliance Hall, Yun He, who was acting as the temporary leader, sat at the head of the table with an unusually serious expression. He had just released an announcement, but according to the experts' strict calculations, it would probably take less than 2 years for the spiritual energy to disappear. "Boss," Yin-Hu said, "what should we do? What else can we do?" Zizai, who was sitting next to him, put his hands together and said, "We can only find another home." They were all middle-level void-piercing realm. When they were on duty in the Starry Sky Fortress, they had their own warships and had no problem taking the Falling Star Continent martial artists away. Moreover, the Falling Star Continent was now the trade station of the lower universe. Many planes came here to do business, so warships were very common. Leaving could be said to be easy. Before Jun Patriarch left, he told us to protect the Falling Star Continent. "How can we abandon it?" Yun He said. Everyone was silent. Leaving was really easy. But how could they face Jun Patriarch like this? Boom. At this moment, a loud noise came from outside. Everyone hurried out and saw that the sky that was once repaired by Jun Changshao began to crack and spread in all directions. "We're in trouble." Yun He frowned and said, "The plane system is about to collapse." "Not good." Yin-Hu said in shock, "The surrounding heaven and earth attributes are flowing faster." Everyone's expression was unusually solemn. Everyone. Yun He turned his back to them and said, "The Falling Star Continent suffered a previous disaster. Although Jun Patriarch repaired it, it is still difficult to reverse the situation. We can only prepare to leave." It was just that there was no spiritual energy, so it was acceptable. But now that the sky was about to collapse, it would be troublesome to stay. Yun He flew out of the hall and hovered in the sky. He said, "As the interim leader of the Martial Alliance, I hereby announce that all major cities, major families, and major sects must gather as soon as possible and leave the Falling Star Continent." His voice reverberated in the world, and everyone heard it clearly. Whoosh, whoosh. Warships hovered in the major cities, and martial artists boarded them in an orderly manner. "Mother, are we leaving? The sky is about to collapse. We'll die if we don't leave. But this is our home. How can we leave without a care?" The children's words made the adults fall silent. They did not want to leave either. There was no other way now, unless the omnipotent Jun Patriarch came. The Martial Alliance was very efficient. In half a day, tens of thousands of huge warships gathered in the sky. All the major states and forces had packed their luggage. "Brother Feng." In Qingyang city of Yangzhou in the southwest, a man said, Let's go too. I'm not leaving. The man called Brother Fong had his back facing his companions. He looked at the former Iron Bone Mountain and said with a determined gaze, I want to wait for June Patriarch to come back. Brother, our home is about to be gone. Tai Zi, go with them. The man said resolutely, I must wait for June Patriarch because this is our agreement. Tai Zi's companion broke down. June Patriarch has already become an immortal. How can he remember you? Besides, if he's dead, what's the point of the agreement? No. The man said seriously, June Patriarch will definitely remember me. Tai Zi was completely speechless. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled with a majestic aura. Yun He and the others' expressions changed. They hurriedly looked up and saw a huge steel warship flying in. It hovered in the sky like a deity, and there were 3 big words on it, Eternal. Dear folks, I'm back. Where's the applause? When the cheeky voice echoed in the sky, everyone shouted in joy, June Patriarch. Crack, crack. At that moment, the falling star continent could no longer withstand the violent fluctuations. Space and Earth cracked rapidly. For a moment, floods swept up and volcanoes erupted. It was like the end of the world. Yun He held his head and broke down. June Patriarch came in with great fanfare and accelerated the destruction of the falling star continent. Chapter 1721. The hidden danger caused by the invasion of foreign enemies had completely erupted today. The destruction of the falling star continent was inevitable. Of course, it was only a little bit away from death. It could at least hold on for a few more days. This gave the martial artists enough time to escape. So, although they were reluctant, they did not panic. Who would have thought? June Patriarch, who had been looking forward to the stars and the moon every day, returned at this critical moment. That aura and commotion was like a sharp sword stabbing into the heart of the falling star continent, hastening its death even though it was still breathing. Boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. In the howling wind and the violent airwaves, there were faint sounds of crying and unwilling roars. I can still be saved. What's going on? Jun Changshao flew out of the warship, looking confused. Yun He suppressed his breakdown and said, June Patriarch, the falling star continent is about to be destroyed. Who did it? Jun Changshao's expression instantly turned cold. Yun He, Yin Hu, and the others pointed at him and said, You. Jun Changshao was stunned. When he learned the reason from everyone, he broke down and said, I didn't do it on purpose. June Patriarch. Yun He said, The situation is very dangerous now. Evacuate the living beings and escape, or else. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a large area of space collapsed. A gust of wind from the depths of the void whistled out, as sharp as a blade thrown by a reader to an author. This kind of void power could not affect void-piercing realm experts, but ordinary people would die if they touched it. We're in trouble. I'm afraid it's too late. Ziying, Yin Hu, and the others looked terrible. Then, they all looked at Jun Changshao. At this moment, he was the only one who could save the world from this crisis. Don't panic, Jun Changshao said indifferently. The world was about to be destroyed. How could they not panic? June Patriarch, think of a way. Otherwise, the destruction of the plane will implicate countless living beings. Yun He urged. The situation was urgent and there was no time to waste. Shua. Jun Changshao took out a loudspeaker and said, Hello everyone, I am Jun Changshao. Yun He and the others almost fell over. My dear elder brother, can we not talk nonsense? The falling star continent is about to be destroyed. Everyone relax. Jun Changshao said. Yun He and Yin Hu really wanted to go over and give him a good kick. Who could relax in such a situation? However, out of her infinite trust in him, she still forced herself to relax her mind and emotions before the world was about to be destroyed. June Patriarch must have a way to save us. Everyone relax. For a moment, everyone closed their eyes. Even those ferocious beasts without intelligence were crouching on the trembling ground. When the end of the world came, living beings were like devout believers, placing their hopes of survival on the gods. A dog. Please save us. The height of a mountain does not matter if it has a dog. The depth of the water does not matter if it has a dog. While the living beings of the falling star continent were praying in silence, they seemed to be enveloped by some kind of holy light, and then they disappeared into thin air. Ironbone Town disappeared. Green Sun City disappeared. Southwest Yangzhou disappeared. All the living beings of the falling star continent disappeared. At this moment, I want to use one sentence to describe it. If miracles had a color, it would definitely be China red. Boom. Boom. Space collapsed, and the earth cracked. All kinds of natural disasters were becoming more and more intense on the falling star continent. Sob, sob. Sob, sob, sob. An illusory and ghost-like child was sitting on the ground, crying. Who was it? The plain Origin. After all the living beings left and the world was about to be destroyed, it appeared like a helpless orphan. Compared to the origin of the Xianyuan realm, the origin of the falling star continent was just a child. I'm sorry. Jun Changshao landed and put a hand on its head. He said apologetically, I didn't protect this world well. I didn't protect you well. It's not your fault. The child choked. If you want to blame someone, blame those hateful invaders. Jun Changshao's eyes were cold. The destruction of the world is all because of them. The warship came in just to accelerate time. The real reason was that it was invaded by foreign enemies, leaving behind a huge hidden danger. Otherwise, how could a lively world suddenly walk toward death? June Patriarch, the child wiped his tears and said, Thank you for saving this world so many times. Although the spirit body condensed from the origin had never appeared, it naturally saw what Jun Changshao had done in the past, so it appeared this time to express its gratitude. The falling star continent is my home. Jun Changshao said, Shouldn't you help him? Sob, sob. The child burst into tears and said, To be able to carry someone like Sect Master Jun, it can be considered as the blessing of 3 lifetimes. This life has not been in vain. Don't worry. Jun Changshao squatted down and put a hand on its head. I will destroy the star spirit world to avenge the falling star continent. I believe Jun Patriarch can do it, but... The child sobbed. I can't wait until that day. The plane was destroyed. It would also turn into nothingness. Jun Changshao smiled and said, I don't have the ability to save this world, but I have the ability to save you. If you're willing to leave this place, I can find you a new home. A new home? The child looked at him in shock. Relax, I'll take you home. Jun Changshao's voice was very gentle, like a kind father. This kind of person who was funny, silly, gentle, and serious in one was really hard to estimate. Whoosh! Whoosh! The cold wind was like a blade, tearing everything apart. A plane that was considered young in the lower universe gradually collapsed and disintegrated due to the destruction of external forces. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entire world was shrouded in flames, and the dark universe became bright because of it. Jun Changshao walked out of the fire. His expression was neither sad nor happy. Fire. He was the one who said it. It was a high-level funeral. Star Spirit World. Jun Changshao was in the endless universe, and his eyes gradually became cold. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. To Xie Guangquan and the others, the falling star continent was their home, and it was also his home. Now that the star spirit world was destroyed, he was not a gentleman if he did not take revenge. Jun Changshao's gentleman. 1. At this moment, the lower universe shook, and dozens of battleships slowly appeared and surrounded Eternal. Jun Changshao saw this and was filled with killing intent. because these battleships that suddenly appeared had the words Star Spirit World Fleet engraved on them. I'm angry, and you guys actually appeared. Very good. Very good. Kid. A cold voice came from the main battleship. You think I can't find you if you hide in the lower universe? Ridiculous. Whoosh. Magna-like flames spread all over his body and gradually condensed into a golden chain armor. He gently raised his right hand and the flames formed a robe. The Zenith Immortal Sword appeared out of thin air until it was held in his hand. Jun Changshao looked up with red eyes and monstrous killing intent. All of you will die with me. Chapter 1722. A year ago, when Jun Changshao left the Upper Realm and started the era of great navigation, the Star Spiritual Realm immediately sent a huge fleet. They could confirm that the movement came from Eternal. To put it bluntly, the battleship was produced by someone else, so it was normal to install some GPS in it when it left the factory. It was not that the old man from Taishan did not notice it, but that he did not have the ability to do so for the time being. However, he had always been studying the battleship and modifying the array route. Sooner or later, he would find clues and erase them, so no one had to worry that Go Xing would be hunted endlessly. Buried with him? A sneer came from the main battleship. Are you talking in your sleep? Crack. Crack. The bottom cabins of dozens of battleships opened. Warriors of the Star Spiritual Realm with excellent equipment flew out one after another. There were as many as 100,000 of them, and most of them were at the middle and upper level of the truth-seeking realm. There were even some at the peak of the truth-seeking realm or the half-step prophet realm. Although the First Fleet had sent people to invade the upper realm, their main combat power was still the drone. Now that they had brought so many warriors, it could be seen that they were serious. This kid could not be left alive. It was not just words. They had to put it into action. Swish. After the army gathered, a silver-haired man flew out of the main battleship. This person's skin was fair and delicate, and his figure was even more graceful than a woman's. He could be said to be a feast for the eyes. The handsome man used to be quite feminine. However, compared to this white-haired man, he was simply too masculine. If someone asks who is the handsome man, I can only use the word handsome to explain. The white-haired man was the captain of the fleet, and his status and strength were higher than the captain of the First Fleet of the Star Spiritual Realm. According to their calculation, his combat power was over 10,000. TSK. He sneered and said, if you haven't broken 10,000, don't pretend to be a cabbage. There was an accurate analysis instrument in the main battleship, which clearly captured Jun Changshao's combat power at this moment. The value was no more than 9,000. Of course, it was better to wear the Great Saint set. Before wearing it, his combat power was less than 7,000. From the combat power value alone, the difference between without equipment and with equipment was quite big. No wonder Jun Changshao could defeat a group of powerhouses in the Imperial Celestial Realm with the Immortal Sword. Kid. The white-haired man said indifferently, how dare you use my Star Spiritual Realm battleship? You must be tired of living. Of course. It's all thanks to you that I was able to find you. He was telling Jun Changshao that he had relied on Eternal to find him. You should be wondering if there's any mechanism in the warship that could expose the coordinate. I advise you to stop thinking about it because dead people don't have thoughts. The white-haired man smiled coldly. Are you done? Jun Changshao spoke. His expression was cold, and so were his words. The system, which often made jokes and ridiculed him crazily, was unusually silent. This was because it knew that its host was absolutely serious at this time, and it could not disturb the atmosphere. TSK Tisk. The white-haired man said disdainfully, it's quite scary. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he said, today I'll let you know what death is. Swish. Swish. All of a sudden, streaks of light tore through the void and rushed toward Jun Changshao. It was a tiny needle, but it was incomparably sharp. Ding! Ding! Jun Changshao stood with his sword horizontally, blocking all the hidden projectiles. Rip! Rip! The thin needles that flew out tore through the lower layer of the universe, showing deep and long cracks. It was obvious that the thin needles were not ordinary, but a high-level treasure. Swish! Swish! At this moment, the white-haired man rushed over. He seemed to have turned into ghost, leaving behind a dazzling afterimage wherever he went, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. This was a show of operation, this was a show of himself. It was not important whether Jun Changshao was surprised or not. What was important was that the group of subordinates were excited. The captain's heaven destruction vertical shadow step had been cultivated to perfection. Die. Suddenly, a cold shout interrupted the thoughts of the astral spirit world martial artists. They only saw a huge sword aura occupying their field of vision, and they were all stunned, their scalps tingling. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. In the main warship, on the screen that was locked onto Jun Changshao, his combat power rose crazily, from more than 9,000 to 10,000, 11,000, 12,000. The crew's eyes were about to pop out. The white-haired man was connected to the main warship, so he naturally saw it, so his expression changed, and he said in disbelief, "How can this be?" Whoosh! The sword aura exploded, tearing the space apart. Lingyuan continent. Kujinan was lying in the backyard, basking in the sun. As Jun Changshao's close business partner, he had lived a very comfortable life these past few years. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A light visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared in the calm sky. "This is..." Kujinan stood up and said in shock, "Sword aura?" The powerhouses of Lingyuan continent all saw the light that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth, as if it could pierce through eternity, and their hearts were suddenly deeply shocked. The universe. The sword aura appeared from the universe. 9 Heavens continent. Mo Shangxing sat in the main hall, discussing matters with the higher-up. "Governor." At this moment, a subordinate rushed in and said in shock, There's a situation outside." "What's the situation?" Mo Shangxing stood up and walked out of the main hall, until he saw the sword aura that appeared in the sky, and the expression on his face froze. "Sword aura." A void-piercing powerhouse said in shock. The Crimson Sea continent, Lingyun continent, Shengxian continent, Imperial Sword continent, and so on. These planes that had appeared on the battlefield all saw the dazzling sword aura at the same time, and they were all deeply shocked. A sword slashed out. The entire lower universe's planes could see it clearly. This was amazing. Could be given 10,000 points. Although the full score was 100 million. Whoosh! Whoosh! The falling star continent was still burning, and in the starry sky near it, an incomparably huge crack appeared, as if the entire lower universe was divided into two. Dozens of huge battleships hovered around, and 100,000 powerhouses stood in place in a daze. The white-haired man was also there. His body and muscles seemed to be stiff. In front of him, Jun Changshao's battle robe fluttered in the wind, flames spread around his body, and the zenith immortal sword stood there as bright as light. This was not the point. The point was that behind him, there was a macaque that looked both real and illusory. It crossed its arms and said coldly, "This weapon is far inferior to my Rui Jingu Bang." The white-haired man spoke. However, just as he said a word, a crack appeared on his forehead, spreading down from his nose and mouth. Finally, he broke into 2 pieces and floated toward the burning falling star continent. Poochie! Poochie! At the same time, more than 100,000 astral spirit world martial artists disintegrated and collapsed. Broken limbs and blood floated freely, as if it had turned into a purgatory on Earth. Boom! Boom! Dozens of battleships also cracked, and they were destroyed along with their users. One sword and they were all destroyed. The return of a great sage was terrifying. Sigh. The system shook its head and said, "In order to destroy them, I emptied my 3 points and invited a great sage to come out. The host is really not human when he is serious. Whoosh, whoosh. 100,000 corpses were all brought to the falling star continent. Not only were they burned to ashes, but they also helped the flames to burn more and more. Even the spatial rings they carried with them were turned into nothingness. Jun Changshao, who was used to looting, did not take it because the resources inside were all burial goods. His back was facing the flames. His expression was still cold. This was a world of difference from his previous frivolous and despicable attitude. Readers who did not know better might think that he had been possessed by an assassin or a soldier king. However, from the start of the chapter to now, from the start of the fight to the end, Jun Changshao only said 4 words. Was he done? Die. P.S. There are 2 updates today. Chapter 1723. After traveling from the star spirit world, the white-haired man went through a lot of hardships and spent more than a year to finally find Jun Changshao. Then, he sang a song in front of Jun Changshao. It was very beautiful. No wonder he spoke so much just now. If he didn't speak now, he wouldn't have the chance. The white-haired man was stronger than the general of the First Fleet in the star spirit world. There was no doubt that the men and fleet he brought were not ordinary. But, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't escape being destroyed. Some people would ask why Goshing was so strong. He killed 100,000 people with 1 sword and destroyed dozens of warships with 1 sword. Even Gu Tianxing couldn't do that. It was very simple. He emptied the 3 points. Over the years, Jun Changshao rarely bought goods in the mall. The amount of 3 points stored was quite large. Just the contribution points alone, forget it. It had already been used. There was no point in talking about it. Emptying the 3 points was a protection mechanism provided by the system for the host. The power naturally depended on the number of points. Gu Tianxing destroyed the battleships one by one with his axe, as if he was chopping vegetables. After emptying the 3 points, Jun Changshao only used 1 sword to destroy stronger warriors and more warship. Who dared to say that he didn't have a trump card? Of course. It was also because of the destruction of the falling star continent that he didn't hesitate to use a big move. Otherwise, in the past, if he couldn't beat him, he would run away and fight him when his level was higher. Jun Changshao was usually not serious and often cheeky. In fact, when it came to matters, he was absolutely serious, as if he had been possessed. "Husband," Rose of Flowers said, "are you okay?" The falling star continent turned into ashes in the fire. Jun Changshao also returned to the eternal ship. His serious look was still not back, which made people extremely uncomfortable. Of course, it was not caused by excessive force. The anger in his heart didn't dissipate because of the white-haired man and 100,000 men. Immortal star spirit world. Jun Changshao gritted his teeth and said, "I, Jun Changshao, swear not to be a human." Murderous intent and anger gathered in the cockpit, which made Rose of Flowers feel apprehensive. Eternal world. In the city built by Li Qingyang, City Lord Xie, Family Head AI, and the others were walking on the street. The shock in their eyes had yet to fade. They had been sent here for 2 days and were already used to the new plane. However, every time they felt the majestic heaven and earth attributes, they still felt as if they were in a dream. Unbelievable! Yunhe stood on the city gate tower, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The heaven and earth attribute here is even stronger. Let's stay here forever. Jun Changshao said without any expression on his face. He still looked serious. This was a force. It would take some time for it to fade. Actually, it was pretty good. At least he looked like a patriarch. To be honest, although the living beings of the falling star continent had lost their home, they had also obtained great opportunities in exchange for it. Because if they lived in the Xianyuan realm for a long time, not to mention breaking through to the martial emperor realm, it was even possible for them to break through to the truth-seeking realm. It's not. He had only been here for 2 days. Of the 9 great martial emperors, 3 had broken through to the upper-level void-piercing stage. These were the high-level ones, and there were even more low-level ones. It was as if there were people advancing at every moment. Even Aunt Wang, who did not practice martial arts, broke through from an ordinary person to the martial king realm just by breathing. I broke through! Ha ha, I broke through! Excited shouts rang out frequently, making them forget their sadness and immerse themselves in the joy of breaking through. In fact, the heaven and earth attributes that the creatures of the falling star continent absorbed were deliberately suppressed by Jun Changshao. Because if they absorbed the complete version with their current cultivation, they would immediately explode and die. The upper and lower worlds had their own rules. What level of absorption and what attributes to absorb had to be carefully considered. For example, he came from the high-level plane and was forced to go to the lower world. Although he could still practice, because of the asymmetry of attributes, 99% of the martial arts lost their effect. As for the warriors from the lower world who came to the high-level world, they were only martial disciples and could absorb a certain amount of heaven and earth attribute. If they suddenly absorbed thousands or tens of thousands of times more than before, their bodies naturally could not bear it and they would explode and die on the spot. Fortunately, this situation did not happen because Jun Changshao had adjusted the settings before sending them here. The degree of heaven and earth attributes that they could comprehend would be determined by their strength. The default value would be 100 times more than before. If someone's physique was weak and could not withstand 100 times more, their attributes would automatically be lowered to ensure that they could adapt to the new environment. On the contrary, those with strong physiques would automatically be overclocked. The system sighed. Only the host has such a brain hole. I won't be surprised if you create a system in the future. Jun Patriarch. Yunhe cupped his fists and said seriously, "This is a great kindness. Losing the falling star continent and gaining a stronger plane was a blessing in disguise. There are many things waiting to be done in the eternal world." Jun Changshao said, "I have to ask everyone to build it together." "No problem." Whoosh! The eternal ship cut through the void and flew toward the endless universe. Jun Changshao did not return to the upper world immediately because he had to pick up the Soul Clan and the friends he made in the plain battlefield. "Greetings, Emperor." "Greetings, State Preceptor." On the Soul Clan continent, when Jun Changshao and rows of flowers flew out of the battleship and hovered in the sky, countless people prostrated themselves on the ground as if they were worshipping gods. "Relax your mind." Whoosh! Whoosh! Jun Changshao waved his hand, and all the creatures in the harsh world disappeared into thin air and were sent to the eternal world. Rows of flowers said, "Thank you." Jun Changshao turned and flew toward the eternal ship. "You and I are husband and wife. It's natural. No need to thank me." Rows of flowers stood there in a daze. After a long time, she smiled and said, "My husband has changed." Present, Jun Changshao had indeed changed. He was no longer a person who liked to smile, and he was no longer a despicable person. He even began to act like a sect master when talking to his disciples. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma also noticed it. He came over with a bowl of fried rice and squatted on the ground casually. He ate and said, "The patriarch has been so serious recently. I'm not used to it." Li Qingyang put down the design sketch and said, "The destruction of the falling star continent is a big blow to the patriarch." In other words, the second disciple was Jun Changshao's sweet little jacket. He hit the nail on the head. Su Xiaoma said, "The patriarch is also a person who values friendship and righteousness. So," Li Qingyang said seriously, "what we disciples can do is to keep getting stronger and use our lives to protect our homeland. We won't let the patriarch be heartbroken because of this." Understood. Su Xiaoma looked at the sky with a bowl of fried rice in his hand, his eyes shining with determination. Who on earth is this person who can cut through the universe with one sword strike? Outside the Lingyuan continent, the local void-piercing realm masters gathered together and looked at the huge sword mark that was far away but clearly visible. The shock in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. They couldn't determine the distance, but at least it was very, very far away. A master frowned and said, "It seems to be in the direction of the falling star continent." "That's right," everyone agreed. Since the falling star continent replaced the star fortress and became the new trading platform, the Lingyuan continent had naturally sent people there, so they knew the location very well. Could it be the work of the masters of the falling star continent? It's possible. TSK. As expected of the plane where June Patriarch lived, there are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In the past, the falling star continent was just an ordinary place in the lower universe. Even if the high-level planes knew of its existence, they wouldn't take it seriously. But now, it was regarded as a supreme holy land, because there was a sect called the Sect of All Times there and a patriarch named Jun Changshao. Whoosh! Just as everyone was talking, a heavy aura suddenly erupted in the starry sky. Before the masters of the Lingyuan continent could come to their senses, a huge battleship that seemed to be shrouded in holy light floated in the sky, blocking everyone's sight. It was mighty and shocking. This, a middle-level void-piercing realm master widened his eyes. As one of the few top masters of the Lingyuan continent, he was like a child who hadn't been weaned yet in front of such a huge battleship. City Lord Ku. At this moment, a deep and serious voice came from the battleship. "It's been a long time. How have you been? P.S. I went to the hospital again today. A total of 6 times before and after the new year. Guys, it's been hard for me. I've been under a lot of pressure recently." Chapter 1724. The Lingyuan Continent. A huge battleship hung in the sky, emitting a daunting aura. "Oh my god! This battleship is so majestic." Jun Changshao drove Eternal here not to show off, but to show off to Kujinan. After all, Kujinan was just the mayor of a city in the Lingyuan continent. "Friends, you help me, I help you." Sure enough, the warriors of the Lingyuan continent were envious and admiring of Kujinan. In fact, Jun Changshao's reputation in the lower universe was unprecedented. The reason was that with frequent trade, the news of him ascending with his disciples had spread all over the major planes. Ascension. Many experts did it. Ascension. This was absolutely unprecedented and would never happen again. Therefore, Jun Changshao was not only regarded as a legend on the Starfall continent, but also in the lower universe. It was really awesome to be able to get to know a legend and even pay him a visit. June Patriarch. In the hall, Kujinan said, "Why did you come down from the upper realm again?" This meant that he had received the news that Jun Changshao saved the Starfall continent. At that time, he was about to rush over to catch up with his old friend, but Jun Changshao had already left. "I have something to do," Jun Changshao said. Kujinan was stunned. He had known Jun Changshao for a long time on the plain battlefield. His evaluation of Jun Changshao was that he was unrestrained and frivolous. Why was he so serious today? It was undeniable that he had the demeanor of an expert and a legend, but he was not used to it. "Oh right," Kujinan said, "there's a huge sword mark on the Starfall continent, as if it divided the universe into 2. Did Jun Patriarch see it?" "I did it." Jun Changshao cherished his words like gold, and was full of arrogance. Kujinan was dumbfounded, but he soon came back to his senses and said, "No wonder." He had been wondering who could cut the universe into such a state with one sword. Now that he knew what Jun Patriarch did, he was no longer confused. Because, it was natural. As expected of a legend. He was too strong. "I Kujinan am really lucky to have met such a mighty figure." City Lord Ku. Jun Chang smiled and said, "This seat has come to tell you something." "What is it?" Kujinan pricked up her ears. Ever since he had become acquainted with June Patriarch, he had been able to gain a lot of benefits whenever he needed help. Eternal World. Kuji Nan stood in front of the gates of Ironbone City. When he sensed the heaven and earth attribute that was hundreds of times stronger than that of the spirit origin continent, the expression on his face froze, and his fingers began to tremble violently. Dream? Am I dreaming? Bah! Kuji Nan slapped herself in the face. After feeling the pain, she was overjoyed. It's not a dream, it's real. Jun Changshao said, if Mayor Ku likes this place, you can obtain permanent residency. Besides, he added, you can bring your relatives. Kuji Nan immediately cupped his hands and said, thank you, June Patriarch. With such a strong heaven and earth attribute, no one would reject it, not to mention that he could bring his family in. On the same day, Kuji Nan's relatives and subordinates were all sent to the Eternal World. There were at least thousands of them, and there were 30 to 50 children alone. This was what it meant to have a flourishing population and luxuriant foliage. City Lord Ku. Jun Changshao said, your youngest son is very talented. If he wants, he can join the Sect of all times. Kuji Nan was suddenly excited. It was definitely a great honor for her son to be praised by June Patriarch. How are? Kuji Nan hurriedly said, hurry up and greet the Patriarch. Plop. The teenager named Hao immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Disciple Kuyen Hao greets the Patriarch. Jun Changshao waved his hand and helped him up. As a member of the Sect of all times, you don't need to kneel to heaven or earth. You only need to kneel to your parents. Remember that you don't need to bow in the future. Yes, Kuyen Hao said seriously. Jun Changshao and Kuji Nan chatted for a while, and then returned to the Lingyuan continent. As for Kuyen Hao, he followed Su Xiaoma to the Iron Bone Mountain. On the way, he couldn't help but ask weakly, Senior brother, is the Patriarch usually so serious? Not really. Su Xiaoma said, sometimes he's very easygoing. Kuyen Hao went up the stairs to the Sect, but as soon as he walked in, he was hit in the face by a happy football with a bang, and his whole body flew out beautifully. Aya? Li Fei retracted his foot and said, why did someone come in? Sure enough, the rule of the Sect of all times that the new disciples used their faces to catch the ball was still in place. The Lingyuan continent. Jun Changshao stood at the top of the mountain, and his mind spread across the entire plain. He didn't plan to send all the creatures of the Lingyuan continent to the Eternal World, because except for Kuji Nan, the others were not relatives or friends. Besides, it wasn't charity. He had no obligation to help the weak. If that was the case, why not leave? Why use his mind to spread across the entire plain? Because Jun Changshao was looking for geniuses like Kuji Nan's son, so as to give them an opportunity to reach a higher realm. Father, in the unmarked common mound, in front of the newly added grave, a young man in tattered clothes knelt on the ground, his right hand covered in blood tightly holding a recommendation letter. His name was Lin Yi. He lived in the Lin village, and depended on his father. Yesterday, his father died of illness. Before he died, he gave him a recommendation letter, which allowed him to take part in the assessment of the Saint Brilliance sect. A proper protagonist's life. Child, take this letter to the Saint Brilliance sect, it can change your fate. His father's last words rang in Lin Yi's ears, and his eyes were firm. Father, I will definitely pass the assessment of the Saint Brilliance sect, and I will definitely stand out. You don't have to take the assessment. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Lin Yi turned his head in shock, and found that a man in a black robe had appeared in front of him. His eyes were sharp, and he was extraordinary, like an inviolable god. Who? Jun Changshao. After searching the entire plain, he finally found a suitable genius to cultivate. You are the person who can change your fate. Lin Yi was silent. Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to be respected? Do you want to stand at the top of the immortal realm and look down on the world? Faced with the 3 due questions, Lin Yi replied without hesitation, "Yes. Follow me." Jun Changshao said, "I will make your dreams come true." His words seemed to contain magic, and Lin Yi could not doubt him, so he stood up and said, "Senior, do you want to take me as your disciple?" "Disciple?" Jun Changshao murmured, "That's fine too." Plop. Lin Yi knelt down again and said, "Disciple Lin Yi greets master." The system was speechless. "You're taking in a disciple just like that? That's too hasty. Let's go. Follow me back to the sect." At this point, Jun Changshao looked at the grave and said, "Do you have a problem with the person who is pretending to be dead inside?" Bang! Suddenly, the grave exploded, and the dead Father Lin jumped out. Did he come back to life? "Father!" Lin Yi was stunned. Father Lin, who came back to life, hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "It's Senior's fate to take my son as a disciple. I naturally have no objections." "That's fine." Jun Changshao said, "I'll take him away today." Whoosh! After saying that, he disappeared with Lin Yi. Father Lin raised his head and looked at the 2 streams of light merging into the sky, his hands trembling. What kind of god is this? Chapter 1725. When Lin Yi arrived at the sect of all times, he immediately caused quite a stir because he turned out to be the disciple of the patriarch. Strange. Strange. Su Xiaoma squatted at the entrance of the cafeteria with a bowl of fried rice in his hand. Since he was accepted as the disciple of the patriarch, he should be extraordinary. Indeed, there were countless martial artists in the Lingyuan continent, but only Lin Yi was chosen. Naturally, there was no doubt about his talent. "Qingyang," Jun Changshao said, "arrange a room for him." "Yes." Li Qingyang took Lin Yi to his residence. On the way, he probed with his spiritual senses and found that although this person did not have any martial arts aura, there was a different luster in his eyes, which was obviously different from the ordinary people in the mortal world. Therefore, he thought to himself, this person should not be simple. Because of the title of the disciple of the patriarch, Lin Yi, who had just entered the sect, was arranged to live in an independent courtyard and even had his own cultivation room. Junior brother. Li Qingyang put an introductory manual on the table and a neat school uniform. He said, "Get used to it for 2 days, and then you can officially start practicing martial arts." "Thank you, senior brother." Lin Yi was very polite. However, after Li Qingyang left, his eyes were filled with confusion. Why was Dad still alive? He did not know that his father faked his death to stimulate his fighting spirit. Then there was no then. Because he was forcibly interrupted by Jun Changshao, everything that had been laid out was completely changed. After taking Lin Yi back to the sect, Jun Changshao was not in a hurry to go out. He asked Elder Wei and the others to speed up the greening and talked with Aunt Wang and the others. "Boy." Aunt Wang put a bowl of noodles on the table and said, "In recent years, a young man named Yi Feng has been waiting for you." "Yi Feng?" Jun Changshao picked up the chopsticks and thought back to the past. "Big brother, when I grow up, I will definitely go to Yangzhou in the southwest to find you." "Boy, I will wait for you." "Big brother, my name is Yi Feng. Yi as in maple leaf, Feng as in maple leaf." This conversation came from a conversation that Jun Changshao had with a child after he went to the East Ocean Fishery State and eliminated Emperor Jinwei, who had bewitched the world. So it was him. Jun Changshao smiled and picked up the noodles to eat. When he walked out of the Yunlai, the young man called Yi Feng blocked the door and emotionally exclaimed, "Jun Patriarch, you're finally here." "Yi Feng?" "Yes, it's me." Jun Changshao said. "Back then in Jinwei City, you seemed to be only 3 or 5 years old. I didn't expect you to grow so big." "Jun Patriarch still remembers me." "Of course, I won't forget our agreement." The so-called agreement was that one of them would come to Yangzhou in the southwest and the other would wait. Although the place was changed to the eternal world, at least it perfectly filled the big hole that the readers could not forget. Plop. At this moment, Yi Feng knelt on the ground and said, Jun Patriarch, please accept me as your disciple. Even if you want to be a menial disciple, it's fine. You have good talent. Jun Changshao nodded and said, You can join. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment and then said with joy, Thank you, Patriarch. These days, many newcomers came to the sect of all times, such as the son of Governor Ku, Lin Yi, and now Yi Feng. In fact, in the upper world, Jun Changshao barely opened the door to recruit disciples. Now that he had inherited the Xianyuan realm, he planned to expand the sect and increase the number of disciples and overall strength. Of course, in the past, he did not recruit disciples because one more disciple meant one more burden. Now he recruited new disciples because the eternal world's heaven and earth attribute was too strong, and he could afford to raise as many disciples as he wanted. My goal is... Standing at the top of the mountain, Jun Changshao had just opened his mouth when the system interrupted. No cavities. Get out. Jun Changshao was rarely serious, but the system became naughty. Whoosh. The eternal ship cut through the universe and continued to fly to other planes. Jun Changshao was a man of action. Every time he passed by a plane, he would pick out talented youths and bring them back to the sect of all times after asking for their opinions. Another newcomer. This is the 99th one. Let's go and welcome them. As the new disciples were accepted into the sect, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were extremely busy. After all, they had to give the newcomers a lively cultural lesson. Bang! Bang! Happy footballs were frequently shot, and the new disciples were frequently sunk into the wall. They deeply felt the unique culture of the sect of all times and deeply remembered it in their hearts. In half a month, Jun Changshao wandered around the lower realm and went to as many as 100 planes. The number of geniuses he recruited was also more than 1,000, and then they were all handed over to the Ning brothers to be trained. It could be said that those who caught his eye could be called geniuses. Many of them were even more talented than the previous disciples like Li Qingyang. Especially Lin Yi and Yi Feng, the two of them fully proved that the 4 surnames of the web novel were not a joke, they were the real deal. Patriarch. In the main hall, Lu Sinan praised, Lin Yi and Yi Feng, the newcomers, are like 2 pieces of jade that have yet to be carved. The others are not bad either, Gong Sun Ho said. Recently, when the higher-ups had nothing to do, they liked to secretly observe the new disciples. They found that not only were they extremely talented, but they were also very diligent. They were good seedlings for cultivating the martial path. Jun Changshao said, If they are all handed over to the Ning brothers, I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it. Elders, please help share the burden. Okay. Ryu Sinan and the others agreed. As elders, they were usually quite free. It was not bad to take the time to cultivate moldable geniuses. Jun Changshao said, Every year, a competition will be held on Dragon Head Peak. The elders will send their outstanding disciples to compete. The winner will be rewarded handsomely, and the elders' peak will also benefit. Hearing this, Ryu Sinan and the others' eyes lit up. Of course. Those with poor results will be punished together with the elders' peak. They will temporarily clean the toilets for a year. Hearing this, Ryu Sinan and the others were stunned. Do you have any objections? No objections. Then go and select the talent. Jun Changshao added, Remember, you can only recruit new disciples. The veteran core disciples like Li Qingyang are not included. As for Lin Yi and Yi Feng, they are naturally considered disciples of Dragon Head Peak. Whoosh! Ryu Sinan and the others in the main hall disappeared. They finally understood why the Patriarch had been crazily recruiting disciples recently. It turned out that they had been too idle in the past, so they had to be busy. That was for sure. The Array Hall and the Forging Hall were busy every day. A group of elders were so idle that their balls hurt. This situation had to be changed. Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi said, Hall Master Z has been quite idle recently. I think we can consider letting the Spirit Beast Hall participate in the competition. This way we can fully mobilize their emotions and the atmosphere of the sect. The elders nurtured their disciples and held a competition every year. The winner would be rewarded and the loser would be punished. This was his idea. Now, he was pointing the gun at Z. This was simply insane. Achoo! In the Spirit Beast Hall, the Purple King, who was seriously mending his school uniform, sneezed. He rubbed his nose and said vigilantly, "I have an ominous premonition." Chapter 17:26. As a top sect, they naturally had to have a more complete development system. Yuan Gongzi suggested that the elders lead the disciples to compete on the main peak every once in a while. This was very beneficial in the long run. In fact, the sect of all times had been teaching Wu-Tang for a long time. Old Ding, Old Go, and the others often came to teach, but because there were too many disciples, it was difficult to achieve excellence. The situation would definitely be different if the elders were to participate in the training of disciples. Each of them would lead a group. Jun Changshao was becoming stronger. The sect of all times would also become more and more formal. After the new rules were announced, the sect suddenly became lively because all the elders were fighting for disciples. It didn't matter whether they won or not. If they lost, they would have to clean the toilets for a year. This was something they didn't want to see. So, they had to pick geniuses, moldable talents. Of course, Ryu Sinan and the others were quite depressed. Lin Yi and Yifeng, two good seedlings, had been snatched away by the patriarch first. Sai. Who asked him to be the boss? Who asked him to be in charge of Dragon Head Peak? The elders of the sect of all times entered the battle to snatch disciples. It could be said that 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their abilities. In the toilet, a new disciple called Xiaohai was squatting in the toilet. It had been a few days since he came to the sect of all times. He had gradually adapted and was full of expectations for the future. Xiaohai. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Xiaohai looked up in surprise and saw Elder Sun's head poking out from the outer wall. He smiled and said, "Are you interested in becoming a member of Star Gathering Peak?" Jun Changshao had built many peaks in the past. There were Transcendent Peak and Towering Peak for the disciples to live in. There were also peaks number 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3, and 3 were just code names. The elders had the right to change them. After Gongsun Ho moved in, it was changed to Star Gathering Peak. Ryu Sinan and Bailey Qianqiu also changed the names of their peak. One was called Yearning Peak, the other was called Sorrow Peak. Old Ding, Jiangye, and the others didn't list them one by one. In short, the patriarch didn't restrict their thinking. The names were all based on their personal preferences. Of course, once the name was set, it could not be changed. It would be passed down forever. Take Star Gathering Peak for example. No matter how many years had passed, no matter how many times the head had changed, every time the first page of the peak's history was opened, the first sentence recorded was, "First head Gongsun Ho." Ah! Little Hai ran out of the latrine while holding his pant. When I went to the cafeteria, he chased after me. When I went to the outhouse, he chased after me. Elder Sun is too scary. What's the situation? Mao Xiaodao, who was carrying a dung bucket, was at a loss. TSK. Jingji, who was carrying a shovel, said faintly, "Stop talking nonsense and get to work." And him. If Mecha number 66 could be passed down for a long time, the descendants of the sect would definitely remember this first-generation pilot and carefully flip through the yellowed operating manual that was left behind. The battle to snatch people was in full swing. In order to recruit a disciple, Gongsun Ho and Bailey Qianqiu almost spat at each other on the training field. However, Hall Master Z was very calm. He might have received orders from the Patriarch that the Spirit Beast Peak had to participate in the tournament, but he didn't panic at all, because he had already instructed his subordinates to consult Mao Xiaodao on how to skillfully clean the latrines. "Hall Master." Elder Nyo walked in and said, I heard that it was Yuan Gongzi's suggestion that our spirit beast peak must participate in the tournament of the peaks. It's this fellow again. Z stood up in anger. He gathered his strength in his palm and slammed it on the table. Just as he was about to touch the table, he suddenly remembered that this was considered destroying public facilities. If this was known, he would definitely be fined. He immediately used his strength to sweep off the dust on the table and said, "This is too much. Tournament of the Peaks. It is a matter between the various elders. We are just a hall. Why should we participate? Furthermore, the humans are good at nurturing. We beasts don't know anything about it." Z got angrier as he spoke and finally roared. To be honest, it was indeed bullying the Spirit Beast Hall to play a nurturing game with the humans. However, Z could only speak in the hall. When he was facing Jun Changshao earlier, he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. The Patriarch is right. Our Spirit Beast Hall will definitely comply and guarantee to complete the mission. The beasts would never be slaves unless they were provided with food and accommodation. This wasn't a joke. It wasn't a joke. Hall Master. Right at this moment, a subordinate came in and reported, Yuan Gongzi is here to visit. Motherf ****. The Purple King spoke with anger. He still dares to come. Even if I have to go to the discipline hall to be punished, I will still beat him up until his skin is torn apart. As he spoke, Yuan Gongzi walked in from the outside and asked, "Who is Hall Master Purple going to beat up?" Swish. Z pointed at Elder Nyo and spoke with anger. "Beat him up." Elder Nyo collapsed. "My king, my Hall Master. Aren't you too quick to follow your heart?" Hall Master Purple. Yuan Gongzi sat down and said, "Your Spirit Beast Hall has been performing well recently. After I reported it, the Patriarch approved to give you an extra 200,000 beast cores." Finishing his words, he placed the interspatial ring on the table. The Purple King's anger was enough to burn the universe, but when he heard the extra beast cores, he immediately smiled and said, "Sorry to trouble you, Yuan Gongzi." It was no wonder that Yi Xingchen liked to run to his bed when he was drunk. Turned out that the two of them had changed the most in the entire sect. It could be said that birds of a feather flock together. Hall Master Purple. Yuan Gongzi spoke again. "It is a little too difficult for your Spirit Beast Hall to participate in the Tournament of the Peaks." The Purple King scolded in his heart. "You still know." However, Yuan Gongzi said seriously, "There is only improvement when there is competition, so please be careful." His suggestion to the Patriarch wasn't to deliberately target the Spirit Beast Hall or anyone else. It was just that as the Patriarch, he had to fulfill his responsibilities. For example, the frugality that he proposed in the past had achieved ideal result. In the long run, it had saved a lot of expenses and resources for the sect of all times. Yuan Gongzi didn't do anything wrong. A top sect needed managers like him who knew how to live. If they were all as carefree as Jun Changshao, they could rely on cheats to dominate the world in the short term, but what about the future? To put it in a way that the readers would like to hear, when this book ended, the sect of all times would continue to develop as usual. Whether it would be glorious or declining in the future would depend on the leadership and decision-making ability of the higher-up. All good things must come to an end. Unless it was a eunuch, a book would eventually end. Therefore, what they could do now was to cherish what they had and then see you again. Sigh. Hall Master Purple said bitterly, "Our beast race only knows how to use brute force. How can we nurture talents?" Wrong. Yuan Gongzi said, "The Spirit Beast Hall doesn't need talents, but beast talents." The Purple King was stunned. Yuan Gongzi leaned over and said, "Since the Patriarch can recruit so many human talents from the lower realm, why doesn't Hall Master Purple recruit beast talents? You have to know that the sect of all times' motto is not to blacken the races or regions. As long as you enter the sect, you are brothers and sisters." That makes sense. The Purple King said in realization, "Why didn't I think of that?" The Spirit Beast Hall couldn't nurture human talents, but they could look for beast talent. The universe was so big and there were so many planes. They could easily choose a considerable number. Swish. Z stood up and said, I will go and ask the Patriarch now. Hall Master, can I ask Mao Xiaodao how to clean the latrines? Ask my ass. Chapter 1727. Under Yuan Gongzi's guidance, the Purple King realized that he didn't need to cultivate talents, but he could cultivate beast talent. Besides, he didn't need to cultivate martial arts, he only needed to provide food. It was too easy. That day, Z went to the Patriarch to inform him of his intention and was easily approved. Jun Changshao didn't care about humans or beasts. As long as they entered the sect of all times, they would naturally be a family. Whoosh! The Purple King flew out of the eternal world with Elder Nyo and the others and began to travel in the lower universe to find talented beast talents. As for Jun Changshao, he focused on the reclamation of the eternal world and occasionally discussed the city planning with Li Qingyang. Speaking of the city, the newly built Iron Bone City had to be mentioned. From the words Iron Bone, it was to commemorate the Iron Bone clan and the late sect leader Wang. Although the name of the sect had been changed, the plaque with the words Iron Bone hanging in the main hall would always be there and was even regarded as a religion by the disciples. Patriarch. Elder Wei said, lack of seeds. During this time, he led the members to make the city and the sect the center of the area had already undergone earth-shaking changes. But it was just the tip of the iceberg. Naturally, it would take time to make the eternal world look green. Someone would ask, couldn't they just transplant plants from other planes? Did they have to plant it themselves? In fact, Elder Wei had thought about it before but later rejected it, because his goal was to plant medicinal herbs all over the eternal world. Even a blade of grass or a fallen leaf would have extremely high medicinal value. He wanted to play. He wanted to play big. I'll inform the purchasing hall and ask them to buy from other planes. The more the better. All the elders were busy cultivating talents. Even the Spirit Beast Hall was taking action. The other halls were not idle either. For example, the War Cavalry Hall was still practicing mechas. Development was development. The battle strength couldn't be stopped either. One had to know that Jun Changshao would have a conflict with the astral spirit world sooner or later. At that time, he would definitely not be able to rely on himself. He would have to rely on the sect and the power of the mechas. Patriarch. Fan Yezi came to see him and said, although this plane has strong heaven and earth attributes, it doesn't have enough ores. What can my blacksmith hall use to refine equipment in the future? All right then. He probably thought that he was very free. There's no rush. Jun Changshao said, there will be in the future. The sect of all times was placed in the eternal world, but it was still in the initial stage. If they lacked anything, they would definitely find a way to get it. At least during battles, they would have enough equipment and materials. Jun Changshao pondered and said, there should be worlds in the upper universe that mainly use ores. If we pass by, we can exchange for them with spirit stones. He was only responsible for finding geniuses in the lower realm. As for resources, he had to go to the upper realm. The construction of the city and the development of the sect were all handed over to the relevant people. Jun Changshao returned to Eternal and continued to roam the lower universe. At the same time, he also went to visit some old friends, such as Mo Shangxing of Nine Heavens Continent. Half a month later, the Purple King brought a group of subordinates back and found many chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. Hall Master Z. Lu Wanshur stood in front of the cafeteria and munched on melon seeds while saying, how did you know that my cafeteria is lacking meat? The Purple King turned and roared, they are all beast talents that I have found. They are not ingredients to be eaten. Lu Wanshur responded and said with a smile, it'll definitely taste great if you use it to cook. Clang. Ma Yongning pulled out the knife from the chopping board and said, I will go and slaughter them. Scram, 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 scram. The Purple King quickly brought a group of small animals back to Spirit Beast Peak. As he was worried that they would be harmed by the dining hall, he ordered Elder Nyo to completely seal off the place and forbid anyone from entering. Next, the atmosphere of the Spirit Beast Hall changed. In the past, everyone was learning how to sew clothes. Now they were teaching the small animals. Squat down. Paw. A small poodle sat down with a bone in its mouth and swept its tail on the ground. Hall Master. Old Nyo frowned and said, although these beasts are very obedient, it will take at least a few years for them to transform into human form just by eating the beast core and absorbing the heaven and earth attributes. When the Everest Grand Competition is held, are we going to send them out? The Purple King wasn't in a good mood and said, if not, who are we going to send? Elder Nyo was silent. When he thought about the day of the Various Peaks tournament, the elders of the various peaks would lead their disciples into the venue while our boss would bring a group of chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep behind them. He couldn't bear to look at the scene and would even laugh his head off. Of course. The Purple King propped up his chin and said seriously, we have to see how the humans nurture their disciples. Perhaps we might be able to apply what we have learned. Bang! Bang! Star Gathering Peak, Martial Arts Stage. Xiao Hai executed a set of landslide and earth-shattering fists. The fist wind was cold and sharp, and the sound was like thunder. This fist art was exchanged in the middle stage of the lower domain. Now, the new disciples had skipped the rupturing fist, mountain-splitting palm, and other beginner martial skills and had directly mastered it. It was enough to show the benefits of having rich heaven and earth attribute. Of course, his realm was also very fast. Before he entered, Xiao Hai was only at the channel opening stage. In just a few days, he had already broken through to the Martial King realm. Moreover, he didn't take any elixirs to increase his realm. He purely relied on his own comprehension. Therefore, the overall strength of the upper universe came from the strong environment. If the living beings of the lower universe were given the same treatment, they might not fall behind. Not bad, not bad. Gong Sun Ho sat in the armchair and watched his disciple execute the fist art skillfully. His eyes were filled with gratification. This kid didn't waste his time chasing him from the cafeteria to the toilet. He would definitely shine in the first tournament of the various peaks and make Star Gathering Peak proud. In addition to Xiao Hai, he had also recruited many new disciples. Because they were all selected by Jun Changshao from various major planes, their aptitude was absolutely unquestionable. As long as they were guided by a good teacher, they would definitely become the pillars of the second generation of the sect of all times in the future. Who were the first generation? Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others. Even Mao Xiaodao and Jing Ji were classified as first-generation disciples. In other words, counting from the time Lin Yi and Yi Feng joined the sect, those who joined later would be considered second-generation disciples. Do you understand? In the bushes far away, the Purple King transmitted his voice. Elder Nyo looked like he was about to break down. I understand, but it doesn't seem like it can be used on beasts. These two had been squatting in Star Gathering Peak for a long time and had witnessed Gong Sun Ho nurturing his disciples. Sigh. It was difficult for them. Who is it sneaking around? At this moment, Gong Sun Ho noticed it and looked sharply at the bushes. Retreat. Whoosh. Whoosh. The Purple King and Elder Nyo quickly disappeared. Because they left in a hurry, their school uniforms were torn by tree branches. Their hearts ached so much that they almost cried out loud. Forget it, forget it. They could still wear it for 3 years if they went back and nourished it. In the following days, Z often lurked in Elder Peak and memorized their cultivation method. When he returned, he would call the members over and brainstorm to discuss the nurturing plan. Tournament of the various peaks. He didn't know if the elders were busy, but Hall Master Z was definitely busy. It's too difficult for me. One day, standing on the peak, The Purple King vented his emotions by shouting loudly. In the end, he used too much strength and his newly mended school uniform was torn by his burly muscles. Chapter 1728. Although Z had been having a hard time recently, he had gained something from his hard work. After secretly learning from others, he finally figured out a suitable training method for beast talent. He named it the mental stimulation method. What was the mental stimulation method? It was when he, old Nyo and the others entered the life and death secret realm and let them follow. Although they couldn't participate in the battle, they could at least witness the whole process. A group of small animals without intelligence and human form suddenly saw an earth-shattering battle and fainted from the stimulation. In short, in order to get results in the peak competition, he didn't have to clean the toilet. Even if there was no scientific basis, Hall Master Z had to try. My brother Z felt more and more like a member of the sect of all times. On the contrary, Ryu Sinan and the others were very comfortable. After recruiting talents, they started a complete set of training methods. It was useless to only have training without resources. Therefore, every time the heads held a meeting in the main hall, the first thing they said was, "Yuan Gongzi, can you give some funds to my peak?" When Jun Changshao was outside, Rose of Flowers was in charge of the internal affairs and the Patriarch was in charge of the money bag. Leave it to him. Rest assured. The Spirit Beast Hall, which was the most difficult to deal with, was still very obedient. Everyone in the hall was superb at needlework. Even if they went out to be tailors in the future, they wouldn't starve to death. "The funds are okay," Yuan Gongzi said. "It needs to be assessed for political achievements." Ryu Sinan asked, "How? What political achievements?" Yuan Gongzi put a thick book on the table and said, "This is the Sect's political achievement book that I wrote overnight. It lists in detail how to get political achievement." Everyone's mouth twitched. Writing such a thick book overnight, he must be a monster. The Sect's political achievement book recorded things in great detail. For example, disciples of a certain peak could get political achievements by completing certain tasks and then use the political achievements to exchange for corresponding resources. Of course, it would be calculated every year. Whoever had the highest political achievements would get extra rewards. In fact, the sect had always done tasks, but there was no detailed division. Yuan Gongzi listed it all out today, making each peak and hall more professional and busier. The most interesting thing was, there was actually competition for positions. In order to prevent the elders and hall masters from becoming lazy or even inactive over time, if the disciples had the ability, they could replace them through normal means. This, Ryu Sinan and the others felt great pressure. In fact, with their strength, they might not care about the elders, but it was clearly written that the laid-off workers had to clean the latrines regularly. Was this kid fated to be in the latrine? There's the grand competition among the peaks, and there's also competition for positions. Does he feel uncomfortable just because he doesn't want us to snatch Mao Xiaodao's and Jingji's jobs? The sect master has already approved. Young Master Yuan said, "I hope that everyone will do their best in their respective positions and work together to build a strong and powerful sect with a strong foundation." Although the so-called weak political achievements were a bit harsh, but since he was a member of the Eternal Sect, he should do his best to make it stronger, even until his death. The mission pavilion, which was originally quite spacious, was now filled with disciples from various peaks. They needed to obtain more political achievements for their peak. Senior brother Li Fei, who was playing football outside the main hall, saw the new disciples doing the tasks enthusiastically and grinned. "Fellow disciples who have just entered the sect have a high awareness. I heard that Yuan Gongzi set up a competition for positions. Disciples with strength can challenge the elders." Su Xiaoma said. Li Fei said, "Other than senior sister and junior brother Yi, who has the strength to challenge the elders?" "That's true." Su Xiaoma withdrew his distracting thoughts and said, "Quickly pass the ball over." "Okay." The happy football flew over with a stream of light. This long pass could be said to be quite accurate. It was enough to show that Li Fei's footwork had reached the level of perfection. Su Xiaoma seized the opportunity and was about to shoot a volley in the air when he suddenly saw Yuan Gongzi in front of him and laughed. You core disciples also have to compete for positions. Oh my God, I was scared to death. In these years, the core disciples had always been the same group of people. So Yuan Gongzi decided to use them as a starting point. He also added the rules of competition to prevent them from playing football on the martial arts field whenever they had free time. Of course, it was not that they were not allowed to play, but it had to be appropriate. For example, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei had already become obsessed. As long as they finished cultivating, as long as they were stuck in the realm, they would spend most of their time playing football, especially when Lu Zhong used the sect's culture to welcome the new disciples. Li Fei, a standard single dog. It was understandable that he liked to play football. Su Xiaoma, who had a fiancé, was also often addicted to it. Could it be that the successor of Elder Wei had been influenced by Jun Changshao? Yuan Gongzi had recently worked hard to reform the sect. The results could only be seen in the future. It was hard to deny that his actions were very offensive. He was already isolated by the higher-ups when he was the deputy sect leader of the Demon Emperor's Gate. After all, no one liked to deal with people who did things according to the rules. I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Standing at the peak of the mountain, Yuan Gongzi said proudly, I dare to pull down the emperor. The sect was in full swing. Jun Changshao flew back to the upper realm on the Eternal. During this time, he told the Taishin elder about being followed by the star spirit realm. The other party was mobilizing people to study and try to find the GPS location. Whoosh! The battleship cut through the void and descended into the upper realm again. Go to the mountain and sea realm. Beep, the mountain and sea realm has been locked. Moving. After Eternal entered autopilot mode, Jun Changshao returned to the Eternal world. He found rows of flowers and said, Let's go to the Soul Mastery realm. The vortex connected to the Imperial Celestial realm was wiped out, but the vortex connected to the Soul Mastery realm still existed. Phew! Rose of Flowers took a deep breath and said, Let's go. She had already learned from the Imperial Celestial realm martial artists that she was the lowest level green soul. So she was worried that she would be discriminated against in the Soul Mastery realm. I'm here, Jun Changshao said as they stopped at the vortex. Her husband had been too serious recently, which made Rose of Flowers a little difficult to get used to. If the Soul Mastery realm dares to bully you, I will destroy it directly, Jun Changshao said again. Because he was too serious, the surrounding atmosphere instantly became solemn. Who is it? The system roared, possessed by Go Xing. The Soul Mastery realm. At the vortex that led to the independent battlefield. At this moment, thousands of martial artists were gathered. Strange! Why can't I go in? It seems to be sealed by a powerful force. Since the appearance of the Black Vortex, the Soul Mastery realm martial artists could easily enter and exit, but now they would be fiercely bounced back. Damn it! There are so many spirit stones. The Imperial Celestial realm must have taken them all. However, they did not know that not only did the Imperial Celestial realm not take them, but even the Black Vortex was wiped out. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the vortex that seemed to be sealed by some force trembled slightly. Jun Changshao walked out with rows of flowers. One was handsome and extraordinary, the other was beautiful. They were really a match made in heaven. The Soul Mastery realm martial artists subconsciously looked at the woman and smelled the scent of their race from her aura. They were stunned and said, Green Soul? Chapter 1729. The Soul Control realm focused on souls. This soul could be considered a certain attribute. It was divided into green soul, blue soul, purple soul, red soul, black soul, gold soul, and so on. In short, it was similar to the spirit roots in the human plane. The thicker the color, the more noble it was. However, the color of the soul was innate and could not be changed. Therefore, in the soul control realm, it was equivalent to dividing the soul into different grades and grades. It could even decide the future of a race. For example, the lowest grade green soul. These soul control race members had no status from birth to death. Being a slave or servant was their only choice. Why was there a need to divide the color of the soul? Because it was directly related to the purity of the bloodline. The higher the level, the easier it would be to cultivate the race's martial arts. Some soul control race members were born superior to others, while others were born as slaves. This was the true portrayal of the soul control realm. This rule had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that the noble souls combined and the offspring they gave birth to were also noble. They could gather resources to make them stronger. The disadvantage was that the lower-rank spirits would be reduced to supporting characters and serve them from the beginning to the end. Green soul. When rows of flowers appeared in their field of vision, the soul control realm elites were stunned. The plane had a clear rule that the lower-grade green soul was not allowed to enter the plane battlefield. How did this woman come out? And this man, he's not of my race. As expected. Rose of Flowers smiled bitterly. She saw contempt in the eyes of the soul control race martial artist who emitted the same aura. When she came, although she was mentally prepared, she only understood how uncomfortable it was to be looked down upon by her own race after experiencing it for herself. Of course, Rose of Flowers came to the soul control realm only to take a look and hope to understand something here. For example, since they were of the same race, why did she and her race live in the lower realm? Brat. One of the elites said coldly, our soul control realm's territory is not a place where a filthy human like you can step into as you wish. And you lowly slave. He looked at Rose of Flowers and scolded, you're so close to him. Could it be, boom. Before he could finish, a fist carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds suddenly landed on his abdomen. The powerful impact forced the martial artist to bend over. He was in so much pain that his eyes almost popped out. Boom! With a loud explosion, he was sent flying thousands of feet away. His entire body sank into the mountain, and a heart-wrenching pain overwhelmed him. Because his thoughts were interrupted, he fainted on the spot. Everything happened too quickly. So much so that when the surrounding soul mastery realm cultivators came back to their senses, they saw Jun Changshao retracting his fist and saying with a cold look in his eyes, clean your mouth. Those few words, coupled with the killing intent emanating from his body and the pitch-black vortex, made him seem like a demon that had walked out of hell. You're courting death. The soul-controlling realm expert was instantly enraged. Purple, red, and other lights erupted one after another as they rushed towards Jun Changshao. Who could tolerate beating up their own people in their own territory? Moreover, a human who walked out of the vortex was definitely a warrior from the Imperial Celestial Realm. Void Soul Finger. Great Seal Art. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! To be able to send his companion flying with a single punch, this child's strength should be extraordinary. Therefore, the elites of the soul mastery realm who were pressuring him did not show any mercy. They used all kinds of martial arts. Because of the different soul colors, the scene was colorful. Scram! Boom boom boom! Jun Changshao stood on the spot as the heaven-crossing palm print erupted wildly, sending the dozens of elites of the soul mastery realm flying as if he was swatting flies. This guy's realm was still a half-step celestial realm, but after fusing with the heavenly demon blood, his strength became even stronger. Plop! Plop! Dozens of elites of the soul mastery realm fell to the ground neatly. Without exception, all of them fainted because they could not withstand the powerful bombardment. This was still Jun Changshao being merciful, otherwise they would all be dead. The thousands of soul mastery realm cultivators who were gathered nearby saw their companions being sent flying, and their eyes were filled with horror. This child. His strength was terrifying. Let's go. Jun Changshao glanced at the cultivators present and left with the rows of flowers. Throughout the whole process, no one dared to jump out. After all, wasn't it better to be alive? Who is this guy? How dare he hurt my kind so unscrupulously? It's obvious that he's here to cause trouble. Quickly informed the Guardian Tower. The environment of the Soul Mastery Realm was similar to that of the Imperial Heaven Realm. They were both very suitable for living, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. The only difference was that the attributes of heaven and earth here were mainly soul energy. Even though humans could use it for themselves, they could not refine it. On the way, Rose of Flowers kept her head lowered and did not say anything. After a while, she stopped and said, "Let's go back." "Why?" "Because I'm a green soul, I might bring you trouble." Jun Changshao stopped, turned to look at her, and said, "Do you think I'm a person who's afraid of trouble? This guy is too serious." The system said, "I can't take it anymore. I don't want you to be hurt because of me." Rose of Flowers said. Jun Changshao said, "I don't want you to be hurt either, especially in this world that is closely related to you." Rose of Flowers looked at him in shock, her cheeks gradually turning red. F***CK. The system said, "Does the host's EQ automatically increase when he becomes serious?" Swish. Suddenly, Jun Changshao took a big stride forward and pulled her into his embrace. Then, he quickly used a mysterious footwork to bypass her. Boom. As soon as he left, an explosion sounded from the side, and a gust of wind and energy whistled out. After Jun Changshao stabilized his body, he did not look at the deep pit that was blown up in the area where he stood before, but looked up at the sky with cold eyes. TSK. Above, a soul mastery realm powerhouse in brocade clothes stood proudly, golden light gathered in his palm, and said, "No wonder you dare to come to my world to cause trouble, so you have some ability." Obviously, this guy was a noble golden soul. His strength was also not bad, comparable to the upper realm's half-step divine secret. Jun Changshao put Rose of Flowers down and said, "Stay away." "Okay." Rose of Flowers stepped back. However, her heart was sweet as if it was smeared with honey. If it was before, even if she was worried that she would be affected, her words would be to stay away. "Kid." That soul mastery realm powerhouse said lightly, "You dare to come to my world with a green soul, may I ask, who gave you the courage?" Clang. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out. Before he could react, Jun Changshao stood in front of him, the ultimate immortal sword on his neck, and said, "Liang Jingru." "Who is Liang Jingru?" Rose of Flowers' face was full of question marks. Suddenly, a sword was on his neck, and he did not have time to react at all. This made the soul mastery realm powerhouse dumbfounded, and then calmly raised his hands and said, "Spare me, hero." Rose of Flowers was speechless. "Someone who has the same bloodline as me is too cowardly." It's not that he's too cowardly, but that her man is too strong, instantly tying him up. Anyone with a brain knows that the wise choice is to surrender. Jun Changshao did not kill this golden soul, but tied him up and threw him into a nearby cave, saying, "I need to know everything about the soul mastery realm, including the various history and legends of the race." Chapter 1730. Jun Changshao was also very curious about the relationship between the upper universe's spirit mastery race and the lower universe's spirit race. If he wanted to know the inside story, he had to understand their history. Coincidentally, this golden soul powerhouse called Song Dehen was born in a famous family. He had read a lot of books since he was young and could learn a lot of things from them. The spirit mastery realm had a long history of millions of years, and the spirit mastery race was considered one of the top ancient races in the upper universe. The creator was the soul ancestor. It was said that he was very powerful and could swallow the world, the sun, and the moon. The Soul Ancestor was obsessed with martial arts until he reached the end of his life and got married and had children. After the baptism of time, there were tens of billions of spirit mastery race today. Nonsense. Jun Changshao interrupted. The stronger one's martial arts realm, the more they are punished by the world. How could he have 9 sons in just 100 years? The ancestor once obtained a secret technique that allowed him to give birth at will, ignoring the punishment of the world, Song Dehen said, his eyes full of reverence. The soul ancestor was the same as the demon ancestor, regarded as a high and mighty god in his own race. Speaking of the unlucky demon ancestor, it was quite nostalgic. He wondered if he was doing well in the star spirit realm. I see. Jun Changshao said, continue. The 9 sons of the ancestor were all geniuses. While they were giving birth, they actively strengthened the spirit mastery realm and finally became the powerful and prosperous it is today, Song Dehen said. And then? That's all. Clang. Jun Changshao drew his sword and placed it on his neck, saying coldly, "You're not cooperating." Song Dehen was about to cry. Wasn't history supposed to be short and to get to the point? Did he want to hear more details? If that was the case, a few days and nights would not be enough. All these years, did any of our people leave the spirit mastery realm? Rose of Flowers asked. No. But, Song Dehen said, some were expelled. Who? Rose of Flowers asked. Song Dehen was silent for a moment, then said, the Lord of the Ninth Gate, Hua Qianxing. Rose of Flowers looked at Jun Changshao with excitement in her eyes. His surname was Hua, and so was the Lord of the Nine Gates. Furthermore, they were both from the same clan. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Where were they banished to? This. I don't know. The history books only record that Hua Qianxing made a mistake and was crippled of his cultivation. He was removed from the Ninth Gate and expelled from the Soul Control Realm along with his family, Song Dehen said. Are there any other records related to this person? Let me think, right? Song Dehen slapped his head and said, I've read in an unofficial history book that Hua Qianxing was the strongest of the 9 gates at that time. He especially liked to study soul techniques, and was known as a junior who was infinitely close to the ancestors. He even put forward a bold idea that there was something even stronger than the spirits. What do you mean? In our spirit mastery race, the golden soul is the strongest. Hua Qianxing believes that there is another color above the golden soul. If he can research it, he will definitely have the ability to swallow the heavens, earth, sun, and moon like his ancestor. Of course, there is no record of it in the official history. The source of the news is unofficial, so its authenticity is unknown. Outside the cave, Rose of Flowers walked out thoughtfully. Jun Changshao said, Hua Qianxing should be related to you. I hope so. Because there were almost no records of the ancestors in the soul race's continent, even if they had the same surname and race, Rose of Flowers couldn't be sure that they were related, unless she found evidence. Let's go. I'll bring you to the 9th gate. Maybe you can find some clues there. The 9 sons of the soul ancestor were divided into 9 branches, also known as the 9 gate. Each gate had a supreme who jointly controlled the spirit mastery world. Of course, because Hua Qianxing was expelled, the 9th gate had long disappeared from the river of history. However, the ruins where he lived still existed. Big brother! Song Dehen broke down. The 9th gate is listed as a forbidden area. If our clansmen enter, they will be severely punished. If you ask me to lead the way, you're asking me to die. When the sword was placed on his neck again, he said seriously, No problem, I'll lead the way. Like his name, he was very cowardly. The spirit mastery world was very big. However, with Jun Changshao around, even if it was the end of the world, they could quickly reach it. Coincidentally, the 3 of them arrived at the deserted valley where the 9th gate was located. It was late at night. The cold wind whistled and wild beasts roared. The atmosphere was quite eerie. "Brother," Song Dehen said weakly, "there is a forbidden array at the entrance of the valley. Once you touch it, you will suffer a backlash." His desire to survive was really strong. Calling him brother was not strange at all. Don't look down on him. Such people often lived for a long time. On the contrary, those powerhouses who wanted dignity and were not convinced often either died or were on the way to death. "It's not a big problem." Jun Changshao stopped and waved his hand lightly. Swish, swish. The members of the array hall led by the Taishin old man appeared out of thin air. Although there were only a dozen of them, they were all elites who studied the array of the astral boundary. Damn! Song Dehen's eyes widened. Suddenly, a group of living people jumped out. This was a bit exaggerated. Swish. The Taishin old man and Jun Changshao did not have any verbal communication. After leading the disciples to the valley, they began to put out all kinds of prop. Breaking the array. They were professionals. Buzz. In just a few minutes, the array hidden at the entrance of the valley appeared, and was then popped by a needle like a bubble. The corner of Song Dehen's mouth twitched violently. That was the forbidden array that the 8 Gates Supremes deployed a large number of array masters to set up. It was actually broken by a group of strangers. This was simply too fast. Done. The Taishin old man said, "Done." Swish, swish. The members of the array hall quickly put away their tools and made an okay gesture to each other. Strictly speaking, the Soul Mastery Realm was actually similar to the Upper Realm. They were both quasi-second-class echelons. However, considering the support of the clan, they were barely considered second-class. The Taishin old man led the members of the array hall and dealt with the array of the astral boundary all year round. Breaking their array was simply too easy. In fact, this was also a manifestation of the Sect's hard power. "Let's go in." After putting the Taishin old man and the members of the array hall into the eternal world, Jun Changshao walked into the valley first. The ruins of the 9th gate existed in the valley. It was a sizable city. As no one had set foot in it for many years, it had long been covered in vines and moss. Strange. Walking along the bluestone road towards the city, Jun Changshao was puzzled. Why are there no leaves on the ground? There were towering trees on both sides of the road, and the wind would occasionally blow the leaves away. However, the ground was very clean, as if someone had cleaned it. "Yeah." Song Dehen said in bewilderment, "This is too strange." "Excuse me." At this moment, an old voice sounded in his ears. An old man with disheveled hair stood behind him with a broom in his hand, as if he was going to sweep the fallen leaves under his feet. Song Dehen responded and hurriedly took a small step away. However, when he came back to his senses, his expression changed. He jumped directly onto Jun Changshao, clamped his legs around his waist, and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ghost!" Rose of Flowers was speechless. Not only was this fellow a coward, he was also a coward. In fact, Song Dehen had heard about the 9th door since he was young, and most of them were supernatural events. Therefore, his mentality was definitely different from others when he suddenly came in today. Boom! Jun Changshao grabbed the fellow's shoulder and slammed him to the ground. He looked at the old man who suddenly appeared and asked, "Who are you?" "I've been waiting for tens of thousands of years." The old man with disheveled hair slowly raised his head, revealing an extremely cold face. Then he looked at Rose of Flowers and laughed in a hoarse voice. "Finally, I've been waiting for you." Swish! At this moment, Jun Changshao rushed over, clasped the old man's neck with one hand, and beautifully threw him over his shoulder. Then he raised his foot and madly kicked him. "Stop pretending to be a ghost!" Boom! 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 Ouch! Don't hit! I mean no harm. Chapter 1731. The mysterious old man who suddenly appeared was beaten up. He lay on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He said, If you were young, you would be the one lying on the ground. Boom! Boom! Jun Changshao raised his foot and kicked him again. The force exploded without the slightest respect for the old and the young. Ouch! I was wrong. I was wrong. After being beaten up for the second time, the old man's face was full of bumps and his eyes were squeezed into a line. The strange feeling was also replaced by embarrassment. It was fine if he appeared, but he had to act mysterious in front of Jun Changshao. It would be strange if he didn't get beaten up. Why did you wait for me? Rose of Flowers asked. The old man suddenly became serious and said, the old master said that sooner or later, a descendant of the 9th sect will return. The old master? Rose of Flowers asked, who? The lord of the 9th sect, Hua Qianxing. As the old man spoke, his eyes were filled with awe. Rose of Flowers fell silent. Her heart was in turmoil. After learning about the banished 9th sect, she wondered if she was related to him. Now it seemed that it was confirmed. Get to the point. Jun Changshao said coldly. Please come with me. The old man led the three of them to the city until they stopped in front of the gate blocked by a huge stone. He said, put your hand on it. If you have the blood of the old master, you can open the city entrance. Rose of Flowers walked over. Jun Changshao, who was standing behind her, fully activated his cultivation. Obviously, he was worried that there would be an accident so that he could protect her in time. Although he would do the same for anyone in the sect of all times, he was especially concerned about this woman. Perhaps he could only face his true nature after becoming serious. Rose of Flowers put her hand on the stone. Lines gradually appeared, flashing and spreading in all directions. Then the stone disappeared. You are indeed the descendant of the old master. The old man said excitedly. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, let's go in. After saying that, he stepped into the city first. He was on high alert the whole time. Whoosh! The cold wind blew on the empty street, making it seem gloomy and desolate. Song Dehen, who was walking at the back, felt his scalp go numb. The fear in his eyes intensified. The 9th door had left a psychological shadow on him since he was young, so he never thought that he would enter it one day. Coward! The old man rolled his eyes at him. F***ck. Song Dehen roared, same to you. The city had been sealed for a long time, and because it was in absolute isolation, the streets were very clean, and all kinds of buildings were intact. It had great archaeological value. The expression on Rose of Flowers' face became more and more serious. Although this was the first time he had come to this city, he felt extremely familiar with it. It was as if he had traveled back in time and witnessed the lives of his clansmen who were related to him. We're here. The old man stopped in front of the main hall in the center of the city and said, you may enter now. Just now, he had addressed him as you, but now, he had changed to you. It could be seen that after opening the city's entrance, he had become abnormally respectful. Rose of Flowers hesitated for a moment, then got up and walked towards the stairs full of history. Brat! The old man said, you can't go in. Why? As Jun Changshao spoke, he kept up with Rose of Flowers. As soon as he stepped on the stairs, he seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction. Suddenly, a majestic soul force emerged and attacked his sea of consciousness frantically. Come back quickly, the old man said. The main hall has been set up with a soul restriction array. Those who are not of the old master's bloodline will be eroded. Retreat? That was impossible. Jun Changshao, who was standing on the stairs, had a cold look in his eyes. The soul and true spirit force in his body burst out, madly contending with the foreign soul. His blood seemed to be burning all of a sudden. Get lost. Whoosh whoosh. The soul force that existed on the stairs was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. It was so scared that it fled in all directions. Ta! Ta! Jun Changshao strode up and stood in front of the main hall. His back was particularly mighty. This! The old man was dumbfounded. How could those who were not of his clan enter the main hall? Let's go in. Jun Changshao looked at rows of flowers. The two walked side by side into the open main hall. He was a bodyguard. He was a professional. The main hall of the ninth gate was simple and unadorned. Other than a majestic throne, there was nothing else. Buzz! When Jun Changshao and rows of flowers walked in, strange lines appeared on the stone floor under their feet and brought them into an illusion. They were still in the main hall. However, there was now a group of spirit mastery race powerhouses. In particular, there was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes sitting on the throne. He leaned to one side and held his face with his right hand. His eyes were filled with worry. He might be Hua Qianqing. In the illusion, Jun Changshao appeared very calm. This was because he had experienced this kind of thing many times and had long been used to it. Rows of flowers did not say anything. Especially when she saw the young man and the powerhouses in the main hall, the feeling of blood connection was even stronger. Lord! At this moment, a gray-haired old man said in a deep voice, "Your research is too shocking. For the other 8 gates, this discovery of mine might shake their ruling position in the spirit mastery world," the young man said in a lazy tone. "So," the gray-haired old man said, "they will not tolerate the Lord's continued research, let alone the existence of the 9th gate." Sigh. The young man shook his head and said, "A bunch of old and rotten people. They only want to be content with the status quo and have no spirit to explore at all. How can they lead our race to prosperity in the future? Forget it, forget it. Those who walk different paths cannot work together." He stood up and said proudly, "If the other 8 gates have a problem with my 9th gate, what's the harm in leaving the spirit mastery world?" But, as soon as the gray-haired old man opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the young man. "No buts. With my understanding of the race, even if we live in the barren land, we can still reproduce and survive." Hearing this, Jun Changshao speculated, "So, you live in the sole race continent where birds don't even shit?" Rows of Flowers said bitterly, "Maybe. This ancestor is 2F** ket up," Jun Changshao said. After being expelled, couldn't they choose a plane with a suitable environment? Why did they have to be placed in the barren land? Could it be that they wanted to temper the resilience of their descendants? Of course. The young man said, "They may have a difficult life in the future, but the harsh environment can temper their resilience and prepare for the ascension of the golden soul in the future." All right. Jun Changshao guessed right. "Lord." The old man was puzzled. "What is above the golden soul?" "I don't know." The young man paused for a moment and said, "However, what is certain is that this is a bloodline that is comparable to the ancestors. If a descendant inherits it, they can break through the cocoon and become a butterfly, reaching a higher realm. So, I name it the Supreme Thousand-Element Soul." Jun Changshao was speechless. He actually used his own name in advance for the soul that had not been successfully studied. Whoosh! At this time, the illusion changed. He and rows of flowers stood in the sky above the city. They saw all the clansmen of the 9th gate carrying their luggage, and families gathered on the street as if they were going to migrate. "Lord, where are we going?" The young man stood in front of the main hall and said, "The lower realm. Why not stay in the upper universe? The Supreme Thousand-Element Soul needs to be born from the original universe system. Akai. You stay in the 9th gate and wait for the descendant to come." "Yes," a tall and muscular middle-aged man said. Looking carefully, it was the old man who was beaten up earlier. Sure enough, time was like a flying knife, aging people. The clansmen of the 9th gate left the city. After Hua Qianqing set up various formations, he stood in front of the giant stone that sealed the gate and said, "If the descendants of the 9th gate come here one day, they can inherit the Supreme Thousand-Element Soul." He was not talking to himself. He was using the projection formation to leave a message in advance for the clansmen who might come in the future. However, Hua Qianxing added, "It must be a green soul." Chapter 1732. It had to be a green soul. These words were especially loud and clear. Jun Changshao immediately realized that the so-called thousand-element sovereign soul should be in the city, waiting for a fated person to inherit it. He looked at Rose of Flowers and said, "Your opportunity has come." "I hope so." Rose of Flowers did not care about Golden Soul. She was more interested in understanding why the soul race was in the lower realms. From the information she had received so far, she was certain that her ancestor, Hua Qianxing, chose to live in the barren land to train her people. Whoosh! Suddenly, the illusion collapsed. Jun Changshao and Rose of Flowers were still in the hall. In the open space in front of them, a green crystal appeared out of thin air, exuding an aura of vitality. Thousand-element sovereign soul? Just as Jun Changshao was guessing, Rose of Flowers seemed to be summoned by some kind of power. She unconsciously walked forward, reached out her hand through the layers of flowing light, and pressed it against the crystal. Thump! Thump! Her heart beat faster. The flowing light around her gradually enveloped her like vines, resonating with each other. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Boundless green energy crazily surged out, spreading through the door into the barren city. This, Song Dehen was stunned. The aura that suddenly appeared clearly belonged to a low-class green soul. Why did it exude a power that made him submit? Thump! The old man knelt, tears streaming down his face. "Old master, your great research has finally been inherited by your descendants." The crystal in the hall was the result of Hua Qianxing's countless years of research. At that time, many tests had been done, but no one could inherit it. "What research?" Song Dehen asked. The old man proudly said, "Research that surpasses Golden Soul." Song Dehen's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "The things recorded in the unofficial history are true?" Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, another powerful aura surged out of the hall. The original green was replaced by blue, purple, red, black, and other colors. They mixed together could be described as a colorful rainbow. Thump! Song Dehen bent his knees and knelt on the ground, lowering his head as a Golden Soul aristocrat. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. The seven-colored light that emerged from it forced him to kneel down and kowtow. Who? Who? The rainbow-colored light filled the city, but it was not satisfied. Then, it rushed out of the valley, and in a short time, the entire soul mastery realm was enveloped. Regardless of whether it was the lowly green soul or the noble golden soul, after feeling the aura, they all knelt in the direction of the ninth door, as if they had turned into devout believers. Swish! Swish! At the same time, the powerhouses from the other 8 sects flew out from their respective cities and headed towards the valley at an extremely fast speed. Because of their tyrannical strength, they could ignore the wanton disturbance of the aura, but their expressions were abnormally solemn. That was especially true of the leaders of the 8 clans. They knew about the history of the 8 clans, and the words Hua Qianxing had left behind in front of the many powerful experts in the clan hall. When the holy light descends upon the soul mastery realm, it will lead us to glory, and all of you will submit to it. Many people thought that this guy was just spouting nonsense, so they didn't take it to heart. But today, the holy light suddenly appeared, and the prophecy actually came true. Swish! Swish! A moment later, outside the ninth door's city, the powerhouses from the 8 clans all flew over. They flew in the sky and looked at the main hall where the 7-colored light was gushing out. Their eyes were suffused with a complicated expression. "Let's go," the first paragon said in a deep voice. However, when everyone was preparing to move, Jun Changshao flew out from the main hall and landed on the city tower. He said, "No one is allowed to enter the city." "Humans? Why are they in our soul mastery realm?" Don't you know whose territory this is?" The powerhouses of the 8 clans were unable to restrain their anger. They were afraid that Hua Qianxing's words would come true, so they couldn't allow any unforeseen events to happen, and they couldn't allow their positions to be shaken. Therefore, they had to enter the main hall to see what was happening inside. Peng! Jun Changshao placed the utmost perfection immortal sword in front of him and placed both hands on it. He said, "Those who enter will die without a doubt." Impudent! Whoosh! The eighth paragon raised his hand, and golden soul power erupted, turning into a huge palm print that pressed down. Regardless of aura or luster, it was much stronger than Song Dehen. As the inheritor of the Soul Ancestors' 9 sons, he was definitely the best in the soul mastery realm. Clang! Jun Changshao drew his sword and slashed out with a sharp sword aura. Wherever the sword light passed, the palm print was torn apart. The eighth paragon retreated a distance, and the anger on his face was replaced by shock. The heavenly soul palm was easily broken by this guy. He was probably as strong as himself. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, the 7-colored light that emerged from the main hall became even more intense, making the soul mastery race powerhouses want to kneel down even more. The first paragon shouted, "Everyone, let's go together. We must rush in." Okay. The other paragons responded. In an instant, 8 of the most powerful soul mastery race powerhouses unleashed their cultivation, and their cold eyes locked onto the humans on the city tower. This troublesome fellow had to be dealt with. Jun Changshao put down the utmost perfection immortal sword, and the tip of the sword touched the ground. He said to himself, "Don't worry about inheriting the opportunity. I will stop all the trouble. Come." He raised his head and said, "Fight." At that moment, Jun Changshao, who was standing on the city tower and facing the 8 top powerhouses of the soul mastery race, became extremely serious. What a joke. He was serious. Serious. He was also serious. Go. The first paragon shouted. The other 7 paragons used dazzling golden martial arts to press down. Because of the sudden explosion of energy, the buildings couldn't withstand it and collapsed. Buzz. Jun Changshao waved his hand, and a materialized barrier covered the main hall. Then, he went forward with his sword. "Oh my God!" Song Dehen exclaimed, "This guy is too fierce. One person fighting the 8 paragons alone. Such a magnificent scene was definitely something that they couldn't even dream of in the past." "Young friend," Akai shouted, "I'll help you." Boom. Before he finished speaking, the first paragon's palm print hit him directly. His whole body sank into the ground with a bang, and then, he vomited blood and fainted. Song Dehen muttered in his heart, "This old man is definitely pretending to be dead." However, what should he do? Song Dehen. Right at this moment, the third paragon roared, "Do it!" Song Dehen stood up, casually picked up a brick from the side, and smashed it against his own head without hesitation. Then, he staggered a few steps back and shouted, "Ah! I can't take it anymore." Plop! He fell to the ground and fainted. The entire process was completed in one go. Song Dehen had experienced Jun Changshao's strength before. Even if he chose to pretend to be dead, he wouldn't make a move. This was the way of survival. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. In the sky outside the city, all sorts of energy exploded like fireworks. The 8 paragons could be considered to have let loose. They didn't know what was going on in the hall, but if they allowed it to continue, they might really have to submit completely. Thus, they had to stop it. However, the human in front of him was like a wall, sealing off all possible paths. Die. Whoosh! A sword light flashed across 19 continents, and the sword energy swept across 30,000 miles. Inside the Great Hall, Rose of Flowers was inheriting the opportunities left behind by her ancestors. Outside the city, Jun Changshao was fighting the 8 paragons alone. They could be said to be the model couple of the upper universe. Chapter 1733. Boom! Boom! Energy exploded one after another, dazzling to the eyes. Outside the city, Jun Changshao fought with the 8 Gates Supremes with his sword and was not at a disadvantage at all. Too strong. Song Dehen, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes slightly and saw the battle through his limited vision. The shock in his heart became even stronger. Play dead. That was too smart. At this moment, Song Dehen realized that the old man lying in the pit had disappeared, so he hurriedly released his spiritual senses and saw that guy slowly crawling towards a safer area. Maybe he was afraid of being discovered, so he crawled and lay down. Coward. Song Dehen said in disdain. Boom. Suddenly, an energy ball exploded under his feet, causing him to stand up in shock. He quickly jumped over the old man and ran to the safe area, then he picked up the brick and smashed it on his head again. Move aside. At this moment, the old man crawled over and whispered. Song Dehen moved his body, so the two of them lay neatly on the ground and played dead. Because their hiding position was relatively safe, they would not be affected by the earth-shattering battle outside. Go! Go! After attacking for a long time without success, the 8 Gates Supremes hurriedly ordered their clansmen in the distance. In an instant, close to 100 martial artists rushed over. So what if you have more people? Jun Changshao dodged all kinds of martial arts and held the immortal sword supremacy horizontally in front of him. He put 2 fingers on the sword and chanted, soaring to the sky and falling to the ground, driving thunder and clouds, raising the flag urgently, not stopping, urgent as the law commands. He's back. The system said happily, that indecent host. Boom. Boom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, accompanied by a super loud background music. On the city tower, Z's back was facing the camera as he elegantly tore off his school uniform, revealing his muscular body and bright red underwear. He proudly turned half of his face. A few big words were typed on the screen. Sect of all times Spirit Beast Hall Master, the Purple King. The Soul Control Realm Elite's mouth twitched. This guy who suddenly appeared should be the reinforcements invited by the humans, but why did he take off his clothes? Aha! Suddenly, a lazy yawn was heard. Everyone hurriedly raised their heads and saw a middle-aged man sitting on the top of the city gate tower. His hands were clasped together, and a stone coffin was placed behind him. His eyes were shining with a dull luster. Bang bang bang! The special effects appeared again. Elder of the Sect of all times, Ryu Sinan. Of course, that included Gongsun Ho, Bailey Qianzhou, and the black and white Rakshasa. As long as they were on camera, special subtitles that represented their identities would appear, shaking the readers' phones and making their blood boil. All in all, when Jun Changshao gave the order, the top brass of the Sect of all times appeared. That scene, that formation, it was no wonder that Jay Chou's theme song, which was tailor-made for the strongest sect of all times, suddenly played. Someone asked, without a half-step into the heavenly secret realm, how could they fight against the 8 Gates Supremes? There was no way he could win. However, Jun Changshao called them here not to fight the top powerhouses, but to fight the people of the 8 Gates Supremes. These martial artists were at the truth-seeking realm and could easily deal with them. After the top brass of the Sect of all times appeared, the faces of the 8 Gates Supremes turned ugly. These people, when did they come in? Swoosh. Jun Changshao pointed his sword at the Soul Mastery Realm martial artists and said coldly, anyone who comes close to the city will be killed. When he became serious, he exuded the majesty and demeanor that a sect master should have. Everyone couldn't help but feel deep veneration for him. Ta! The Purple King took a step forward, already wearing the pink heart-shaped boxing gloves, and said, whoever comes will die. Because Yuan Gongzi kept announcing new rules, he had been suppressing a lot of anger recently and urgently needed to find a target to vent it. Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho, and the others were calmer. They stood on the city gate tower with their arms crossed, facing the Soul Mastery race powerhouses with arrogance. Who dared to come? They would definitely beat anyone to death. What are you waiting for? The first gate supremes roared, charge. He and the other 7 people were already holding back Jun Changshao. If they didn't charge at the city now, when would they? Go! The 8 gates supremes unleashed their cultivation and flew towards the city. Not to mention whether Jun Changshao was held back or not, even if they had the ability to stop the higher-ups, they wouldn't ask because they believed boom. At this moment, the purple craggy monster king, who was standing on the city gate tower, punched the void. The space around him twisted rapidly, forming a wide range of aeoli waves. The dozen or so soul mastery realm martial artists who were charging at him were all sent flying. Song Dehen was shocked. So strong. Swish. Ryu Sinan, who was on the city gate tower, jumped up, opened his hands, and jumped in the air repeatedly. When he landed a few dozen feet outside the city, space quickly shrank, binding all the soul mastery realm powerhouses who were rushing over, and then squeezing them together. Space manipulation. Oh my god, this is even more awesome. Because there was no audience, Song Dehen, who pretended to be dead, became a live commentator and very competent at showing off his surprise. In short, when the Sect of all times was acting cool, there had to be someone watching, or else it would be meaningless. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Gong Sun Ho, who had the sand spirit, also made his move. The heaven and earth attributes he released turned into a sky full of sand and gathered outside the city, gradually condensing into huge sandmen. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in one moment. It was just the beginning, but the higher-ups of the Sect of all times had already displayed their abilities and strength, forcing the soul mastery realm martial artists who wanted to rush into the city to stop. Charge! The first gate supremes roared. Although the subordinates were afraid of the higher-ups of the Sect of all times, the supremes had given orders, so they could only bite the bullet and charge. Swish! Right at this moment, the Purple King jumped out from the city gate tower, his right hand directly clasping the neck of a martial artist. With a boom, he pressed the martial artist to the ground, raised his fist, and launched a torrential storm of pear blossoms. As he hit, he scolded, "Yuan Feng, you bastard!" Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. As he had a huge grudge against the patriarch, Zi vented all his anger on the enemy, causing the other party to be beaten into a pig's head in a short period of time. Of course, the soul mastery race martial artists wouldn't just stand by and watch. They all used their martial arts and used all kinds of weapons to attack. Swish! Swish! Bailey Qianqiu walked over with mysterious steps until he stopped near Zi. A fruit knife appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was covered in blood. Plop! Plop! More than 10 soul mastery race martial artists fell to the ground, their necks all having small wounds. It was obvious that they had been hit in a very short period of time. As one of the 3 great demon exterminators, Bailey Qianqiu's cruelty could be seen from his pursuit of the traitors and the destruction of an entire city. Kill! Kill! The death of their companions infuriated the soul mastery race martial artists. They rushed over like mad dogs, and their target changed from the city to revenge. Swish! Swish! The black and white Rakshasas intertwined and flew out of the city, quickly engaging in battle with the enemy. The battle was very tragic, and it had to be omitted. Therefore, when dusk came, Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and the others stood proudly on the city gate tower. The battlefield outside was filled with countless corpses, and blood had gathered into a river. Satisfying. The Purple King put his hands on his waist and said, "This is so King satisfying." Chapter 1734. Since the beginning of the Great Space Era, Jun Changshao had obtained a lot of resources after passing through several planes. Especially the Xianyuan realm, which stored a lot of resources. Before Yuan Gongzi decided on the grand competition of the peaks, the higher-ups and disciples of the Sect of all times were allocated, so they cultivated when they had nothing to do, and their realms improved rapidly. especially the elders. Relying on resources, almost all of them broke through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. In the entire upper realm, this level was comparable to Jinren Tongu and Masato Kitano. They could not eat for free. Today in the soul mastery realm, they came in handy. Comparing numbers? The sect of all times was not weak either. Comparing strength? Everyone in the sect of all times was a prodigy. Therefore, when the 8 Gates Supremes entangled Jun Changshao and tried to let their clansmen attack the city, they were all killed by Ryu Sinan and the others. Whoever really came would die. In fact, it was only a small part of the sect of all time's combat power. Core disciples like Lu Qianqian and Yi Xingqian, who were not weaker than the elders, had not appeared yet. Jun Changshao did not send disciples, but directly sent elders, also to ensure that rows of flowers would not be disturbed in the main hall. Some people might only see the sect of all times as being pretentious, but from another perspective, it would be, for you, I am willing to be the enemy of the world. Level. It was immediately different. Of course, how could a sect compare to a plane? In terms of numbers, they definitely could not compare. Don't forget, there were the Stone Statue clan, the Dragon clan, and other clans in the eternal world. Because it was a family matter, they did not bother others. Even if it escalated to a plain war in the end, they would see who would back down first. All in all, unless faced with a force that was so strong that they could not compete, Jun Changshao and his sect would definitely not refuse, whether it was a one-on-one or a group fight, and would accompany them at any time. On the city tower, Ryu Sinan and the others were posing. That unyielding aura filled the entire city, deeply shocking Song Dehen and the old man who were pretending to be dead. They were too terrifying. Damn it! The 8 Gates Supremes roared powerlessly. They witnessed their subordinates being slaughtered with their own eyes, yet they were unable to help because the human in front of them could easily take on the 8 of them. On the surface, it looked like Jun Changshao was surrounded, but in reality, he had the other party surrounded. Boom! Boom! The heaven-crossing palm imprint whizzed out and forced the 8 supreme martial artists to retreat. Jun Changshao stood above the city tower and said coldly, "Stand outside the city obediently and wait for your god to descend." He didn't want to kill too many people. If these people were tactful enough to wait quietly, the situation would naturally not develop to the point where it was difficult to mediate. The 8 Gates Supremacy's face was extremely ferocious. At first, they wanted to rush into the main hall of the city to stop the power that was disturbing their minds and forcing them to kneel. Now that so many of their clansmen had died, it had already risen to the level of hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife. Everyone. The 3rd Gate Supreme being said in a low voice, "The situation is dangerous. We can't care about anything else." This seemed to be a secret code, causing the other 7 people to fall into deep thought. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, an even more intense 7-colored light surged out of the main hall, causing them to panic even more. They immediately threw away all their doubts and said in unison, "Come!" Whoosh! Whoosh! The 8 of them gathered together. 2 in front, 2 behind, 2 on the left, 2 on the right. Seeing this, Jun Changshao said with interest, "Are they going to use their trump cards?" Could it be? Song Dehen narrowed his eyes. Seeing the 8 supreme martial artists in formation, he couldn't care less about playing dead and immediately got up and retreated. When he turned around, he realized that the old man was running faster than him. He immediately sped up like a mad dog with his tongue out. Something's wrong. On the city tower, Ryu Sinan frowned. Gong Sun Ho said, "I'm afraid these people have killer moves." "Tisk!" the Purple King said disdainfully, "They're just a bunch of trash. What killer moves can they have?" Kid. At this moment, the 1st Gate Supreme being said coldly, "This is a matter of the soul mastery realm. Since an outsider like you wants to participate, then leave your life here." Smack! Smack! As soon as he said that, the 8 supreme martial artists raised their hands and placed them on each other's shoulders. Their eyes shone with golden light as they shouted in unison, "Ancestor bless us, 8 gates combine." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, golden light flickered outside the city, erupting with powerful energy that mercilessly cut through space. Boom. Boom. Other than the city protected by the Sect of all times, the valley where the 9th gate was located was instantly destroyed. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. At the same time, the golden light gradually weakened, and a huge body stood proudly in midair. Its skin was golden yellow, and if there was a swastika behind it, it would definitely be the Dharma idol of Buddhism. Hereinafter referred to as Dharma idol. Oh my God! After hiding in a safer area, Song Dehen didn't have the mood to lie down and play dead. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "The ancestor has appeared." The soul ancestor had left behind a bloodline ability called the 9 Gates Combine. When the race was in a life and death situation, this ability could be used to turn the tide. This ability was only recorded in the history books because the descendants hadn't used it yet. Of course, it lacked the head of the 9th gate. It could only be considered a combination of the 8 gates, not the complete version. As expected, Jun Changshao was speechless. They really combined. In fact, when the 8 gates stood together, he guessed that the so-called trump card wouldn't be a combination, right? After all, the rows of flowers of the same race often combined with him. The motto of the other planes was to join if you couldn't beat them. And the motto of the soul control plane was to combine if you couldn't beat them. Die. The voice of the 8 gates supremes came from the Dharma idol, and then it stretched out a huge palm to press down on the city. Relying on its huge body, it planned to crush Jun Changshao and the others to death and destroy the main hall. No wonder Song Dehen and the old man ran faster than rabbit. Really? Foresight. Whoosh. Whoosh. Jun Changshao stood on the city tower and blasted the heaven-crossing palm from bottom to top, but when it came into contact with the huge palm, it couldn't stop the falling speed at all. If it was a one-on-one fight, none of the 8 gates supremes was his opponent. Now, with the support of the divine ability, the strength of the 8 gates supremes had already risen to a higher level. Kid, you can break 1 chopstick, but you can't break 8 chopsticks. Didn't your parents tell you this simple truth when you were young? The voices of the 8 supremes came from the Dharma idol, and there was a hint of mockery in their words. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Jun Changshao turned into a stream of light and rushed up, holding up the falling palm. His eyes flashed red, and he shouted, "As long as you're strong enough, you can break as many chopsticks as you want." Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A violent aura surged wildly from his body, and his face and skin gradually turned blood red. Gongsun Ho was dumbfounded. He could feel that the patriarch was activating the bloodline of the stone statue race. But why didn't his skin turn into stone? Why was it emitting a strange aura? Bam! Under the crazy activation of the bloodline of the stone statue race and the heavenly demon blood, Jun Changshao's shirt suddenly burst open, and strange lines appeared on his strong muscles. His eyes became extremely red, as if a bloodthirsty demon had suddenly awakened from hell. "Stingy Yuan!" The Purple King shouted, "What do you say when the patriarch explodes his clothes?" Chapter 1735. Jun Changshao despised people who tore their clothes off in a fight because they had the ability to tear their pants off. He never expected that. He actually tore his shirt off when dealing with the golden Dharma form of the 8 Gate. Jun Changshao's muscles were not as exaggerated as Zi's and Xiao Ziji's, but they looked very well proportioned, so they had a high aesthetic value. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that after activating his bloodline, his combat power increased at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! Jun Changshao's eyes were red, as if he was a demon that had awakened from hell. Especially the rolling blood-red aura, even his hair had turned blood-red. Horrifying and scary. Don't ask why such a serious node had hair. Whoosh! Violent power surged wildly, pushing against the big hand and moving upward. "How is this possible?" the 8 gates exclaimed. They had combined their supernatural powers and their strength had increased by a level, but they still could not suppress this human. Die! Whoosh! His left hand slammed down on the back of his right hand. Buzz! In an instant, violent energy rippled in midair. Wherever it passed, space collapsed and shattered again. The two forces exploded. Jun Changshao suddenly fell rapidly and landed on the ground with a bang. His feet caved in and his body gradually bent down. After the 8 gates combined, the golden Dharma form was extremely powerful. It might not have reached the divine secret realm, but it was at least infinitely close. So this battle was a test for him. "Kid! You are so arrogant!" Jun Changshao resisted the huge palms that were stacked together. Blue veins appeared on his forehead. Then he slowly lifted them up and straightened his back. Die! The Dharma form raised one hand. Under the golden light, it pressed down with violent power again. Boom! The ground cracked and dust flew. Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho frowned. The patriarch might not have been able to withstand the situation just now. However, when the dust settled, they saw that Jun Changshao was still standing in the same place. Next to him was a figure shrouded in colorful light. They could barely see that it was the patriarch's wife. At that moment, Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho then realized that the auras in the palace had stopped and were all gathered around the patriarch. "Inherited?" "Yes," Jun Changshao asked, and rows of flowers answered. The communication style of the two was very simple and unadorned. "All right then." Jun Changshao withdrew his hand and said, "I'll leave the rest to you." In fact, Rose of Flowers was the one who resisted the palm print. He didn't use any power at all. Could it be that after inheriting the 1,000-element sovereign soul, this woman's strength had greatly increased? Could he even deal with the golden Dharma idol with ease? That was not the case. As a matter of fact, the reason why he was able to resist the pressure of the enormous palm was because of the rainbow-colored radiance surrounding his body. The power that deterred the 8 Gate Supremes instantly withered under the pressure. Golden Soul represented nobility in the spirit control world. However, in front of the 7-colored light, he was nothing more than a subordinate facing his superior. This woman, the golden avatar's eyes flashed with monstrous fury. The fused 8 Gate Supremes were very close to Rose of Flowers, and the feeling of being forced to submit grew stronger. "Although I'm a descendant of the spirit control race, I'm already married to him. I don't value power, so you don't have to worry that my appearance will shake your position." Enveloped by the rainbow-colored radiance, Rose of Flowers' temperament appeared even more noble. However, when she looked at Jun Changshao, she showed the gentleness and virtuousness that a wife should have. For Rose of Flowers, the trip to the spirit control world was an opportunity. It was just an opportunity. No matter what she obtained, whether her realm had become stronger or not, she was still this man's wife. If you marry a chicken, you will follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you will follow the dog. How could she be obsessed with power and status? This was Rose of Flowers' mentality. Therefore, she needed to let the 8 Gate Supremes understand that she had only inherited the opportunity left by her ancestors and then left like a passerby. She wouldn't change the current situation of the spirit control world, nor would she threaten their ruling position. At this point, it was already very clear. However, some people were too obsessed with power and wouldn't believe a word or two casually. Whoosh! Under the joint control of the 8 Gate Supremes, the huge Dharma idol raised its right hand again. Majestic soul power quickly gathered, forming layers of palm prints and pressing down with the power to shake heaven and earth. Anyone could say good things. Only by completely wiping them out could they consolidate their ruling position. "It's hopeless," Jun Changshao said. Whoosh whoosh. The huge palm print carried the power of thousands of kilograms, pressing down like a heavy mountain. Rose of Flowers shook her head and said, "The ancestors were right, These people are too pedantic. Jun Changshao stopped and said with his back facing her, so we need to reshuffle and change the situation. The capable will rise and the mediocre will fall. Only then can the race move towards glory. Understood. Rose of Flowers raised her head. Her clear eyes flickered with rainbow-colored radiance. An irresistible aura appeared around her, directly freezing the palm print in mid-air. Disperse. Bang! With a single word, the huge golden Dharma idol instantly disintegrated. The 8 Gate Supremes flew out in a sorry state. Damn! Gong Sun Ho said in shock, words of law. How is this possible? The first Gate Supremes clutched his chest, his eyes filled with shock. Just now, he could clearly feel an irresistible force entering his sea of consciousness, forcefully severing his connection with the other 7 people. This was definitely not a suppression of realm and strength. It was very likely a suppression of bloodline. Vaguely, the 8 Gate Supremes recalled what Hua Qianxing had said back then. Only then did he truly realize that the holy light had descended upon the soul mastery realm. He really had to submit? On account of being of the same race. Rows of flowers floated in the air with rainbow-colored holy light and said, I'll spare your lives. As for the 8 Gate Supremes, from today onwards you will become history. Whether it's green soul or golden soul, you will all be treated equally. The voice spread throughout the soul mastery realm. The soul mastery race martial artists all kowtowed, the reverence in their hearts growing stronger. The battle between Jun Changshao and the 8 Gate Supremes was announced to have ended. Unfortunately, because of the appearance of Rose of Flowers, there was no victor. However, one thing was certain. It was very difficult for Jun Changshao, who relied solely on his bloodline, to instantly kill a powerhouse who was infinitely close to the divine secret realm. This was only a world that was slightly stronger than the upper realm. If he were to encounter a true second-class or first-class powerhouse, he was afraid. No problem, cheating. The sovereign thousand-walking soul left behind by my ancestor can reverse the bloodline that has not changed for a long time. I need to stay here for a while. Rose of Flowers landed on the city tower, her nobility weakened quite a bit. Outside, she was the empress. At home, she was the wife. I'll wait for you. Although Jun Changshao was eager to find his life and death brother, it didn't matter if it took a year or 2. Whoosh! Rose of Flowers waved her hand, and the rainbow-colored holy light enveloped the 8 Gate Supremes as they flew towards the most lively city in the soul mastery realm. Next, she planned to popularize her ancestors' research on a large scale, thus changing the situation where green soul must be of a low level and golden soul must be of a noble. Patriarch. The Purple King walked over and said weakly, Yuan Gongzi has a rule that you are not allowed to tear your clothes off in a fight. As the Patriarch, you have already made an exception. Can my spirit beast haul, bang? Whoosh! Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and the others raised their heads and saw the Purple Hall Master flying towards the sky, turning into the most dazzling star. Why did you mention it? Beast Talent. Chapter 1736. The product that Hua Qianxing researched back then could be said to be epoch-making, because he added a more supreme soul to the golden soul. From the luster, it was temporarily defined as a colored soul. Of course, his original intention was not to create a new soul system that was above all living beings, but he hoped to change the rule of the race that had been based on the soul for many years. The clansmen could not be divided into lowly and noble at birth. They had the right to be respected and become strong. From Jun Changshao's point of view, Hua Qianxing's move was great. Although Rose of Flowers, who inherited the colored soul, was married to a dog, she still had to complete the mission left by her ancestors, and work hard to improve the situation of the soul control world. First of all, she removed the status of the 8 gates in the soul control world, and removed the rule that the golden soul was superior and the green soul was a slave. As long as the clansmen could cultivate martial arts, they had the right to obtain resources. This could only change the rule, but it could not change the difficulty of low-level soul system cultivation, so Rose of Flowers advocated that the clansmen could work hard to achieve their will. In fact, the green soul was not bad, at least it could be used as a support. If it combined with other soul systems, both sides would definitely benefit. However, the soul control world had always advocated the golden soul and despised the green soul. How could they agree to let low-level soul systems support themselves? Until the 8 gates were removed, until there was no distinction between the noble and the lowly, this kind of complementary situation gradually appeared, and many clansmen realized that it was actually very cool to have the green soul support. The monsters that could not be defeated before could be easily solved with the green soul support, and the dungeons that could not be defeated before could be easily cleared with the green soul support, and even with the help of the green soul, alchemy and forging would be twice the result with half the effort. If the soul ancestor was in heaven, he would definitely be very pleased. Because his purpose of creating different soul systems was to hope that future generations could cooperate with each other and not treat each other differently. A bit interesting. Standing on the peak of the mountain, Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. During this time, Rose of Flowers was improving the situation of the soul control world, and he had been watching as a bystander, witnessing the special effect of the green soul and other soul systems. If this clan was taken into the eternal world, and various soul systems were used to complement the disciples, would it increase their combat power? A support for each person, the picture was unimaginable. It might take 2 or 3 years. Rose of Flowers walked over. She had been dealing with the clan's affairs, and she looked a little tired. "I'll help you." Jun Changxiao. "How?" Hua Meige joked. "Put them all into the eternal world?" "Yes." Rose of Flowers looked at him. "Because the soul system in the way of the world in eternal world in the world, of the god, of time," Jun Chang said with a smile. "The eternal world doesn't lack places for the soul mastery tribe. What's more, the soul mastery tribe and the soul mastery tribe are family. My husband is so good to me." Hua Meili smiled. When Jun Changxiao took all the members of the soul mastery race into the eternal world and chose Li Qingyang and the others to merge with, she finally understood his real intention. "Of course," Flower Rose said helplessly, "I thought too much." In the sect of all times, Li Qingyang and a soul mastery warrior were sitting cross-legged in the martial arts practice field. Jun Changxiao said, "Let's begin." "Okay." Li Qingyang closed his eyes and relaxed his mind. The soul mastery warrior sitting next to him turned into a green attribute and merged into his meridians and blood. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant the green attribute filled the surroundings. After it gradually weakened, Li Qingyang's hair and eyebrows were all green. "Second senior brother!" Su Xiaoma exclaimed, "It's green!" Swish. At this moment, Li Qingyang leaped up and hovered in the air. His right hand suddenly pressed down and he shouted, "Heaven-crossing palm print!" Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Several palms were thrown out in succession and the power was extraordinary. "Damn!" Su Xiaoma and Li Fei said in surprise, "So strong?" They had a better understanding of second senior brother's strength. Now that he was supported by Green Soul, the heaven-crossing palm print was obviously at least 20% stronger than before. Li Qingyang landed on the ground. Green aura shrouded him, and he looked extraordinarily mighty. "Not bad." Jun Changxiao smiled in satisfaction. His previous guess was right. With the support of the soul mastery race, it could indeed increase the overall strength of the disciples. Of course, different soul types had different effects. For example, although Green Soul, which had merged with Li Qingyang, increased his strength by quite a bit, it strengthened his eukaryotic energy and allowed him to use the heaven-crossing palm print more frequently. There was also Purple Soul and Red Soul. He had to test them one by one to find out. "Xingqian, step out." "Ta!" Yi Xingqian stepped out. Although he looked calm, he was actually a little excited. After all, he could increase his strength after merging. At this time, a soul mastery race warrior walked onto the training field. It was none other than Song Dehen, who had pretended to be dead the entire time at the 9th gate. Heh. He grinned and said, "Please excuse me." Seeing that this guy was smiling so timidly, Yi Xingchen immediately frowned. Fuse. Who? Song Dehen was a golden soul, so he turned into a golden light and merged into Yi Xingchen's body. When the special effect dissipated, the latter's hair turned golden, and he had properly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Night Emperor stood on the spot and punched a few times, excitement appearing on his face. After merging, his strength increased by at least 50%. However, the consumption of the power of true spirit was also much faster than before. From this, it could be seen that the Golden Soul's characteristic was to increase a warrior's battle power to the extreme, but at the same time, it would consume energy. It could be said to be a double-edged sword. In terms of personality, Li Qingyang, who sought stability, would definitely choose the Green Soul. Yi Xingchen, who advocated strength, would naturally choose the Golden Soul. Next, he tested the Purple Soul, Red Soul, and so on. Some increased defense, some increased speed, some strengthened soul, some strengthened pills, and some forged technique. It could be said that he had everything. I can see it now. Jun Changshao said, "Your soul mastery race was born to assist our sect of all times." The sect did not lack talent. What they lacked was someone who could help them reach the next level. Rose of Flowers was speechless. Of course, she did not object to her people assisting the sect, nor did she care about her husband's real intention of taking them in. After all, placing them in the eternal world was a huge benefit in itself. Life and Death Secret Realm. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, Yi Xingchen, and the other core disciples stood proudly. Beside them stood a soul mastery race warrior. "Did you bring enough pills?" "I brought enough." "Did you bring the fried rice talisman?" "I brought it." "All right, let's go." After everything was ready, everyone stepped into the life and death secret realm. Then, a deep voice resounded through the sky. Core disciples Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and 10 others choose Hell Mode. Damn. Li Tiantian said in shock. Senior brothers are challenging Hell Mode. Is this reclamation? Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the study, laughed. The life and death secret realm at the back of the mountain was a high level. Until now, no disciple had passed the Hell Mode. With the help of the Soul Mastery race, it should not be a big problem. A big problem? Li Qingyang and the others had just entered for a few minutes when the core of the reclamation team, Yi Xingchen, was sent out. He grabbed Song Dehen, who was also sent out, and roared, "Why the F***ck are you running? I'm scared." Chapter 1737. Ta! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others arrived at Life and Death Secret Realm. Because they had chosen Hell Mode, the environment was very dark and depressing. Even the wind that blew was like the howling of ghosts. "Let's eat!" Shwa! Shwa! Everyone sat down and took out Lu Wancher's fried rice to eat. If Hell Mode was compared to a dungeon, then they were now buffing their status. Of course. What kind of food was eaten for each class? For example, Xiao Ziji, the main tank of the exploration team, was eating chicken stewed with mushrooms. This was Lu Wancher's latest research, and its effect was to increase defense. Yi Xingchen was eating spicy fish head. There was only one mission, which was to attack crazily when the team was formed. Come. After eating, Yi Xingchen looked at Song Dehen and said, "Let's fuse." The food only slightly increased their status. The ones who dared to challenge Hell Mode in high-rank Life and Death Secret Realm were still supported by the Spirit Mastery race. Song Dehen responded, then turned into a golden light and fused with it. At the same time, the other spirit mastery race who followed in also fused with Li Qingyang and the others, and all aspects of them improved significantly. Shua. Xiao Ziji activated the special effect of the text, and his whole body was covered by the mech. He placed the streamer shield in front of him and said, "I'm going. Go." Ta ta ta. Xiao Zuiji charged forward, and as soon as he left the safe zone, numerous ferocious-looking giant demon beasts suddenly condensed in the dark void in front of him. Judging from their auras alone, they were at least at the upper level of the truth-seeking realm. As everyone knew, dungeons were made up of bosses and small monsters, and the beasts that appeared at this moment were at most small monsters. Shua. Xiao Zuiji rushed over and waved his right arm. The flowing light shield flew out and hit a demonic beast, then bounced off to another demonic beast. Soon, he had attracted the hatred of dozens of demonic beasts. Roar! Roar! The beasts roared and attacked. Pung! Xiao Ziji grabbed the rebounded streamer shield and placed it in front of him. Light instantly covered his whole body, turning into an even bigger shield. Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! Dozens of demonic beasts used their bodies to crazily charge forward. Although their strength was extremely strong, they were unable to move the slightest bit. During this time, Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the others did not make a move. This was because they were waiting for Xiao Ziji to stabilize the aggro. This was to prevent them from going OT if they went OT. "It's about time." A few seconds later, Li Qingyang said, "Go." Shua. Shua. The golden-haired Yi Xingchen was the first to rush over. He had already formed the hand seals for the Heaven Crossing Palm. As the main damage dealer of the first clear team, what he needed to do now was to kill all the small monsters while Xiao Ziji was tanking the monsters. This was a test of the coordination between the tank and the DPS. However, the two of them, one attacking and one defending, already had an absolute tacit understanding. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problems. Heaven Crossing Palm Print. At this moment, before Yi Xingchen arrived, 2 palm prints had already arrived. Although there weren't many of them, they were far more powerful than before with the support of the status and golden soul. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the 2 palm prints fiercely pressed down on the monsters that were gathered together. If they had HP, they would have been reduced by more than half. If the damage was displayed, the screen would be filled with Arabic numbers at this moment. Amazing! Su Xiama said. Roar! Roar! The demonic beasts that had suffered heavy attacks circled around Xiao Zuiji and charged towards Yi Xingchen. The stronger the damage dealer, the easier it was to OT. Junior brother, be careful. Yi Xingchen ignored Li Qingyang's reminder and stood proudly on the spot. The corner of his mouth raised in disdain. A bunch of trash. With the support of the golden soul, he felt extremely powerful. With a few more palm strikes, this group of monsters, swish. Suddenly, the golden power in his body receded like the tide. Song Dehen jumped out of Yi Xingchen's body and stepped back with his long legs. Without the support of the soul power, Night Emperor's hair and eyebrows not only returned to their original state, but he was also stunned on the spot. He actually ran away. Roar. Dozens of monsters with low HP rushed over like monstrous waves enveloping a small boat in the storm. At this critical moment, Yi Xingchen said, F***CK boom, boom. Dozens of forces pressed down and Night Emperor's body suddenly shattered into nothingness. He was also sent out of the life and death secret realm. Song Dehen was also sent out because of the fusion of the two and attracted all the hatred. Swish. Swish. Not long after, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the others were also eliminated. The whole family was lying on the ground in an orderly manner, all paralyzed. At this point, the core disciples had failed. The culprit that caused the team to be wiped out was naturally Song Dehen. The next day, Yi Xingchen came to the study and said, "Disciple applies for soul swap." That guy called Song Dehen was so cowardly. If I fused with him, it would be a disgrace to my name as Knight Emperor. Jun Changshao said, Song Dehen just entered the sect and hasn't experienced many facilities. It's normal for him to back out in hell mode. As his partner, I should help him overcome his fear. Good luck, you can do it. Yi Xingchen collapsed. The patriarch didn't plan to swap his soul and wanted him to help him. Good. This emperor will definitely train him into an iron-blooded man. Training room. Song Dehen took a step forward and then walked in very carefully. Yi Xingchen, who was following behind, saw his cowardice and almost couldn't help but kick his butt. Senior brother. Song Dehen said weakly, why did you bring me here? Physical training. Yi Xingchen walked to the front of the room and said, go in. Although Song Dehen was cowardly, he was very vigilant. He hurriedly covered his stomach and said, oh no. My stomach hurts, I have to go to the toilet. Swoosh. Yi Xingchen was afraid that he would run away, so he grabbed his collar and stuffed him in. Bang! The door closed and the time was set. At first, Knight Emperor set 20 hours, but he felt that the difficulty was not high enough, so he went back to the training room and reset it. Creak. Not long after, the training room door on the left opened. He Woody came out and heard a scream. He subconsciously looked back and saw that the training time was 84 hours. He widened his eyes and said, so fierce. Ah! Screams sounded in the training room. It was night. He Woody sat alone on the mountain peak. Since entering the eternal world, this last disciple had very little screen time because he focused all his attention on cultivation. To the sect of all times, a first-class plane meant nothing more than a better cultivation environment. To him, it meant a lot because his attributes barely met the requirements and he could cultivate some advanced martial arts. I have comprehended 30% of 9 dragons split palm. I have comprehended 20% of heaven and earth transformation. These 2 martial arts should be enough to deal with a half-step celestial realm. If I can master them, who in the upper universe can be my enemy? He Woody lay on a rock and looked at the starry sky. He said to himself, the patriarch is a man with aspirations. He should be on the road to immortality. When that time comes, I can go home. Yi Xingchen's story was known by the whole sect. No one knew his story until now. Of course, unlike Yi Xingchen's arrogance, he Woody had been very low-key since he entered the sect, as if he did not exist. Even when Yuan Gongzi said that disciples could challenge elders, Su Xiaomo, Li Fei, and the others did not think of him immediately. This was exactly what he Woody wanted. Because he did not like to be high-profile, he preferred to live in the cruel world. If not for the 7-colored light, this brother would have continued to live in seclusion. He did not want to achieve anything, only to achieve the level of the 7 profound sage.